Vice Chair Brian Ferguson, District 1.
Commissioner Annie Holt, at large.
Commissioner Jim Hawley, Chair.
Assistant Chief Charles Fitzgerald, Office of Enforcement Operations.
Assistant Chief David LaValle, Office of Professional Development.
Franklin Hayes, Deputy Chief, Crime Strategies Bureau.
Ronald Wilson, Deputy Chief, Protective Bureau.
Tiffany Stewart, Commander of the 10th Precinct. Rashad Sims, Deputy Chief, Western Operations.
Eric Ewing, Deputy Chief, Eastern Operations.
Eric Tosky, Captain of the 10th Precinct.
All right, thank you. It's important that we stand here as a unified front. I'm going to share some information with you today that is extremely troubling and candidly angers me. We continue to see the nuisance of illegal drifting and drag racing in our community, just like many communities around the country. This practice is unacceptable and it's dangerous. And we've seen a number of people get hurt, drifting, as well as the spectators. And we will continue to enforce those activities. They're unacceptable, they're dangerous, it puts our community at risk, it puts the drivers of these vehicles at risk, it puts the bystanders at risk. And they do it oftentimes for social media clicks so that people like the behavior and the activity that they are doing. We're going to share a story with you here in a moment, some heroic actions by our officers, but I think to set the canvas on this situation, drag racing is going to continue to be enforced. We're going to hold people accountable, we're going to impound those vehicles, and we're going to make arrests. We're also going to be ticketing those who are in attendance and viewing it. It's unacceptable. I'll be sharing with the media today the ordinance in which we're going to be using to enforce the spectators. But I want to make sure that everybody understands that this is a very, very serious matter. This is not kids having fun. These vehicles are like missiles. And if you're driving them and drifting, there's no way you can control that vehicle. We've had a number of incidents where bystanders are being hit, where people are being hit, and it goes unreported. But what does go reported is when you have those catastrophic situations that we've seen recently. Again, we're going to talk about an incident involving our officers, some heroic actions that our officers participated in. They put themselves in harm's way, as they do for all of us on a day in and day out basis. We're thankful and extremely fortunate that we did not lose 2 police officers that were in pursuit of someone who was participating in drifting and drag racing. This incident occurred early Saturday morning. At about 4 a.m., our drag racing detail was on patrol, as we asked them to do daily, but particularly on the weekends when we know that this activity is likely to happen. They were attempting to stop a vehicle for reckless driving. One suspect in the vehicle was hanging out of the passenger side window and decided that he was going to try to kill the officers because they were attempting to pull him over for drifting and drag racing. When I saw the video, I was angry. I think this community is angry. And we are not going to tolerate this. There will be strict enforcement, and I'm going to bring up at this time Assistant Chief Fitzgerald to talk about the events and give you a description of the events that occurred, and I'll be back to discuss it in a little bit more detail. Assistant Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Again, this is Assistant Chief Charles Fitzgerald, Office of Enforcement Operation. I'm going to show you a video. We'll talk through it. But what you're going to see is it's horrifying. We don't want anyone in our community to have to suffer this, and we definitely don't want police officers to suffer through it. But if you can start that video. The officers here on patrol, they are now going to be heading eastbound on Davison. And as they get up toward this next light, which would be Dexter, you will see as the officers, the second light, as they get closer here. As they get to about here, I believe the officers can see him partially hanging out. So they don't know if they're going up there to help someone who's about to fall out, jump out, what kind of issue they might be in. So they get up right here, and the person directly in front, he's got like a yellow looking tennis shoe, maybe a Croc. Now they activate their overhead lights. They are still moving eastbound on Davison. Our suspect peeking on the window, and as they get a little bit closer, you'll hear it. That is 8 rounds being fired directly at the officer. The officers stopped for a second. They basically stopped. When I talked to them in the morning, they asked each other how they're doing. They both said okay. Off they went. They continue to do your job even after being fired upon. So now the video stops. But what I can tell you is that directly above the driver's head, the driver of our scout car, the bullet strike right over his head. So I'm talking 8 to 10 inches, and this is a completely different gathering we have here today. What we are going to release here shortly are pictures of 2 individuals. We're going to list them as persons of interest at this point, but please make no mistake, they're going to be suspects if they don't come forward. They're going to be subjects in this investigation. We have images right here, this young lady on the left. She entered the location of a party store or a gas station. We have a very good image of her. There's also one other additional photo of a young lady. She was the driver of the vehicle. She's in very distinctive blue outfit, blue shorts, a blue crop top, and some blue shoes that are very distinctive. So again, we are asking our community, our absolute best partners in this game, to help us out. These folks are very easily identifiable. We'd like for them to turn themselves in at the closest precinct. They can call Crime Stoppers, 1-800-SPEAK UP, or they can go to Detroit Wards TV. Anyway, thank you.
Next week.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Stewart, commander of the 10th Precinct. What you saw was just a travesty. I think it's incredibly callous that in this day and time, what we have is 2 officers who, a suspect decided that they wanted to kill because they were infringing on them having fun and getting social media likes. That's where we're at today. This is what our officers are dealing with. Our officers are incredibly brave, and they go out here every day in order to enforce the laws and make sure the community is safe. This is what the community wants. They want enforcement for drag racing, and we will continue to enforce. This will not stop us. Our officers are doing okay. Officer wellness is incredibly important to us. These are young officers. We will ensure that they aren't having to deal with any post-traumatic stress type situation in dealing with this, and we will continue to do our jobs. I'm happy with them. I'm happy with the fact that they continued to do their job after they were fired upon, and I'm most importantly happy that nothing happened to them. Thank you.
So as you can see, the officers' actions were heroic. They continued to try to pursue the suspect. Even after being fired upon, they made a decision not to fire back out of concern for our community, the same concern that these folks did not have for our community. Those stray bullets could have struck anyone, but they were trying to kill 2 police officers because the police officers attempted to stop them from drag racing. It's becoming incredibly more dangerous day in and day out around this country to do this work, but I'm very proud of those 2 officers. I'm proud of the decision that they made, and they continue to pursue. The only thing that stopped them was one of the bullets damaged the engine block and the vehicle stopped. Otherwise, they would have continued to try to apprehend those suspects before they killed somebody, even though they were trying to kill them. So with that, I will take any questions that you have.
Hi, Chief. Rod Maloney, Channel 4 News, Detroit. A couple of things. This is particularly brazen. I mean, they didn't seem to hesitate when they knew it was police. They still fired. I want to get your reaction to that, your frustration, your anger. I also like to sort of circle back on the notion that at some point there was a thought that maybe this kind of activity could be put in certain areas of the city, and that is no longer an option, is my question. Is it any longer an option?
Well, for me, I'm not solving for that. I'm solving for the safety of our community, not an area for people to drift and drag race. There's a number of issues that come into play with taking on something such as that. One is the ability of the driver to safely operate that vehicle, and what happens when they can't and someone gets hurt. My goal is to keep our community safe, not to provide that level of entertainment. I believe there are raceways still in Michigan, and if you want to drive like that, you should go to one of them, but not on our city streets. I have no room to even think about providing opportunities for people to do that.
Your thoughts and your anger at the notion that a police car chasing is shot at in that fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you see it. I mean, this is our community. These are our neighborhoods. This could have been anybody. Could have been you sitting at a light going home after work, and this person is hanging out of a vehicle as if he's a stunt driver in a movie, shooting at 2 police officers because they decided to stop him. Worst case scenario, had he been inside the vehicle, even hanging out there without a weapon, probably reckless driving, reckless endangerment by the driver, misdemeanor ticket. Now he's facing assault with intent to commit murder. And those 2 passengers in that vehicle, at least 2, maybe 3, if they don't come forward, they're going to be an accessory to assault with intent to commit murder.
Chief Brett Caster with Channel 7. So for people who aren't aware, like how often this happens, like on any given weekend, how many reports are you getting, with people drag racing in the city?
Yeah, drag racing, it's something that's upticking around the country. It's a new fad. We've been dealing with it now. I've been back a year. Every summer night I'm dealing with it at some point. And we got a handle on it for the most part. They are becoming increasingly more violent. We've seen incidents where they're now using social media, who has zero culpability in this. Social media has just literally changed the way people react to everything. And these kids are doing this for likes. They're doing this so that someone says, I like it. And if you get a whole bunch of these, then you'll get 50 cents or whatever for each like or whatever it is. We're looking into that now. But I believe that there's culpability on the parts of social media, but that's a whole nother conversation for another time. But with regards to the incidents themselves, we get a number of them. We get, the ones that you all don't hear about are the ones that hit my email and my phone, and that is the family that's trying to enjoy the neighborhood, the family that's trying to walk to the park on the corner, and somebody comes through and just starts doing donuts in front of their house, lose control, ends up in the front yard. We don't hear about those. And if you talk to the hospitals, they'll tell you about the spectators that are being hit by a car and injured and then rushed to the hospital. So it's ridiculous. It literally is ridiculous that we've decided that it's okay for likes on social media to do donuts in the middle of the street and possibly lose your life or get somebody killed. And the other issue is this notion that we should provide an area for them to do it. No, we're going to provide an area for you not to do it. And we're going to impound your vehicle. We're going to issue tickets. And I've directed the officers, don't be detracted by this. We're just going to double down our efforts constitutionally, and we're going to take those vehicles, we're going to impound them, we're going to charge the spectators, and we're going to charge the drivers. And I'm open to even contacting the Secretary of State to see if we can do something about taking their license from them. Because you have shown a total disregard for the safety of other people, and when you do something like this.
And how much does this usually increase in the summer, and how important is it to get that message out now ahead of these summer months that you're going to be cracking down on this?
We have. We've gotten the message out, and to some it's resonating, to others it's not. Obviously it's not resonating to this person, but he's up the ante, so we've got a whole different conversation for him beyond drag racing and drifting. That's the least of his problems. But the other drag racers and drifters, we're going to be there, and we're not going to be detracted by what happened here. We're going to be there. We're going to continue to monitor where it's happening, and we're going to continue to put an effort out there to end this reckless and dangerous behavior.
Chief, a few real quick ones in regard to just clarifying what we're talking about. Did the officers involved witness this vehicle drifting or drag racing specifically, or the reason for the attempted stop?
So my understanding, and what I was briefed on, is they were working the drag racing detail. They see this person in the area that looks like they're going to engage in the behavior, driving at a high rate of speed. But my understanding is once they saw him hanging out of the vehicle, that immediately took their attention and became a priority. But likely they were either engaging, or what we're starting to see now with the drag racing and drifting is they're bringing in people to distract the police from the actual drifting drag racing locations. So they use social media. They say we're going to meet at this location, and then what will happen is they'll put a few cars out there to see the police. We had a couple weeks ago, we had a young kid from Pontiac who was on that detail, if you will, and he does a U-turn right in front of the police to pull the police out of the location. So what I suspect this was something to get the police attention. He took it to the next level when he decided to try to kill 2 police officers.
Regarding the people of interest and their identifiability, to clarify, you're looking for 2 women, 2 men here. Is the thought potentially 4 that were in that vehicle?
It's 3 or 4. We believe it's up to 4. We know that at least 3 of them went into the store that we showed you, and 1 of them was still masked up, 2 were not. Very distinctive, so someone knows who they are, very clear pictures. So we should be able to identify them relatively easily, and our community feels that this is unacceptable. and they're going to help us because they always help us. And this is unacceptable. And we will know who they are, and we will relentlessly pursue them. And it's in their best interest at this point to just come in and just turn themselves in, give us their side of the story, and let us, go through the process. Otherwise, we're going to relentlessly pursue them. We're going to put every resource that we have towards apprehending them before they kill somebody.
Two quick ones, if I may. Assuming then that this type of photographs have been put through facial recognition technology, or do you have? I'm assuming that is free and hasn't been used in this case.
So at this point, we limit how our facial recognition is used to serious and violent crimes. This does check that box in terms of being eligible for facial recognition. I don't know where we stand with that right now, but it does in fact meet our standard, which is serious violent crime.
Lastly, a catch-up question, and thanks for the opportunity. When you talk ticketing of spectators, is that an escalation of?
Right, very serious situation there, no doubt, in Detroit there, as they were showing us video of that ambush that happened during a drag racing event. You're watching live now from Fox, everybody. We will take a quick 2-minute break. Coming up at the top of the hour, we are expecting out in Texas a border security briefing by the governor. That should be happening any moment. So stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. Here live now from Fox. Just want to show you once again the strong thunderstorms that continue to push through. We got thunderstorm warnings and even some tornado warnings still active in North Carolina. Just past Charlotte, you can see now just going north of Raleigh as well. We still get some. We are still getting some live feeds in from Charlotte right now. You can see this is the aftermath as Cruz and this local reporter continues on with her way of that. Breaking news elements in Charlotte there. But we want to show you this once again as the strong cells continue to head north right there from Raleigh right now. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. In the meantime, everybody, we want to show you one of the most in-demand news conferences that we will have this hour for you on Live Now from Fox. Will be out of Texas, where the governor will be briefing on border security. This all coming after on Friday, as Title 42 is going to be extended for some time there. So we will be waiting to hear from the governor on that. In the meantime, everybody, while we do wait for the Texas governor, let's go out to Kentucky, where we are getting an update on a situation that happened on Friday, U.S. Marshals Task Force shooting investigation. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
She is a mother, and this was her child. On Friday, May 20th, at approximately 8 a.m. in the 800 block of Sutcliffe Avenue, The U.S. Marshals Task Force, of which LMPD is a member, was attempting to serve an arrest warrant on Mr. Amari Cryer. It's a felony. It was a felony arrest warrant issued by the Commonwealth of Kentucky and dated May 16, 2022. The warrant was domestic violence in nature, and the charges included assault for domestic violence, strangulation, and terroristic threats. The Marshals Task Force had tracked Mr. Cryer to a residence, and as the officers approached, he fled from an apartment. There was a brief foot pursuit. They ran upon a fence. Subsequently, the marshals opened fire, striking Mr. Cryer. Mr. Cryer was in possession of a handgun at the time he was shot. Post-incident, the marshals asked LMPD to investigate, so our public integrity unit is investigating the shooting. There's been a significant amount of erroneous information flying around, which I understand, and my goal here is to ensure that everyone has a clear understanding to the best as possible of what occurred. The arrest warrant was valid. The arrest warrant was valid, but while we were on scene, we did have to secure a second arrest warrant to search the premises. The shooting was on private property. And so there's been talk that the warrant was not secured until post-incident. That's incorrect. There was a second warrant that we had to get that would allow us on the private property to process the scene. Our public integrity unit will gather the necessary information from the investigation, and we will submit it to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office to make a determination on whether or not any charges are due to be filed. I would anticipate that any body-worn camera footage would be released in the near future once essential interviews have been conducted. I will take any questions at this point that you all may have. Thank you. That's been a common question that we're hearing, is why were the U.S. Marshals involved? So we are in a number of partnerships with federal agencies, and the U.S. Marshals are one of those agencies that we partner with us. They work with us to serve high-risk felony warrants. It's no different than the ATF is embedded with us. We make a number of gun cases that go to the Commonwealth. So I understand there's been some questions of why would we be with a federal partner if we're not serving a federal arrest warrant. The partnerships are designed to strengthen communities, make communities safer. We could not function without the ATF and what they're doing to help us around gun violence. And if you think of it, the majority of the arrests that we're making in partnership with them are state related. So it's the nature of these partnerships.
You mentioned there was a foot pursuit and he had possession of a weapon. Is there any indication that you had yet that he was reaching for the weapon or pointing it at officers, or is he still trying to flee with the shot?
I'm going to refrain from elaborating in greater detail, and the reason for that is we still have not gotten critical statements that we need to get from involved parties, and it's really important to me to really limit the level of detail, which is why, again, we're holding off on the body-worn camera at this time. We've got to get these statements locked in first.
Chief, how many times and where was fired?
So once again, this will be forthcoming in the investigation, but the coroner's report, the full coroner's report has not been released yet, but that will absolutely answer those questions. Yes, so I don't, offhand, there's several on the task force. Certainly the names of any officers involved in the shooting would be released, yes.
Do we know how many law enforcement agencies
I don't know the number of agencies that were part of that particular task force. And my understanding, belief at this time is that the only agency to have discharged their weapon was the U.S. Marshals.
Is there any connection to that apartment that you said Pryor was running from?
So what I will say is the entire case file that the Marshals Task Force put together that would have led them to that apartment will be released when the investigation is completed, and so you will be able to see what led them to that apartment, yes.
Chief, as far as like, we talk about warrants with the LAPD and what happened with Breonna Taylor and how that's all signed off. Is there anything different with how the marshals go about it, about obtaining and getting the warrant cleared?
So again, this is an arrest warrant, and it's would have been secured by our agency through the Commonwealth of Kentucky. So it's not a search warrant, it's an arrest warrant. So really they're just helping us with the apprehension of individuals who we know are wanted on felony charges.
So the warrant in nature is secured by LAPD?
Yes, thank you.
Just given the intense level of interest from the community, do you have any estimate on when you'll be able to release some more of the details from this investigation that the community is concerned about?
I think we're trying to move this along as quickly as we can without compromising the integrity or the value of the investigation. So I know the guys are working around the clock. So sooner than later, certainly. But the most important thing is that that we don't compromise the quality of the investigation. We have to be able to submit to the Commonwealth a good work product.
And there are some conflicting eyewitness reports. Do you know when the body was removed from that dump?
So allow me to say I understand that the concern. I, for one, have real discomfort when a body is not removed promptly. The flip side of that is if a body is removed too promptly, what I can say to you is then the investigation was not thorough. It's imperative that we allow time for the necessary measurements to be taken, photographs to be had. So I think that it's always that fine balance of ensuring, I mean, it's horrible for the family, but you don't want to expedite things to the point that you miss critical evidence.
Does the LAPD have any MOU in relation to handling the shooting investigation?
So we have MOUs with our federal partners on what we will do together as a partnership. As far as the handling of the shootings, it's typically, I believe, it varies by region. So, and they've reached out to us to do their investigation, but that generally, I believe, varies by region.
Can you give any information about the other person who was arrested at the scene?
I don't have the details on that, I'm sorry.
And I know, I know when LAPD has shootings, KSP investigates. Do you know why U.S. Marshals who all investigated, who all were assisting? Why not ask the entity that wasn't there?
And that's a fair question, and I honestly don't know. I know they reached out to us to ask us to do it.
How quickly does that exchange happen between shots fired and LAPD taking over the investigation?
I think that these things are infrequent enough that it often tends to slow down the process. When I look back on Friday, I don't feel our communication at the front end was what it needed to be to the public, and that was because people were trying to figure out, was the U.S. Marshals Public Affairs going to handle, were we going to handle, who was going to handle the investigation? So the process tends to not typically go as smoothly as one would like because it's so infrequent, which is the upside. So you really are trying to establish it real time.
Do you know if he was living at that residence on Sutcliffe, or if he was just...
I don't know.
And just for clarification, do you know if Pryor ever actually pointed his gun at all or fired any weapons?
I do not know. I do not know. And I really need to refrain from speculating just so that we can get these statements from involved parties and witnesses locked in first. Thank you. Good. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody, as we were taking in that Louisville update. You're watching always live, raw, and always unfiltered right here for you. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, this is the day that Title 42 would have ended if it wasn't for Friday, where a federal judge has remained Title 42 for the time being here. Now, border security updates are coming from Eagle Pass, Texas. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
The consequences of the lifting of Title 42. Well, the good news is that a court very correctly ruled that Title 42 should not be lifted, which is a good thing. However, it's only a temporary result. For one, we don't know what the eventual outcome will be with regard to continuing to maintain Title 42, but that point aside, one thing that we know for a fact, and that is there are maybe as many as 100,000 migrants who are across the border waiting to cross into the state of Texas. And we, as a state, we being the local communities represented here in this room today, they're all dealing with the enormous challenge of having a tidal wave of people come into the communities. And so we've spent the day talking about ways in which we can continue to make sure that we, whether it be at the state level or local level, we are doing everything we possibly can to prevent people from coming across the border into the state of Texas. There are some things that were mentioned today by a person who's with us, and that is the Vice President for the National Border Patrol Council. When he was explaining to us exactly how these operations are working and why they are working that way. As we were out at the river and talking about people crossing across the border at the river as opposed to just using a port of entry. And he was explaining exactly why that was happening. Because as we can see, the Biden administration seems to be letting in people whether they're crossing through the port of entry or across the river. And there have been so many people allowed in because of that. And he explained that people could easily just try to cross at an official port of entry, but they don't for one very simple reason. And that's because they are coming across between the ports of entry because that is what the cartels want to have done. The cartel's goal would not be achieved if people were coming across the border at the port of entry. What the cartels need to accomplish, they need people to be coming across the river between the ports of entry to fully occupy the Border Patrol officers, including the state law enforcement, whether it be the National Guard or the Texas Department of Public Safety. And only when they're fully occupied are the cartels able to get across the border the high valuable assets they want to get across the border, whether it be drugs or special personnel, whatever the case may be. And so this is a battle that's going on with the cartels, where we as a state are increasing our effort to work with the local communities to make sure that we will thwart the cartel's goals to get more people coming across the border. So here's some things that we're doing that you have already seen, but we are increasing these efforts as we speak. One is we want to make it harder for people to get across the border. And this is something that we talked about in a private meeting that we held for more than an hour before coming out here to visit with you. And one of those strategies is increasing the quantity and quality and the types of barriers that we're putting up. A tool that people agree is an effective tool is the concertina wire, which is the razor wire barrier that makes it, if not impossible, it makes it far more difficult for people to cross the border. What typically happens is when people coming across the border encounter that razor wire, they will walk along the border's edge until they get to a point that does not have that razor wire. So part of our goal is to put down more razor wire to make sure that we're filling any gap that would prevent people from crossing across the border into that particular location. Our goal is to make sure that we have that concertina wire in every inch of the border. The only place that we would be prohibited from putting it would be where federal land may be located, or if there's private property where a private property owner does not want it. But we continue to add significantly that process. And then behind the barrier, we have people who will be able to make arrests. One thing we talked about the need to do, and that is to send a message that people who are crossing between the ports of entry, you're subject to arrest and you will be trespassing. And so you can expect more trespassing or do not trespass signs go up, so that we will be able to employ the strategy that we have of arresting people and taking them to jail. It was just 2 weeks ago that the first jury trial that took place in one of these arrests, and the jury convicted the person for aggravated trespass and sentenced them to a year behind bars. And these are substantial penalties for people who are not following the law, people who refuse to follow the law, including the cartels. And of course, in addition to that, we continue to go through the process of arresting smugglers themselves, and the time they're going to spend behind bars is enhanced and increased with the law that I signed this past year to make sure there's going to be a far easier prosecuted felony to prosecute the smugglers that we encounter, that we arrest, and that we will be putting behind bars for a very long time. We also are making available to Eagle Pass, to Maverick County, the ability, if they have a large number of people who are milling around, that we will put them on buses and send them to Washington, D.C. As of today, we've sent 45 buses to Washington, D.C., and there's a whole lot more where that's coming from. We don't want communities like Eagle Pass to be overrun with a large number of migrants who are milling around in the streets, and we want to alleviate that challenge that cities like Eagle Pass are dealing with by putting these people on buses and sending them to Washington, D.C. Another strategy that we talked about that is proving to be very effective, we are working very collaboratively with our partner states across the border. In fact, while I was down on the border today, I talked with a law enforcement official in Mexico about us working together to make sure that we're securing both sides of the border. On top of that, this past Friday, I spoke with all of the neighboring Mexican governors that neighbor the state of Texas about ensuring that they are living up to the agreements that we signed together a month ago to make sure that they, on the Mexico side of the border, are doing their part. And we could visibly see it today. We saw it through a conversation today, but we, more importantly, in reports from the Texas Department of Public Safety and the National Guard, we are seeing that ongoing collaboration. And as was pointed out to me, and especially because of where we are, we're dealing with the states of Coahuila and Tamaulipas. We're finding success in on the Mexico side of the border, disrupting migrant groups before they do arrive at the border, as well as work on what we call mirrored operations. What that means is when we on the U.S. side are conducting a certain operation, on the Mexican side they will be mirroring that very same practice. That leads to greater results and greater border security. I had the opportunity to visit with a lot of officials. I'll name a few, as well as some of the things that we talked about. Spent a lot of time talking to the Eagle Pass mayor, and he thanked us for the opportunity of the city being able to work with both the Texas Department of Public Safety and the National Guard, and said that the influx of people who are coming across the border through points other than checkpoints is an influx that's taking over the community and taking resources away from city residents. There's only so many resources, whether they be law enforcement or medical aid, whatever the case may be. Only so much resources that a community the size of Eagle Pass will have. And the people who are coming across the border are taking up more and more of those resources, which is reducing the amount of those resources for the local community. And that's why they're working with us so much to make sure they're going to be able to take care of their own residents right here. We also had visiting with a State Representative Morales, who has a detailed letter and some detailed plans and strategies, some of which we are employing, some of which we're looking at, to make sure that we're using every tool and strategy we can to make the border safer. We had the sheriffs of Zavala County and Maverick County with us here today. In Zavala County, they had to get a special request from the Texas Division of Emergency Management to have a temporary morgue. They have so many people who have lost their lives whose bodies are in Zavala County that they need assistance with. And that's even before summertime hits. When summertime hits and the heat in the summertime, those numbers are just going to go up. And Texas will have to provide more temporary morgues to deal with the bodies that are found in Zavala County. People in Mexico need to know this. People who are trying to immigrate from across the globe need to know this. There are deceased people who came across the border thinking they were going to be able to have a new life in America, and they lost their life doing so, being completely unaware of how treacherous it can be. And the sheriffs also said, just keep doing what we're doing. And we are working with them, both of these sheriffs, to make sure they are going to have more resources, more personnel, for them to be able to step up and do their jobs to secure their communities. And then same thing goes with regard to the police chief for Eagle Pass, who said that if it wasn't for the Texas Department of Public Safety and the National Guard, they wouldn't really be in the position they're in right now. They would be significantly challenged. And the police chief's suggestion was to build multiple layers of security throughout the community, which is exactly what we want to work with them to achieve. So bottom line of what I have to say is this, and that is,
we were listening to Greg Abbott there of Texas, Governor, talking about the latest updates on border security. Today would have been the day that Title 42 would have went away, but it remains now because of that federal judge on Friday keeping it in place for now. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we're going out to New York City, get an update on a terrible situation that happened over the weekend. A man was riding the train system there. He thought he was going to brunch. Instead, he was shot and killed on that subway train. We'll get the very latest coming up in just 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. Well, this next one is another big one that we are following out of New York City, where a man was riding the subway, a train system, and he was shot and killed while on that train. He thought he was going to be going to brunch later that afternoon, and then instead a terrible tragedy occurred. And now we're going to be joined right now by Fox 5's Lisa Evers with the very latest on this investigation. Lisa.
Well, Mike, New Yorkers are reeling. In just under 2 months, we've had a mass shooting in the subway, a gang shooting at rush hour, and other disturbing crimes. And now this weekend, a man on his way to Sunday brunch murdered. So many riders are saying they're afraid. They have to decide whether taking the subway is the same as taking their life into their own hands when there's no police officer on board. Take a look at my report. 48-year-old Daniel Enriquez was riding the Q train from his home in Brooklyn just before noon Sunday on his way to brunch. Police say as the train was going over the East River, the man you see in these surveillance photos began pacing. Then suddenly, for no reason and without any provocation, the suspect walked over to Enriquez and fired once, hitting him in the chest and taking his life.
For so many New Yorkers, the transit system is the only way to get around and to live their normal lives. You can't do that if you're scared to get up and go to brunch, that most New York of activities.
In response to a 75% spike in subway crime in January, the NYPD deployed more officers into subway hotspots, but they can't be everywhere. Mayor Adams says he will meet with Police Commissioner Keechant Sewell this week to see if there are more effective deployment strategies.
We are going up against bad guys who have figured out the loopholes in systems, those who are unwilling to stop violence. They've made it clear by their actions that they're going to continue to be violent in our city, and they're going to attempt to hurt innocent New Yorkers, and we have to meet that challenge.
Daniel Enriquez lived in Park Slope and had worked for the prominent investment banking firm Goldman Sachs for 9 years. The CEO said he was dedicated and beloved. Wanted flyers for his alleged killer are posted at subway stations. Riders tell us they've had enough.
I think it's terrible. You know, something has to be done because this cannot keep happening.
Best thing is to have more cops around, I think. And the presence of them makes everybody think before they pull a gun.
Now, Mike, in terms of the investigation, police recovered what they believe is the gun that was used. They have various photos of the suspect. So far, there have been no arrests, but in terms of the surveillance that's available to them, the video sequencing that's available throughout the system of cameras that they have throughout Manhattan, especially this part of Lower Manhattan, they undoubtedly will catch this person and will hopefully bring him to justice. His family is, as you can imagine, extremely upset. The victim's sister calling out the mayor saying, do your job. Many subway riders, we've been out here all day today, and many subway riders just telling us it's like they have no alternative but to take the train to get to work or to get to school, but they wish they did because it's just getting really bad. And of course, there's a huge political issue here as well because New York City is still trying to rebound from the pandemic when so many people left and also so many storefronts still remain empty. So a huge issue here, Mike, and a lot of people feeling like these things are happening during rush hour. This poor man was on his way to a Sunday brunch. They're happening in broad daylight, and this was a totally unprovoked attack. I think that's the other thing that's really giving people the jitters is this gunman just went right over to him on the subway train as the train is going across the East River with a panoramic view of the New York City skyline, and for no reason whatsoever, no conversation, no threat, nothing, just opens fire, hits him once in the chest and kills him. So a lot of people are very upset here, and of course this whole New York City recovery, which they're trying so desperately to make happen, is just on the brink of facing another challenge right now. Mike?
Yeah, terrible, terrible tragedy there, no doubt about it. And I mean, it shouldn't, like you said, it shouldn't be where, as a New Yorker, you shouldn't have to feel like it's a coin flip if you want to go out and just go to brunch and worry about, hey, if I just mind my own business, hopefully I won't get shot.
Well, exactly, Mike, and I think that's the whole point, because, you know, New Yorkers, and not just New York, but it's like any big city, you know, like in certain places, if you're on public transit, if it's late at night, if you've had too many drinks, you shouldn't be riding around on public transit. People know early morning hours are always the most risky in terms of crime. That's pretty much true in a lot of major urban areas. But what has been so disturbing to people is we had the mass shooting was like the height of the morning rush hour, everybody on the train, and a lot of the students, even the high school students here in New York City, use the subway system instead of school buses. They don't have school buses. They use the subway to get to their classes and to get to their respective schools. And some of our city's brightest, because they're going to these specialty schools. So the thing that's been most upsetting to people is you can't figure out a safety plan here because it's so random. It's happening all over the place, and people are just fed up. And then you have these other issues where we had a woman who worked for the health department, a scientist, hit over the head with a hammer. You have all these types of erratic incidents that have never really happened before to this extent, and it's making people very afraid. Now, the NYPD, they flooded. In January, subway crime was up here about 75%. So the NYPD, they flooded police officers. But Mike, as you know, you can't just, you know, snap your fingers, go abracadabra, and all of a sudden you've got 1,000 or 5,000 more officers that have finished all of the training that they have to go through, and put them in uniforms and put them out on the street. So there's been a lot of police officers. There's been a lot of law enforcement fatigue here as well, because we have police officers that have been working double shifts. You have police officers working 7 days with no days off. You have a lot of overtime, mandatory overtime, and they're just trying to do their best. But the way some of the laws are, it's not really supporting cracking down on crime, and a lot of people are talking about that as well. Mike?
All right, Lisa Evers, thanks so much for the update there in New York City. We're hoping that they get this guy really, really soon and off the streets. We appreciate your live update right here on Live Now from Fox. Always great to talk with you.
All right, Mike, thank you so much.
And of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for another quick 2-minute update. More stories from across the country coming up next. We're back here on Live Now from Fox. Taking you back out to Texas right now. We are continuing to get border security updates from not only the governor, but other Texas officials. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
NGOs doing the same thing to basically anywhere USA.
So our goal in sending the buses is to help local communities. The idea arose at a meeting like I had here, but it was in Uvalde. And in Uvalde, they were having these illegal migrants dumped off in their community, and they had no capability of dealing with them. And they talked about having to put them on buses and send them up to San Antonio. I said, I got a better idea. We're going to send them to Washington, D.C. What we're trying to do is we're trying to help communities like whether it be Eagle Pass or Uvalde or Del Rio or all these other communities alongside the border not have to deal with this tidal wave of people in their communities. And so we are a relief valve for those communities by moving the migrants out and getting them to Washington, D.C. And we're up to our 45th bus now. When you add a 0 to that, I think Washington, D.C. is going to soon find out they're going to be dealing with the same consequences we're dealing with. Say it again now? By the federal government?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or the state government.
Well,
More than is being allocated.
Federal grants.
Say again?
Federal grants. Stone Garden
Yeah.
is federal grant.
Yeah. And so these are federal grants, and so we got to get the federal grants first, and the federal grants will be passed on. So yeah, we're more than happy to pass on any federal grants that are going to be provided to address this. But all I'm finding from the Biden administration is an abject failure and refusal to spend any money on trying to secure our border.
Neighboring Mexican governors as a success, because we've been spending time on the Mexican side, and we've been documenting constant migrant groups continue to come in. The Mexican law enforcement wasn't a riverbank today because you arrived, but after you leave, they will not be there anymore, and the constant groups will continue to cross. Do you use that as a success so far?
Well, I will tell you the facts, and the facts are these, and that is, first, and this is significant, there's only been one government official in the United States of America who has negotiated with and talked with Mexican officials about the border, and that's me. Our president, national leaders in the United States, they're not reaching out with Mexico and Mexican leaders to try to reach any type of solution whatsoever. The only one who has written agreements with signatures on those agreements is me. And then you talk to Director McCraw or talk to General Seltzer, and they will tell you about the joint operations they're doing, not today, but days before today. And we are having some results achieved out of it that did not exist before. Is it going to be perfect? We're still going to have challenges. We're going to have challenges as long as we're fighting against the government that's causing the problem with illegal immigration. As long as I'm having to fight back against the Biden administration that has these open border policies, we're going to be swimming upstream every single day. And we're going to be utilizing every single tool that we can, including increased assistance, I would say unprecedented assistance, from our partners in Mexico. So I'll answer the second question. Director McCraw may have more information on the first question. Listen, the inadequate enforcement of Title 42 by the Biden administration obviously is a concern, just as is a concern of the Biden administration's inadequate enforcement of the Remain in Mexico policy. And so what we're going to be doing, if the Biden administration refuses to fully and correctly enforce Title 42 the way that it currently exists, we'll be right back in court. We will be seeking sanctions and penalties against the United States of America, seeking to hold them in contempt of court if they refuse to enforce Title 42 the way that it exists. With regard to the numbers coming up from the South, I'll have Director McCraw answer that question.
Yes, we're aware, and working with our governors in Mexico and the border states, there are migrants in these communities. They vary anywhere from 25,000 to 60,000, depending on where it is, depending on the information. Different ethnic backgrounds. All of them have been authorized by the federal government to be there, so they're concerned as well, just as well as our local officials are concerned here. They're concerned about those numbers in their states as well. Right now, we haven't seen any major movements of those across the border as we were anticipating with the elimination of Title 42, but we'll continue to monitor that and work with our federal partners, or at least our local partners across the river, And frankly, one of the things they have helped us with is to identify those and actually stop them before they get into Tamaulipas. Is very important. Before they get into Nuevo Leon, before they get into Coahuila. That's very important. Forget the river. The river's important, but it's important for them to be proactive there. And they've been some, as it relates to wire is not cruel. The cartels are cruel in what they do to women and children.
So we've been listening in right there to Governor Abbott alongside other Texas officials as Title 42 remains in place today. Was supposed to be that expiration date. That's, of course, before a federal judge in Louisiana on Friday blocked the Biden administration from lifting. This is a public health order. Want to make that distinction. Title 42 is officers have utilized this to quickly expel migrants from coming across the border. This is a Trump-era immigration ban, essentially. And so now all of these officials, especially Governor Abbott, has been quite outspoken about keeping Title 42 in place. It is remaining for now. That was a temporary injunction that was put in place on Friday, so things can always change. And we'll have you covered here on Live Now from Fox through every single step of the way here. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to move into some of the other stories of the day, including baby formula. There's still a shortage, but we are getting some of those first shipments flown in from overseas. We'll have details on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Happy Monday. We have some pretty positive news to be breaking for you right here. Relief could soon be arriving for millions of parents and caregivers across the United States dealing with the baby formula shortage. On Sunday, this military plane arriving from Europe with enough formula to fill more than 500,000 bottles. The Biden administration hopes that Operation Fly Formula, that's what they're calling it, is going to help ease the uncertainty for so many parents. Fox's Caroline Shively has more details from Washington.
It isn't the typical cargo for this Air Force crew, but it's among the most precious. 78,000 pounds of baby formula arrived on this flight to Indianapolis on Sunday amidst a nationwide shortage.
It's the hope that us parents have now and that feeling of relief that we have with this specialized formula here.
This prescription-only formula will go to medical centers, but more plane loads are set to arrive across the U.S. in the coming days.
There's going to be additional imports from existing companies that do business in the United States that continue to operate 24/7.
Administration officials blame formula maker Abbott for the crisis. The company's Michigan plant shut down in February due to safety concerns. Abbott is one of 3 companies that supply 90% of the country's formula.
We need more competition in this market. We need more companies providing their services, and we need to make sure that we never put ourselves in a situation where private sector supply chains can create such risk for American families.
Last week, the administration reached a deal with Abbott to reopen the plant, but it will be a few months before the formula reaches stores.
I think the Biden administration owes people a great explanation of what they did and why they did it, and how they analyzed that actually shutting down the factory was in the best interest of the majority of Americans.
2 House committees are set to hold hearings on the shortage on Wednesday. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
So obviously that's good news, but we still have senators like Senator Blumenthal who are calling on the Department of Agriculture to do more. He wants the department to those participating in the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, better known as WIC, to be allowed to purchase baby formula online. The senator says allowing this will give all families an equal chance to find the formula that they so desperately need. The current shortage was brought on after the nation's largest manufacturing plant, like Madeline just said, Abbott Nutrition, it was forced to shut down in February, citing safety concerns. The FDA eventually reached an agreement allowing Abbott to resume production, but the company says it could take 2 months for products to hit store shelves. Meantime, we are getting all of these shipments in. These are images coming in from Sunday of an Air Force plane carrying baby formula from overseas, landing in Indiana. The shipment, part of the Biden administration's efforts to address this ongoing formula shortage here. We're going to listen in, though, to Senator Blumenthal alongside other representatives on what we can be doing to make this move even faster.
Participating parents who said they couldn't buy online, and one of the parents said she didn't have a car, so she had to spend an entire day on a bus going from one store to another, futilely and frustratingly unable to buy online. That is a waste of time and money that could be avoided if WIC participants were able to buy online, and that's why I'm telling the Secretary of Agriculture, open the internet to WIC participants.
If SNAP can be used online to buy formula, what's the rationale behind denying WIC?
What is the reason?
Yeah.
There is no comprehensible or logical reason. It is simply a bureaucratic, without any more cost in terms of taxpayer money, but certainly diminished costs in individual purchaser money.
And is there anything else people can't buy with WIC online?
I'm not aware of what there may be, but we can get back to you. If there is, we'll check on it and get back to you.
I might be able to speak to that. Are you referring to food?
I'm just wondering if WIC can't be used for formula, are there other things that are necessary to everyday life that WIC can't buy online?
Other necessities.
Yes, so WIC covers nutrition up till 5 years of age, and so you cannot use your WIC benefits to buy formula or other foods that are usually covered, such as certain proteins or cereal or fresh fruits and vegetables. So that is part of a WIC benefit for older children.
And there is also a gap. I don't want to be too technical here, but there's a gap we're trying to close, and I'm going to try to get it right. WIC covers only up to 5 years old, and then once a child begins school, there are other programs that take effect. But a lot of kids don't begin school at 5 years old. So there's a gap for many of them between 5 years old and the time they begin school. We're trying to close that gap through separate legislation. We need to do it through legislation to extend WIC eligibility above 5 years. There are all kinds of gaps in this safety net that need to be closed. And this one can be done literally with the stroke of a pen by the Secretary of Agriculture. That's why I'm writing to him today. And it is highlighted by the crisis we're seeing right now, but it's an everyday problem and has been even before this crisis, because buying online is so much easier. It's now routine for most consumers, and for it to be denied WIC consumers is really atrocious and inexcusable. So I mentioned earlier that one of the ways we learned about this issue was through the hearing held on May 17th by Senator Anwar, State Senator Anwar, and I am very, very grateful for his leadership in calling attention to this issue. As a physician and a public official, he's been really at the forefront in the state of so many public health issues, but I'm grateful that he's taken the lead on this one too.
Thank you.
Doctor?
Thank you so much, Senator Blumenthal. Sorry for being a little late. The good thing about being a doctor is that you understand some of these issues. The bad thing is sometimes a patient can delay you to a press conference.
And he puts his patients first.
Absolutely. And I think this issue has highlighted a number of areas that we will have to look at. I think the federal government has shown amazing leadership at this time to try and address this, because the importance of this issue is paramount. When a child is hungry, everything has to stop. And that's how we live, that's how our minds and bodies work. So that's why the federal government has put all of the resources together. I think that is getting closer, and hopefully we'll be in a position to address this at this time. But the vulnerabilities that we have to look at in the community from a policy perspective. I'll give you a parallel example. We have data of the people in various towns who need oxygen, who need support, who need life-saving treatments. But we do not have a data like that for children who need life-saving treatment for their nourishment. And that's an area of opportunity that we have to work on. I can tell you for the Children's Committee, I'm currently the co-chair of the Children's Committee and an acting chair of public health. We will be working on ways to look at how can we address the vulnerabilities and also have a protection and a mechanism to make sure that our children are safe. So there's really a lot of things that we'll have to look at, but the federal government role has been critical. And I wanted to thank Senator Blumenthal for your availability in addressing the issues and also working diligently to make sure that we are able to get the food to our children. So I'll stop here, and then I wanted to thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. You know, as Dr. Anwar was talking, I was reminded of what he sees every day, which is people who need medical care. And the healthiest baby in the world is going to cry loudly and vociferously if she is denied food. You know, I had a flashback to the times that I was with my 4 children as infants, and I couldn't get the bottle in place quickly enough. And the cries of anger and protest and demand were healthy, but they were brought back to me when I thought of those parents who were thinking about their children not having food they need. And it's sort of one of those basic responsibilities, anything we can do, and especially if it's within the power of a government official to simply sign a document and make food available through the internet, ought to be done really quickly. So I hope the Secretary of Agriculture will listen to a doctor, 2 doctors, even if he doesn't listen to a senator, and will do the right thing here.
Senator, are any of the international shipments coming to Connecticut, and if so, when will we be able to see those supplies?
Great question. I don't know of any coming to Connecticut, but they will be distributed wherever they arrive, hopefully to stores in Connecticut. But your question shows again why internet sales are so important, because if they arrive in Indiana, as the shipments did over the weekend, some of them ought to be put online so they're available to everyone. it shouldn't just be to people in Indiana, it should be nationally, and I'm hoping that, again, online sales will make it available across the country.
Buy formula online and they buy it from like maybe a sketchy website and it's not good formula, it's expired or whatever. Is there some sort of database online where people can look to see what are the safe websites to buy formula?
There are databases, I believe, that the FTC has. I'm not sure what they're called. We can get that to you. Excuse me.
Question back there, Anwar. Is there anything that can be done on the state level?
Right now, what the state of Connecticut has done is we have actually created information along with the collaboration with the physician community to give ideas of what needs to be done. The specific area of focus, many of these formulas are interchangeable depending on the company, but the area where the child has a metabolic disorder or has a severe allergic phenomena, that is the area of a challenge that we are looking at. So in our conversation, we had a discussion with the various retail organization leaders, and one of the president of the retail organization, they're going to make sure that they will keep track of some of the areas that need help, and the pharmacies will have to collaborate on that as well, because you cannot use, some children will get severely ill if they get a formula that is not appropriate for them. And those are the vulnerable ones that we have to actually have a strategy for and then make sure that they are made the priority. Some of the interchangeable ones are relatively easy to address. I know it's a taste issue and a likeness issue, but that is something is not putting the child's life in danger. But the ones that are putting the child's life in danger are the areas that we will really have to figure out a strategy to provide it to them. And what I'm also suggesting is that we need to have a database going forward, because every disaster management strategy needs to look at the vulnerable children and vulnerable adults. So we have some of those things, but it has never translated down all the way to the vulnerable children. And we have asked the American Academy of Pediatrics to see if they would be able to collaborate with the pediatricians who would be the gatekeepers to help us guide through that. And that does not need a legislation. That needs collaboration, and then we are able to convene and have the conversation, and the pediatricians are very much on board. And any parent who is concerned about this specific child issue, they have to reach out to the pediatricians. They will work with us and the Department of Public Health, and then be able to see what we can do to help them out.
Is there a network within pediatricians and doctors that you can openly talk to each other and come together? Because I know, I have a My Chart for one place and a My Chart for another, or Gateway for something else. Is there a way that you can connect all those so everybody can talk to everybody?
The American Academy of Pediatrics, the Connecticut chapter, they are organizing and coordinating that part. So I'm not part of that part, but I've had a conversation with their executive director, and they are trying to make sure that they are communicating with them. They're sort of the gatekeepers of all the pediatricians. If you want to add to that too, or...
No, yes, I agree. And I think in general, we would always advocate for an individual family to reach out to their personal pediatrician if they have any concerns, especially if they are on a specific type of formula, to check in, say, we're having a hard time, what resources might you know about? And then, yes, definitely the American Academy of Pediatrics Connecticut chapter is an organization of pediatricians statewide, so it sounds like they're working on efforts to collaborate.
But every child is potentially vulnerable to diluted or adulterated infant formula. And so any pediatrician, any parent who knows about that kind of problem ought to alert federal or state authorities, because really will depend on those eyes and ears to keep babies safe. Thanks, everyone.
Are any other senators having the same sort of press conference today, calling on the government to drop the WIC ban?
No one, so far as I know. We're writing to the Secretary of Agriculture today, but when I go back to the Senate, literally in a few hours, I'm going to be talking to my colleagues and alerting them to this issue and asking them to join in this effort, because the more senators we have on board, the more powerful our voice.
I'm just going to add something. If you look at any major issue in the country, Senator Blumenthal leads it. So when he starts, everybody else follows.
Thank you.
One last question. If the Secretary of Agriculture decided today, okay, this is a good idea, I'm going to drop it, what's the lag time? How long would it take before people can actually order online?
Could be instantaneous. Once he gives permission, it may be hours, but it shouldn't be days or weeks. You know, it's a matter of simply getting the system going in the right direction. So I see no lag time if he makes this decision.
And I can just add, sorry, that there is already...
Correct me if I said something.
Oh, no, just in addition to that, there's already a model in place. So for instance, if you go on Amazon or Walmart.com, like you can enter your SNAP card information in there and families can shop for food, formula, and that, I believe it was like early pandemic, maybe around like June. I can't remember the specific time exactly when that became possible. So it hasn't always been possible to do that, where you could use SNAP benefits online. So there's a model for it. So hopefully, I don't know the logistics of everything, but hopefully it would be able to translate over into for WIC.
To put it in sort of layman's terms, there's no wizardry or magic involved here. It's really pretty straightforward. There's a gap in the regulations, and it should be closed, and it can be literally life-saving, done virtually instantly. Okay. Thank you all. We have to let Dr. Markowitz go back to work.
All right, Senator Blumenthal alongside health professionals in Connecticut raising the alarm to the baby formula shortage there, saying that it should be top of mind and kids should not be going hungry. That's as shipments have been flown in. You saw in some of those pictures there just yesterday into Indiana. This is just the first part of that Operation Fly initiative from the Biden administration to try to ramp up production and bring it here for kids that are in need, for babies that are in need. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we are highlighting and outlining some of the other top stories, including monkeypox. Is it something to be concerned about? We'll let you know after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Monkeypox cases are rising across the globe, but U.S. officials are being cautious and say that there shouldn't be too much of a spread here at home at this time. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has more from Los Angeles.
We're still in the early days of this outbreak, so there's a lot we're still learning.
Cases of monkeypox continue to climb across the globe. There have been 92 confirmed cases of the rare disease in 12 countries, and 28 potential cases are under investigation.
The transmission is really happening from close physical contact, skin-to-skin contact.
Officials from the World Health Organization expect cases to rise as contact tracing and disease surveillance expands in the coming days and weeks. Here in the U.S., monkeypox infections remain low. The first case was reported several days ago in a male patient who is currently in an isolation ward at a Massachusetts hospital. President Biden says everyone should be concerned, but stresses an outbreak is not likely at this time.
We've had this monkeypox in larger numbers in the past, number one. Number two, we have vaccines to take care of it.
Symptoms of the virus are similar to the flu and can include fever, chills, and rash-like bumps on the skin. Officials say monkeypox symptoms can last between 2 and 4 weeks in most people.
It's basically impossible for the monkeypox virus to cause a pandemic. It's not highly contagious. The transmission is inefficient, requires a very close contact for a prolonged period of time.
The CDC is asking all health providers to be on alert for patients who have symptoms that are consistent with monkeypox, regardless of travel history. In Los Angeles, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And a live look from the Capitol right there in Washington, D.C. The World Health Organization saying that the global outbreak of the monkeypox virus is a reminder of how interconnected the world is, with confirmed cases of monkeypox found in countries where it's not typically found. The Global Health Agency says they're strengthening coordination mechanisms with affected countries to expand disease surveillance. WHO's director coming out and warning delegates that the COVID-19 pandemic is actually what's far from over, but we are getting some new news about vaccines for the youngest Americans. They could be able to get their shots by the end of this summer. Here's more from Fox's Molly Lan.
COVID vaccine access could soon expand. The FDA has announced its vaccine advisors will meet June 14th and 15th to discuss Pfizer's and Moderna's shots for children as young as 6 months old. Today, Pfizer announced its 3-dose series was about 80% effective in this age group. For Moderna's 2 shots, efficacy is about 40 to 50%. For some parents, the vaccines are a long time coming.
It's been really hard to keep waiting and have dates in mind and then those pass, and then to see the rest of the world move on has been a really big challenge for many of us.
The meetings come as COVID cases rise once again. The American Academy of Pediatrics reported 93,000 new infections in children for the week that ended May 12th. That's about a 75% increase in 2 weeks. Despite the uptick in cases, it's not clear how high demand will be to give younger Americans the shots. CDC data shows just 30% of 5 to 11-year-olds have been fully vaccinated. Meanwhile, COVID continues to have an impact overseas. Chinese health officials are maintaining their zero COVID policy. In Beijing, people are bracing for a widespread lockdown after a record number of new cases over the weekend.
The pandemic is far from over. And even as we continue to fight it, we face the task of restoring essential health services.
The World Health Organization says 60% of the global population is vaccinated against COVID-19. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
Meanwhile, the U.S. Surgeon General and Vice President Kamala Harris coming out today speaking about mental health for those who are affected on the front lines. That means healthcare providers. Let's listen in.
Kind introduction for being such a strong, authentic voice on the subject of mental health. I also want to thank Vice President Harris for being here today with us and for being a tireless champion on the issue of mental health. It's been a privilege to work with the Vice President and the President on this broader issue. I know it's so important to all of us and, of course, to millions of Americans. I also want to thank Dr. Newman and Children's National for hosting us today, and my gratitude to Nurse Monique Cawley and all of the doctors and nurses and technicians and staff that I had the pleasure of meeting earlier this afternoon. I would just say also on a personal note that Children's Hospital is a very special place in my heart. This is a hospital that I've relied on for care for my children. When my daughter was 1 year old and one day I noticed she was unable to put weight on one of her legs, we rushed her to Children's Hospital to get care in the emergency room, where they found that she had an abscess or a collection of bacteria in her leg and required emergency surgery. As parents, we were extraordinarily scared. We were terrified, but it was because of the people here at this hospital and the compassion and skilled care they provided that our daughter did well, and she's thriving today. So thank you again to the people at Children's Hospital. Today, what you have been hearing firsthand already, and what I have heard from countless doctors across the country and health workers, including nurses, pharmacists, physical therapists, respiratory therapists, and public health workers, is that people are really struggling. And after 2 years of COVID-19, and after more than 1 million precious lives lost, the people that we all turn to keep us safe, to comfort us, and to help us heal, they have been pushed to their limits. When I've asked health workers across the country to describe for me how they're feeling, they use words like burned out, traumatized, exhausted, helpless, and heartbroken. They still feel called to help and heal, no doubt. But they also confess that they don't see how the health workforce can continue like this. Something has to change, they say. And they are right. Even before the pandemic, more than half of nurses and physicians, including trainees, reported feeling burned out. COVID has made things much worse for them. And now more than 50% of public health workers also say they are reporting at least one mental health condition, like anxiety, depression, or PTSD. Now, the stakes are incredibly high. If we fail to act to address health worker burnout, we will place our nation's health at increasing risk. Already 1 in 5 physicians and 2 in 5 nurses say they intend to leave their practice altogether. Those are extraordinary and disturbing numbers. Now, this will affect the public's ability to get routine preventive care, emergency care, as well as medical procedures. And it will make it harder for our nation to ensure that we are prepared for the next public health emergency. Health disparities in such a setting will worsen as care becomes more scarce. And we will send a message to millions of health workers that their suffering does not matter. That's why today I am issuing a Surgeon General's advisory on addressing health worker burnout in order to call our nation to attention and to action to address this threat to our collective health and well-being. The advisory provides recommendations for healthcare organizations, health insurers, health technology companies, policymakers, academic institutions, researchers, and communities. And it includes recommendations like protecting the health and safety of our workers more effectively, ensuring they have access to health insurance, mental health care, and sick leave, not penalizing them when they actually do seek out mental health care, ensuring adequate staffing that's representative of the communities that we are serving, and reducing administrative burdens so health workers have time for what matters, which is their patients, their coworkers, communities, and families. This advisory builds on investments that the Biden-Harris administration has made and calls for a broader, sustained change that's needed across our country. Today's Surgeon General advisory is also a message to millions of health workers themselves, that their service and their suffering have not gone unnoticed, that we do not take their dedication for granted, that their health, safety, and well-being is as much a priority for us as the well-being of the people in their care. In this moment of need, we are committing to being there for those who have always been there for us. Addressing health worker burnout is also about more than just health. It's about reflecting the deeper values that we aspire to as a society, values that guide us to look out for one another and to support those who are doing the same. Health workers have had our backs during the most difficult moments of this pandemic. It's time for us to have theirs. With that, let me introduce one of the many extraordinary health workers here at Children's National, Nurse Monique Cawley.
Hello, everyone. Hi, nice. The last couple of years for healthcare professionals has truly been a trial. We as nurses have found strength in various places. I have watched my coworkers work around the clock, skipping lunches to care for unstable children. I've seen my coworkers cry and laugh together. Through the pandemic and currently now, we continue to keep each other afloat through laughter, hugs, and small talk. Mental health plays a vital role in nursing. I am glad that our Vice President, Kamala Harris, also views the importance of mental health and is here to bring more awareness of it. Throughout her career, Vice President Harris has made improving mental health and well-being a top priority, and now she is making it a top priority at the White House. It is with my honor I present to you Vice President Kamala Harris.
Monique and I were talking backstage, and I was asking her about her work, and she said, I can't imagine doing anything else. In the midst of all that all of you do every day and what you endure, and I asked you the same thing, would you do anything else? You haven't quit yet. And it's because I know you're not the quitting type at all. And I do truly believe that the work that all of you do is an extraordinary gift that you have and that you give. And so it was very important to me and to the President that we would be here today to say thank you to all of you. Thank you. And Monique, thank you for sharing your story and for the 16 years of dedicated service you have provided. So before I begin talking a bit more about the issue of the importance of mental health, I do want to start by providing an update about the infant formula shortage. The first military plane landed yesterday with more than 70,000 pounds of specialty formula, and the second will arrive later this week. I know this is a scary situation for our parents and the caregivers who are taking care of these babies. Our administration is working around the clock to ensure that there is enough safe baby formula available for all who need it, and it is truly one of our highest priorities. So today, yes, and collectively, I know, one of our highest priorities. We're here today to talk about improving the mental health care and wellness of healthcare workers. And it is my honor to be here, of course, with our Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy. Dr. Murthy, I will say that you have done extraordinary work over your career, and in particular, you have been tireless in the fight against COVID-19. And you have been, and I have witnessed it since the first days of our administration, a trusted voice throughout the pandemic. So on behalf of our nation, thank you, Dr. Murthy. Thank you. And I'm also very proud to be here with the folks who make Children's National the outstanding facility it is, the doctors, the nurses, the healthcare aides, the hospital staff and support staff, all of you who have chosen to live a life that is a life of service, and in particular, a life that is about our children and healing them, protecting them, and caring for them in the way that you do, in the way that I know is very personal. And I will tell you, most of my career, in fact, all of my career, children have been one of my main areas of focus. What we can do to protect them, to keep them safe, to protect their well-being, and to nurture them in all the ways we know we have a responsibility as a society to do. You know, when we talk about our children, I know for this group, we all believe that when we talk about the children of the community, they are the children of the community. And in that way, we should all feel a direct sense of responsibility for their well-being. When I was a young prosecutor many years ago, I saw firsthand how adverse childhood experiences can have a lasting effect on mental health. And for decades, I have fought to improve children's health and well-being. As District Attorney of San Francisco, I helped launch the Center for Youth Wellness to support children who were dealing with the effects of trauma. And as Attorney General of California, I launched a new bureau of the California Department of Justice that I named the Bureau of Children's Justice to protect children from the types of trauma that can have lifelong effect. I believe that the work that you all do to help the children and families of this community and of our country is truly remarkable work. For many of the people who come through the doors of this hospital, they spend time here that is probably one of the most difficult times in their lives. And as doctors, as nurses, as staff, you provide life-saving medical care, and you also offer comfort at a time when it is most needed. Your compassion, I truly believe, is light in the midst of darkness often. And you do so much to take care of your patients in their time of need. Which is why I'm here to say we need to do a better job of taking care of you. The COVID-19 pandemic has, of course, brought increased attention to the mental health of workers in our healthcare system. And we have asked so much of you over the course of these last 2+ years. Some of you held the hands of those who were dying on behalf of their loved ones. All of you worked around the clock, long before we understood how COVID-19 spread or what it did to the body. And before you were even vaccinated or had protective equipment, the kind you needed, you were still here doing this work around the clock. You spent hour after hour, many in a windowless room, unable to speak about how you were feeling, or only being able to speak with a small group who truly could understand what you were going through. But you did it nonetheless. So there is an urgent need that we have, I believe, to address all of this, and to address, of course, what has resulted, the stress, the burnout, the mental health challenges that you experienced most recently because of the pandemic. Yet, I will also say, and we know, the problem existed, this burnout issue existed even before the pandemic. And I'd like to recognize and thank the unions who are here, who have long been a leading voice on this issue. And you know, the term burnout was originally coined in the 1970s by a psychologist to describe the mental repercussions he experienced while working in a clinic. The choice to dedicate your life to helping people is a noble one, but too often it requires that you sacrifice so much of yourself. In 2019, more than half of all healthcare workers reported feeling burnt out. And that was, again, that was before the pandemic. Each of you made enormous sacrifices to save lives under impossible conditions, which is why President Joe Biden and I are fighting to transform how mental health is understood, perceived, and treated for all Americans, and in particular for our health workers. You deserve access to the mental health care that you need. You deserve support and understanding when you are struggling. And you deserve working conditions that support your mental health. That is why our administration has invested more than $100 million to expand mental health resources, including funding for healthcare organizations, to create evidence-based programs around mental health and well-being for their employees. In addition, we have dedicated $200 million to train the next generation of community health workers, including workers who specialize in mental health care and are also a trusted voice in their communities. And today, Dr. Murthy released a new Surgeon General's advisory to address health worker burnout. It will include practical guidance about how to make workplace conditions safer and it will recommend eliminating policies that punish people who seek help for mental health or addiction. I urge hospital systems and administrators to follow the Surgeon General's advisory. You know, the bottom line is this. On this issue of mental health, you know, one way to think of it is this. If you knew someone who broke their arm, you would help them. You would make sure they went to the hospital to get a cast. And after they came home, well, on their way home, you probably opened the door for them. You'd help them when they got home to get the support they need to heal through the point that they are feeling pain and then just need to heal. We have to do the same when it comes to mental health. I think for too long our system has failed to understand the significance of this. I think for too long when we think about health care, we act as though the body just starts from the neck down. Instead of understanding, we also need to address health care from the neck up. Mental health. So if you are struggling, please know you are not alone, that you are seen, and that you deserve to receive the help you desire and the help you need. The President and I are fighting to expand mental health care for all Americans because everyone should have access to the support they need to thrive. So with that, I thank you all again, each one of you, for the work you do. You are the angels walking among us. Thank you.
So we've been listening in to the current Vice President of the United States alongside the U.S. Surgeon General as he put out an advisory for healthcare worker burnout. We'll be speaking with the President of Physician Assistants across the country as she is going to speak directly to the conversation she's having with PAs that are having to deal with this. There has been a lot required of medical workers throughout this pandemic and just honestly before that too. So that should be a really good conversation a little bit later into the evening here on Live Now from Fox. But speaking of vice presidents, the former Vice President Mike Pence to be speaking in support of Governor Kemp out in Georgia. Governor Kemp speaking right now. We'll hear what he has to say in full at this campaign rally after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look from Kennesaw, Georgia, where we're listening in to Brian Kemp, or we'll listen to him in just a moment here. The former Vice President Mike Pence announcing that he is going to campaign for Kemp in his re-election bid in Georgia, breaking with former President Donald Trump, who is formerly backed Senator David Perdue, the former senator out in Georgia, in that closely watched primary. He said that he is going to help in this Get Out the Vote rally for this gubernatorial primary. Pence saying in a statement that Kemp is, quote, his friend, a man dedicated to faith, family, and the people of Georgia. We'll listen in to the current governor as he speaks ahead of the former vice president.
In a casino, but you couldn't go to your place of worship. Well, we never close churches in Georgia. While I'm governor, we never will. Because that's a decision that you can do. And the people making those decisions and taking those liberties and freedoms away from you and from other Americans, they're the same bunch that thought defunding the police was a good idea. Well, at the same time they were doing that, we were passing legislation to keep rogue local governments from doing that. So let's give it up for our men and women in law enforcement. We are gonna continue to stand with them and behind them. And we are going to continue to do a solemn duty that's in our Constitution, and that is the safety of our citizens. We have stood up and took the fight to street gangs and street racers, and we're going to continue to do that as long as I'm your governor. Now, I could go on and on about all the great things that we've been doing with some great members. If there's members of the General Assembly, would you just raise your hand? Let us thank you for an incredible legislative session. Fellow constitutional officers that are here, we have got a great team in our state. And despite 40-year high Biden inflation, we're helping offset that to our fellow citizens to fight through it, sending $1 billion of their taxpayers back to you all. Suspending the gas tax. We have the lowest fuel prices in the country right now because of those actions, and they're still way too high. But fulfilling our promises, just like the heartbeat bill when Hollywood tried to cancel us, just like when the national media and Stacey Abrams and other people complained about us reopening the state. And they did the same thing when we passed the strongest Elections Integrity Act in the country. Woke corporate CEOs, many that didn't even live here, complaining about the bill. So did President Biden and the Vice President in Major League Baseball. Their big problem was they didn't read the bill. But they're reading it now because we're having record turnout in our state. And even when they pull the All-Star game from us, I did not waver. As I told you I wouldn't, and I will not in the future. And thankfully, the Braves gave us poetic justice when they won the World Series. So that is why we're here. That is why we're in the fight for the soul of our state. And we cannot take tomorrow for granted. We're doing this for a reason. We got more wood to chop the rest of the night, all day tomorrow, till the last poll closed. And let's bring this home. I'm asking for your vote and your help and your support. But I also want you to help me welcome a great friend to our state, but also a great friend to me personally. Someone that answered every single call I made during the global pandemic. Someone that we worked with in this great state of Georgia with the Trump administration and the Vice President on so many great policies that helped us in our state. And I'm forever grateful for what President Trump and Vice President Pence have done for this great state that we live in. I appreciate what they did to allow us to use the National Guard in creative ways to help our citizens and to protect lives and livelihoods. But I appreciate my friend being a man of faith. He's won out there, and he's won back here. He has been a friend to Marty and the girls and I, and he's a good man. And I'm glad to have him on the trail with me. Let's give a big Georgia welcome to former Vice President, my friend, Mike Pence.
Well, hello, Georgia. It is great to be back in Georgia with so many patriots paving the way for a historic Republican victory 6 months from now, when we will win back the House, win back the Senate, and re-elect Governor Brian Kemp for 4 more years at the State House. You know, I want to thank my friend Brian Kemp for those overly generous words. But he knows the introduction I prefer is a little bit shorter. I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. And I am here to support Brian Kemp in tomorrow's Republican primary. You know, I'm here because Brian Kemp is a friend. And frankly, he's a friend to all who cherish faith and family and freedom. I'm here because Brian Kemp, frankly, is one of the most successful Republican governors in America. And I'm here because Brian Kemp is the only candidate in tomorrow's primary who has already defeated Stacey Abrams, whether she knows it or not. And I'm here because Stacey Abrams can never be governor of the great state of Georgia. But I want to thank you all for coming out on this eve of such an important day in the life of this state. You know, I haven't seen this many Georgians in one place since back in January, when the Georgia Bulldogs came to Indianapolis to claim the college football national championship. But it's great to be with all of you, with all the elected officials here. But I'll have to tell you, when Brian Kemp called me and asked me to come out and be with all of you, I said yes in a heartbeat. Because during all the years of the Trump-Pence administration, I can tell you, there was no greater champion of the conservative agenda that we advanced with the support of the people of Georgia in Washington, D.C. I mean, with Governor Kemp's support and your support, in 48 short months, we achieved the lowest unemployment, the highest household income, the most energy production, the most pro-American trade deals, the most secure border, and the strongest military the world has ever known. We did that. With your support, we revived the economy through tax cuts and rolling back regulation. We became a net exporter of energy for the first time in 70 years. We held China accountable. We reduced illegal immigration by 90%, appointed 300 conservatives to our federal courts at every level, including Justice Neil Gorsuch, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett. All along the way, we stood for religious liberty and the right to life. And the people of Georgia and your governor was with us every step of the way. In fact, it's the very same agenda that Governor Brian Kemp has advanced here in Georgia. I mean, the truthful is, no one has done more to create jobs, cut taxes, restore sanity to your schools, put criminals behind bars, protect the unborn, secure your elections, or defend the God-given rights we have enshrined in the Constitution than Governor Brian Kemp. I mean, I can honestly say I was for Brian Kemp before it was cool. I was here 4 years ago in another primary. And I heard him talk about doing just what he did the last 4 years. And because of the policies that he advanced, because of the leadership you supported, for the 8th year in a row, Georgia has the #1 business climate in America. But it didn't just happen. You know, when I first met Brian, I learned about that slogan of his. He told me, "Mike, you just got to keep chopping." And I got to tell you, you look at the last 4 years, Governor Brian Kemp has never stopped chopping. He signed a $1 billion income tax cut. He returned another $1 billion of surplus to taxpayers, put money back in the pockets, and even cut the gasoline tax, so Georgia gasoline prices are below the national average. And as he just said, I was there leading the White House Coronavirus Task Force when we all went through those early dark days of this pandemic. But it was Governor Brian Kemp and his leadership in Georgia that made Georgia the first state in the nation to open up again and put Georgians back to work. The result of all that, unemployment is at a record low and more people have gone to work here in Georgia than ever before in your history. Now, I just heard on my way here that Stacey Abrams said she's getting tired of hearing about Georgia being the best state in the country to do business. You know, but judging from Governor Kemp's record, like the 7,500 new jobs coming to Hyundai outside Savannah, Stacey, you better get used to it. Because here in Georgia, Governor Brian Kemp means jobs, jobs, jobs. But you know, it hasn't all just been about the economy. As Governor Brian Kemp, as you know, has stood for the values that make this state great every single day. He signed a Parents' Bill of Rights to allow parents to root out political indoctrination taking place in our schools. He banned critical race theory from our schools so our children are not imbued with what is state-sanctioned racism. And after Joe Biden promised to defend in the State of the Union address the God-given right of men to compete in women's sports, Governor Brian Kemp stood strong that women's sports are for girls and women. And as all of America watched, Governor Brian Kemp took on woke corporate America and won. After you all and this governor passed the strongest election integrity bill in the country, you all saw it. I saw it from my home in Indiana. Big corporate America just caved in on this governor and on the good people of Georgia. And when Stacey Abrams and the MLB stole the All-Star game, Brian Kemp stood strong against her claims of voter suppression and Joe Biden's use of the term Jim Crow to describe a law passed here in Georgia. But now the results are in. Early voting turnout has tripled since 2018, and thanks to your governor, it is easier to vote and harder to cheat than ever before in Georgia history. And every day, he stood for all of our God-given liberties, stood for the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms, passed constitutional carry, and maybe most important to me, he stood without apology for the sanctity of human life. He signed a historic heartbeat bill and said, here in Georgia, we will stand for the right to life. And today, as we gather on what may well be a new era in American history, we pray that our 5 justices on the Supreme Court listed in that draft opinion will have the courage of their convictions and hold firm We pray that they will send Roe versus Wade to the ash heap of history where it belongs, so Georgia and America can have a new beginning for life.
Well, you've been listening in to the former Vice President there, Mike Pence, campaigning on behalf of Governor Kemp. We heard briefly from Governor Kemp there, too, as they're really pushing ahead of primaries tomorrow in Georgia. Want to bring up some of these videos taken just last week of Sarah Palin as she was campaigning in favor of the Republican candidate and former Senator David Perdue there. You can see him speaking to a crowd of people, also getting endorsed by the former president, Donald Trump. So should be a pretty interesting race. Remember, here on Live Now from Fox, we will have full coverage of the primaries happening in Texas, happening in Georgia. We will be on it from beginning to end. Join us for that coverage. Andrew Kraft and myself going to be kind of heading that. So we're going to move away from that for a moment here, move into some of the other top news, as Mike Pence even highlighting gas prices not going away, the gas tax being rescinded there in Georgia. Governor Kemp being the head of that, making that decision to help out Georgia gas payers and drivers. Well, those record prices continue to climb even ahead of Memorial Day weekend. Some tips and tricks so that you can get the bang for your buck when it comes to gas prices, coming up after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Well, we're a week away from one of the busiest travel days of the year with some of the highest gas prices that we've ever seen. Fox's Madison Scarpino has more on how we can kind of save on those prices right now ahead of the holiday weekend so it's not so devastating. Madison, you're live in Illinois with the latest. What's going on here?
Hi, Daytona. Yeah, so the national average stands at just below $4.60 per gallon. Here in Illinois, it's around $4.98 per gallon. And while finding a bargain on anything seems extremely rare these days, there are some tips to follow that could potentially save drivers hundreds going into these next few travel months.
It's going to be the highest Memorial Day in terms of gas prices that we've ever seen. In fact, blowing out the previous record, which was $3.66 a gallon in 2014.
Another week, another new record for the national average gas price. Today, the national average stands at $4.59, but this time a year ago, travelers were paying $3.03. In some areas, it's even worse. Drivers in 22 states are seeing prices above the national average. But GasBuddy says 58% of Americans still plan to travel this summer.
The numbers are kind of surprising. Given the fact that gas prices are at record highs.
The good news is there are some ways to save by doing things like shopping at warehouse club stores and grocery stores that have fuel reward programs, according to a consumer saving expert. Drivers can also save by paying in cash and being cautious about which credit cards give rewards for buying gas. The small methods can make a big difference.
When you think about saving 15 to 30 cents per gallon by paying for cash, and then another 15 to 30 cents per gallon by saving by going to the cheaper gas station, and you're redeeming your fuel points and you're earning cash back to pay for your gas. I mean, we're talking hundreds of dollars over the course of a few months, maybe.
And even doing things like driving 10 to 15 miles per hour slower to improve fuel economy can help save drivers a decent amount of money. And it's also a good thing to do a quick online check of where stations have the cheapest prices in your area, and definitely pay attention to those state lines on long road trips, because the prices can really vary based on the state's taxes.
Yeah, and it really depends from gas station to gas station too. Every cent counts here. Did they have any other tips ahead of the weekend?
So the consumer saving expert told me that she actually recommends nowadays for people to order their groceries online. You know, I feel like we always kind of get a little bit iffy when it comes to the delivery cost, but she tells me that driving in a car and spending money on gas now is going to be more expensive than just biting the bullet and paying that delivery cost for groceries getting delivered to you.
Well, everything that we can do to try and save that money. Maybe just stay at home for the Memorial Day weekend, take a relaxing weekend, not drive too far, right?
That's no fun.
No fun, no fun. All right, Fox's Madison Scarpino, thank you so much.
Thanks, Daytona.
Well, there's probably a lot of kids out there who maybe are having to make these economic choices. We're also hearing that these graduates, remember graduation's happening just over the past couple of weeks here at colleges across the country. We are hearing that they're maybe struggling to get jobs when they are graduating here. Here's more from Greg Liggins.
As their caps fly high, so does the confidence of many new St. Mary's graduates that with their newly earned master's degrees, they'll be able to land a solid new job.
I'd say I'm a solid like 8 or 9, mostly because I have 2 job interviews lined up, and I'm on the 3rd round for my job interview tomorrow, actually.
Experts say the timing for new graduates is excellent, but that doesn't mean getting a job will be easy.
People say that this is the perfect time to look for a job, but it kind of is hard because everyone's looking for a job now, and especially in social media, which is what I want to do.
Michael Burnick, attorney for Dwayne Morris and former director of California's Employment Development Department, says California's labor market is the best he's seen in 40 years, with nearly 1.3 million new openings.
These aren't in just one occupation or one sector, but they're across occupation, across sectors, across geographies. So this is really the best time to look for a job.
But as rosy as the economy may be, thorns are starting to show. California's unemployment claims have ticked up slightly in recent weeks, and with inflation still running over 8%, the Fed is raising rates to slow the economy.
Certainly the inflation rate is very concerning since we don't have it under control nationally, and its impact in employment.
One graduate says she sees a potential downturn on the horizon, but isn't concerned yet.
I would be nervous if at that time, when things are on a decline, if I don't have something secured, then I would definitely panic more. But I'm trying not to think that too far ahead.
Yeah. It's impossible to predict precisely when the hot job market will cool and reverse, but it will happen eventually. So Burnick offers this advice to new graduates.
Don't miss the opportunity. Get moving into the labor market, and don't wait, because there's a lot of indication that the economy is going to slow down, and when it does, it's going to be much more difficult to get in.
So there you have it. There is a bit of competition when it comes to these graduates, but still plenty of jobs out there for them. Well, we're going to take a commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We're coming on the top of the hour, 4 o'clock here in Phoenix, 7 o'clock out on the East Coast. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, 4 o'clock here in Phoenix, 7 o'clock out on the East Coast as we go into our top stories of the day, what's trending, what's live. This is out in Kennesaw, Georgia, where we just heard from the former Vice President Mike Pence campaigning for current governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp here. Kemp also speaking out just momentarily right before him. Of course, Kemp facing the Republican candidate and former Senator David Perdue, who has gotten endorsements from Sarah Palin and from the former president himself, Donald Trump. Should be an interesting race as of right now. Kemp leading in those numbers right now with the polls closing tomorrow. A lot of people showing up early for early voting. We'll have full coverage on Texas primaries, on Georgia primaries tomorrow here on Live Now from Fox. Well, in the meantime, let's go out to some of the other news that we are watching here on Live Now from Fox. The Pentagon hosting a meeting aimed at getting more weapons to Ukraine as fighting in the East escalates, with momentum possibly shifting back in favor of Russian forces. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkot has more from Kyiv.
Russian shelling continuing around the clock as Moscow escalates its offensive in eastern Ukraine. The main target, Severodonetsk, thought to be key to taking over Luhansk province and eventually the entire Donbass region. Russia is making minor gains while pursuing a scorched earth policy, but the Pentagon says it will do everything possible to help the Ukrainians maintain their defensive lines.
We'll sharpen our collective understanding of the battlefield conditions, and we'll discuss how we can strengthen and modernize the Ukrainian armed forces for the long haul.
And with the momentum on the ground now possibly shifting towards Russia, U.S. officials are looking at ways to beef up security at the newly reopened American embassy here in Kyiv, including the potential deployment of special operations forces.
They want to bring in military to assist. That is appropriate. Make what the assessment is and then scale the security force to what the threat is.
Meanwhile, Ukraine's president is rallying support from world leaders at the Davos Economic Forum, asking for tougher sanctions on Moscow, including a total ban on Russian energy. President Biden said Monday the current sanctions are having a big impact, a claim quickly refuted by Vladimir Putin.
Despite all the difficulties, I would like to note that the Russian economy is withstanding the sanctions hit and withstanding it quite well.
The The White House is now reportedly considering new sanctions on countries that buy oil and gas from Russia. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And we want to go out to a joint briefing from earlier. You're going to hear from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin alongside General Mark Milley, of course, the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, as they speak about what is going on and getting more weapons to Ukraine. Let's listen in.
I'm delighted that we were joined virtually by more than 40 ministers and chiefs of defense. And I'm especially glad that the contact group, once again, got to speak with Ukraine's Minister of Defense, my good friend, Oleksiy Reznikov. We're also joined by the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Ukraine's Armed Forces and by Ukraine's Defense Intelligence Representative. I'm also proud and pleased to see that several new countries attended today's meeting of the contact group, including Austria, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Colombia, Ireland, and Kosovo. We're delighted to have them aboard, and we hope to continue expanding this important gathering of allies and partners. Russia's unprovoked and cruel invasion has galvanized countries from around the world. And the bravery, the skill, and the grit of the Ukrainian people have inspired people everywhere. Now, we've made important progress since the contact group was established after the Ramstein summit last month. And today, together with Minister Reznikov and his team, we've gained a sharper and shared sense of Ukraine's priority requirements and the situation on the battlefield. We also heard some very welcome announcements this morning about even more security assistance for Ukraine. That includes some 20 countries that announced new security assistance packages. Many countries are donating critically needed artillery ammunition, coastal defense systems, and tanks and other armored vehicles. Others came forward with new commitments for training Ukraine's forces and sustaining its military systems. There are too many countries to properly thank everyone here, but let me mention just a few standouts. I'm especially grateful to Denmark, which announced today that it will provide a Harpoon launcher and missiles to help Ukraine defend its coast. I'd also like to thank the Czech Republic for its substantial support, including a recent donation of attack helicopters, tanks, and rocket systems. And today, several countries announced new donations of critically needed artillery systems and ammunition, including Italy, Greece, Norway, and Poland. And let me also recognize the United Kingdom for its leading role in helping to coordinate security assistance, and for the significant quantities of British equipment that continue to flow into Ukraine. I'm deeply grateful to these countries and to all the countries that have stood up today. In the short 4 weeks since the contact group convened at Ramstein, the momentum of donations and deliveries has been outstanding. And after today's discussions, I'm pleased to report that we're intensifying our efforts. And moving forward, we'll continue to deepen our coordination and cooperation so that Ukraine can sustain and strengthen its battlefield operations. Our combined efforts will also fortify and modernize Ukraine's armed forces to help them deter future Russian aggression. We had several important conversations today about the latest battlefield conditions, about progress towards meeting Ukraine's priority requirements, about deconflicting security assistance deliveries on the ground, and about how to help Ukraine maintain and sustain the self-defense capabilities that we've all supplied. Everyone here understands the stakes of this war, and they stretch far beyond Europe. Russia's aggression is an affront to the rules-based international order and a challenge to free people everywhere. Now, let me announce an item for your calendars. And we'll convene the contact group for our third meeting next month, and we'll gather in person this time on June 15th in the margins of the NATO Defense Ministerial in Brussels. course, it won't be a NATO event, but we want to keep up the tempo of these meetings, and I wanted to use my travel to Europe to ensure that we're building on our momentum. And my team will have more details for you on this in the days ahead. So it's been a good day and an encouraging one. We fully understand what Ukraine is up against, and the contact group, again, shows how much we can get done when so many nations of goodwill come together. So we're going to keep it up. And we're going to keep supporting Ukraine and as it defends its citizens, its sovereignty, and its democracy. Now, before I take your questions, I wanted to say just a few words about someone who everybody in this room knows well, and my friend John Kirby. Now, John and I go way back, and he's always been the kind of teammate that you want at your side. And since the earliest days of this administration, I've been fortunate to have his judgment, his insights, and his leadership. John has been a wise and trusted counselor and a clear and eloquent voice for this department, its missions, and its values. And he's always understood how central a free and independent press is to our democracy. So even when the questions were tough, even when the findings were uncomfortable, when John stood behind this podium, he always committed to truth, trust, and transparency. So, John, thanks for your extraordinary service. I know you're not going far, but we wish you fair winds and following seas. And so, thanks for everything that you've done. And so, I'll turn it over to the chairman for his remarks, and then we'll be glad to take your questions.
Thanks, Secretary, and I would like to just publicly also thank John for his professionalism and expertise over the years. He's done tremendous service for those of us in uniform, and John, thanks so much for that. Good morning, everybody, and I want to echo Secretary Austin's statement from this morning. This meeting was a great opportunity to coordinate our efforts to provide timely and effective support, military aid to Ukraine. We had 47 countries participate this morning. That's really significant. And although I regularly speak.
All right, and it does look like we had a little technical difficulty right there. That's all right. We're going to go back into that briefing again, a joint briefing here with the two secretaries.
And then we have time for just a few questions, so I'll leave it to the secretary, sir.
Extraordinary service. I know you're not going far, but we wish you fair winds and following seas. And so, thanks for everything that you've done. And so, I'll turn it over to the chairman for his remarks, and then we'll be glad to take your questions.
Thanks, Secretary, and I would like to just publicly also thank John for his professionalism and expertise over the years. He's done tremendous service for those of us in uniform, and John, thanks so much for that. Good morning, everybody, and I want to echo Secretary Austin's statement from this morning. This meeting was a great opportunity to coordinate our efforts to provide timely and effective support, military aid to Ukraine. We had 47 countries participate this morning. That's really significant. And although I regularly speak with all my NATO chiefs of defense counterparts, some very often, some almost daily, this contact group is a unique assembly of voices and resources that span the globe and enhance our collective capability. I just returned, as many of you know, from NATO, where I met with my NATO counterparts, and this meeting this morning expands on that effort. Together, our task is to provide sustained support. I speak to General Zaluzny every few days, several times a week. I want to emphasize that the joint force, the U.S. joint force, our role is to continue support to the Ukrainian military as long as directed, and we intend and have the capability to do so. All of this is important because the Ukrainian military and people are fighting not only for their country, but they're fighting for principles, as the Secretary mentioned, about the rules-based international order that affects all of us. The Secretary mentioned that the progress we made at Ramstein a month ago was a follow-on to today, or was a predecessor to today. The United States military comprises one of the key components of U.S. national power: diplomatic, economic, informational, and, of course, military. And our task is to protect the homeland and stand ready to defeat the enemies of our country and to sustain the defense of the American people. We stand ready as part of a whole-of-government approach for the United States, and really a whole-of-alliance approach and partner effort that you saw this morning. Last fall, the United States military had about 78,000 in EUCOM, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Space Force. In a few short months, we've bolstered that by over 30%. So this morning, we've got, roughly speaking, 102,000 U.S. troops in the EUCOM area of operations in many, many countries. At sea, we have over 15,000 sailors in the Med and the Baltics on 24 surface combatants and 4 subs, up from 6 surface combatants back in the fall. In the air, we have currently 12 fighter squadrons and 2 combat aviation brigades. And on the ground, we have 2 corps, 2 divisions, and 6 brigade combat teams, along with a variety of enablers. These capabilities from the United States augment the tremendous security assistance donated by other countries. And together, we have put forth to the Ukrainian war effort. The Ukrainian military's capacity to defend their homeland against Russian attack is directly tied to the quality and quantity of the assistance they are receiving. And lastly, let me just say that the Secretary has all of us in this building throughout the military focused on managing risk and the potential for escalation. We are watching this factor very, very closely, and we have been able to reopen communications at the military-to-military level, as you know, and I made a call to my Russian counterpart. I don't share the contents and detail of that discussion, but that it was done is important, and it was purposeful and worthwhile. So we remain committed and resolved and united in our assistance to Ukraine. We remain committed to manage escalation, and we'll continue to support as long as we are directed.
Okay, so we'll now go ahead and take some questions, and we'll start with Lita.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned that today you got a sharper sense of Ukraine's requirements. Can you talk a little bit about what the Ukrainian officials have told you they needed? And one of the things that they say they need, I believe, is HIMARS or MLRS. Is the U.S. or any other country prepared to send those major systems to Ukraine? And if that's true, are there any limits on how they can be used either in Crimea or in the Donbass? And then General Milley, can you, the Army the other day said it's going to take about 18 months to replenish some of the stocks that they've sent in the drawdown, specifically Javelins. What is the risk to the U.S. military as it goes forward on weapon systems and other things that may be now going to Ukraine that the U.S. needs? And as you send more complex weapons into Ukraine, is there a need to send U.S. Special Forces or other trainers either into Ukraine to help train them or in other locations? And if not, what are the consequences?
I think that was about 12 questions, Lita, but I'm not sure. Okay. All right. Well, listen, first, I'll get to the questions that you had up top there for me. Let me reiterate that I believe that today was a very successful meeting. You heard the chairman talk about the numbers of countries that were involved. You heard me speak about the types of donations that some 20 countries came forward with today to announce. Now, that's real progress, which is needed for real problems, and so we're very, very satisfied that we had a very productive meeting. But we recognize that this is a work in progress, and we will need to continue to remain focused on this going forward. Now, in terms of what their needs are, they really are pretty much the same as they were the last time we talked, and that was long-range fires, armor in terms of tanks and armored personnel carriers, some UAV capability. And so that has not changed. The nature of the fight, as you've heard us describe a number of times, is, the fight is really shaped by artillery in this phase. And we've seen serious exchanges of artillery fires over the last several weeks. Regarding HIMARS, I don't want to get ahead of where we are in the process of resourcing requirements. I'd just like for you to know that we are not only talking to the Ukrainians today, but it's every day. As the chairman pointed out, he's talking to his counterpart routinely. I talk to Minister Reznikov at least once a week, and probably more than that in most weeks. So we'll continue to refine their requirements. We'll engage the international community to make sure that we can get as much capability against those requirements as possible. But again, I don't want to discuss specific systems in this forum.
So, Leader, you asked about the replenishment piece. Overall, U.S. military as a entity, all of the various munition stockages that we have, the Secretary's got us looking at those very, very carefully to make sure that we don't drop below levels that become moderate, significant, or high risk, and we're doing that. So right now, the risk to ourselves is relatively low. It's not something that we're going to get overly excited about. We have a category called critical munitions and preferred munitions. We're solid in all of those, and Javelins is not in that category. So your small arms, your anti-tank weapons, some of your man-pads, Javelins, et cetera, as opposed to, say, for example, other smart munitions and PGMs, et cetera. So we're okay. We're doing okay, and our risk is being managed appropriately. With respect to the training, we are doing training in several different countries right now, along with other NATO and partner countries. Are training Ukrainians in various countries. I'm not going to go into all the details of it, but that's ongoing, not in Ukraine, but outside of Ukraine. The United States doesn't have any trainers right now in Ukraine, and some of the things that may have been out there in the media, those are planning efforts that are underway at a relatively low level, have not yet made it into the Secretary or myself, for that matter, for refinement of courses of action and what's needed. At the end of the day, any reintroduction of U.S. forces into Ukraine would require a presidential decision. So we're a ways away from anything like that. We're still developing courses of action, and none of that's been presented yet to the Secretary.
Courtney.
Thank you. I want to read a question that President Biden got this morning on his trip in Asia. He was asked, you didn't want to get involved in the Ukraine conflict militarily for obvious reasons. Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that? His answer was yes. That's the commitment we made. So the reason I wanted to read the question is it indicates, and his answer would indicate that the U.S. is prepared to do more to defend Taiwan than what the U.S. is already doing to help Ukraine defend against the invasion from Russia, which, as we know, as you've been saying here today, is provide a tremendous amount of equipment and support and even intelligence to Ukraine. President Biden said today that the U.S. is willing to do more to help Taiwan. So my question for you, Secretary Austin, is the U.S. making a commitment to send troops to defend Taiwan in the event of an invasion by China? And General Milley, I have a follow-up for you as well.
Courtney, as the President said, our one China policy has not changed. He reiterated that policy and our commitment to peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. He also highlighted our commitment under the Taiwan Relations Act to help provide Taiwan the means to defend itself. So again, our policy has not changed.
I think the Taiwan Relations Act is the U.S. is committed to ensure Taiwan has resources it needs to defend itself, but it doesn't require U.S. military intervention. So again, I just want to ask, is the U.S. making a commitment by saying that they are willing to defend them militarily for U.S. troops to be involved in that military response?
Again, Courtney, I think the President was clear on the fact that the policy has not changed.
And then, General Milley, since you're talking about the risks with Ukraine, can you walk us through what you see the potential risks that would be a part of a U.S. military defense of Taiwan should China invade?
Yeah, I actually won't do that, Courtney. I appreciate the opportunity to not answer a question. There's a variety of contingency plans that we hold. All of them are highly classified, Pacific, Europe, and elsewhere, right? And it would be very inappropriate for me at a microphone to discuss the risk associated with those plans relative to anything with respect to Taiwan or anywhere else in the Pacific.
So I'll give you the opportunity to not answer one more question. Is that, would you support sending U.S. troops to Taiwan?
I will render my advice at the moment in time to the President and the Secretary of Defense.
Thank you.
Felicia Swartz.
From over here. Thanks. Just going back to the HIMARS, if you do send them, would you be okay with those weapons being used to push Russian forces out of Crimea and the Donbass? And then to General Milley, how important is it that to reopen Ukrainian ports in the Black Sea, and what is the U.S. doing to help?
Again, Felicia, you know, as I said earlier, I really won't get involved in discussing any specific requirements and how we're going to address those requirements. And we don't have any announcements to make in that regard. And because of that, I also won't entertain that hypothetical. So.
And on the port, you're talking about Odessa. I think you're talking about Odessa. And obviously, Odessa is a major port for Ukraine. It's their access to the sea and the outside world. And it becomes a significant vehicle by which grain, for example, is exported and other commodities coming out of Ukraine. And Ukraine is the largest or one of the largest grain producers in the world. And thus far, because of mines, because of the Russian fleet, because of the risks associated with it, that has not happened here now going on almost 90 days. So how important it is, I think it's quite important to the economy of Ukraine and well beyond. Many countries in the world depend on Ukrainian grain. So that's an example of the importance of it. As for what we're doing about it, right now we don't have any U.S. naval vessels in the Black Sea. We don't intend to unless directed. Right now it's a bit of a stalemate there between the Ukrainians wanting to make sure that there's not any sort of amphibious landing against Odessa, and the right now, so it's a no-go zone for commercial shipping. What that'll be in the future is unknown right now, but it is an important access to the sea.
Tom Bowman.
Hopefully this is a question both of you can answer. General Petraeus famously said of the Iraq War, "Tell me how this ends." So with the Ukraine war, how does this end? Is it pushing the Russians back to pre-invasion borders? Is it pushing the Russians completely out of Ukraine, as British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss has said? Or is it somewhere in the middle?
Tom, our effort is to do everything that we can to strengthen Ukraine's hands on the battlefield and also at the negotiation table. And so we're going to stick with doing everything we can to make sure that they achieve their objectives. At the end of the day, you know, what this looks like, what end state looks like, will be defined by the Ukrainians and not by us. And so we'll leave that up to President Zelensky and his leadership to talk about, you know, how this transitions.
Yeah, I would just echo exactly what we said. The end state is defined by the political leadership, and in this case, President Zelensky is going to define the end state inside the boundaries of Ukraine. For the broader globe, we want to continue to support Ukraine defending their country. We want to make sure NATO is unified. We want to uphold the concept that there's a rules-based international order, and the powerful and the big can't just destroy and invade the weak and the small.
If a word for the U.S. and NATO, the Zelensky government couldn't even exist. So my question is, does NATO have a voice at all in this effort about how this ends? Because this could go on for years, as some have said.
No, I stand by what I said earlier, Tom. The way that it transitions, the way that it ends, will be defined by the Ukrainian people.
But again, if they say we want all Russians out of our country, would you both abide by that?
what we will abide by is what our president decides that we will do going forward. That'll be a policy decision. But again, I think this is Ukraine's fight. It's not the United States' fight. We are doing everything that we can to make sure that we are supporting them in their effort to defend their sovereign territory. The rest of the international community is doing the same, Tom. And again, since it's their fight, it's their country, I want to make sure that that they have the say-so in terms of, what end state looks like.
I think you got one more for Orrin.
Orrin.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. On Ukraine, for both of you, what is your assessment on whether Vladimir Putin has shifted his strategic goals from inside Ukraine to outside Ukraine? In other words, instead of trying to take Kyiv by force, to what extent has he shifted and is now trying to use energy, grain, for example, immigration, as economic tools to undermine Europe's strategic stability? Is that the long game for him now?
It's hard to say, and I won't speculate what's going on in Putin's mind, but we've seen him use a number of different levers from the very beginning. At the very outset, he envisioned using overwhelming force and speed and power to very rapidly take down the capital city and replace the government. They failed in that respect, and their forces were pushed back by the Ukrainians. They took Kharkiv. The Russians took Kharkiv for a short period of time. The Ukrainians counterattacked and took Kharkiv back. And so we've seen them really proceed at a very slow and unsuccessful pace on the battlefield. And you would expect that he would seek to use other levers of power or other instruments of power. And he's doing that. But in terms of what his overall strategy is, that's unknown. I would say, though, that one of the things that he could do, Orrin, is end this fight today. And you've heard me say that a couple of times. This is a war of Putin's choice, and not a war of necessity. So we continue to encourage him to do that. So.
Thank you, sir. That's about all the time we got right now. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so we were just listening in there to Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, talking about the war in Ukraine. We're going to be talking about that and so many more topics a little bit later on as the war approaches. The 3-month anniversary since when it first started, that date is tomorrow. But a lot has been happening on the front there in Ukraine and what the U.S. role will continue to be as we help the Ukrainians in the war there. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Hope you had a great weekend. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be providing you an update on this tragic subway shooting that happened in New York City just over the weekend. A suspect shot and killed a 48-year-old man on the Q train. And you're taking a live look right there over Central Park in Manhattan. We're going to be also speaking with some of our Fox 5 New York reporters about where the investigation stands. The suspect's still on the loose. We're also going to see if New York City Mayor Eric Adams has weighed in on this subway shooting at all as well. So more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The NYPD is looking for this suspect in the subway shooting that killed 48-year-old Daniel Enriquez as he was riding the Q train over the weekend. He was going to brunch. We're going to hear right now from Fox 5 New York's Lisa Evers on the investigation. The suspect there still on the loose.
48-year-old Daniel Enriquez was riding the Q train from his home in Brooklyn just before noon Sunday on his way to brunch. Police say as the train was going over the East River, the man you see in these surveillance photos began pacing. Then suddenly, for no reason and without any provocation, the suspect walked over to Enriquez and fired once, hitting him in the chest and taking his life.
For so many New Yorkers, the transit system is the only way to get around and to live their normal lives. You can't do that if you're scared to get up and go to brunch, that most New York of activities.
In response to a 75% spike in subway crime in January, the NYPD deployed more officers into subway hotspots, but they can't be everywhere. Mayor Adams says he will meet with Police Commissioner Keechant Sewell this week to see if there are more effective deployment strategies.
We are going up against bad guys who have figured out the loopholes in systems, those who are unwilling to stop violence. They've made it clear by their actions that they're going to continue to be violent in our city, and they're going to attempt to hurt innocent New Yorkers, and we have to meet that challenge.
Daniel Enriquez lived in Park Slope and had worked for the prominent investment banking firm Goldman Sachs for 9 years. The CEO said he was dedicated and beloved. Wanted flyers for his alleged killer are posted at subway stations. Riders tell us they've had enough.
I think it's terrible. You know, something has to be done because this cannot keep happening.
Best thing is to have more cops around, I think. And the presence of them makes everybody think before they pull a gun.
All right, that was Fox 5 New York's Lisa Evers from earlier this afternoon. We're going to be speaking to another Fox 5 New York reporter in the 7 o'clock hour as this investigation continues, and the NYPD still looking for this suspect. They released the first photos that we have seen of that suspect. They say they need your help identifying and locating this man who is wanted for homicide in the tragic, senseless shooting of a man on a Q train that was approaching the Canal Center Street station just on Sunday. Well, right now we want to hear from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. He was at an event earlier today talking about affordable housing in New York City, but he made comments on this shooting. He was also asked about it by reporters in attendance.
Thank you, Mayor. It doesn't have to be long. Doesn't have to trust the trust.
Yes,
you know, let me get that T-shirt. And to all of you, Bishop Taylor, in the years out in Queens, Brookline, here in Harlem, the large numbers of housing residents, a city within a city. And this doesn't have to be long, and I'm not going to be long. You know, when you talk about living in NYCHA, holding down our city for so many years, you're looking at, you know, 50-plus years, 40-plus years, 35 years, and there's only one thing that has been consistent. Everyone tried to just be philosophical while people were living in a destructive environment. And as I walk through, not only campaigning, but my days as borough president, as state senator, looking at all of these bills coming to Albany, everyone is stating year after year after year on the campaign trail of what we ought to do, what we need to do, but no one was doing. No one was doing. So we went to the residents and asked. Some of the residents said, hey, we want this model. Then let's do that, as we saw in Brooklyn last week. Other residents said, we want this model, the trust. So why can't they have a menu of items that they would like to see on their facility? Why can't they have their options? And so we shouldn't take these options off the table. Let them decide what options they want to use. One thing that's clear, and we need to stop playing with this. We're not getting money from the federal government this year. They're not. They already told us we are not concerned with NYCHA residents. They did not pass that $35 billion that we needed. So we must do it on our own. Here's a way to do it. The trust. Let's get the trust passed. And I want to thank our colleagues in Albany. There are those in Albany who support this. They believe it's the right thing to do. Now let's get it over the finish line so we can finally stop the years of neglect with NYCHA and keep kicking the can down the road. You heard me say over and over again that all of these problems that we're facing in our city, there are many rivers that feed the dysfunctionality that we have in our cities. We need to dam each one, but this time we have a real stream of resources that can come through the trust. Let's make this happen. And here's 3 reasons, as Brad stated, that I'm 100% on board. Number 1, you can vote in and out. If you don't want it, then don't do it. Don't do it. You know, there's nothing better than options. Number 2, participating in the vendor selection. You're participating in the vendor selection. You know, far too often you have no say-so in these vendors who come in, do shoddy work, and then they're able to continue to go from one facility to the next facility. They have been eating off of the dysfunctionality of NYCHA. Now you participate. 3, serve on quality assurance committees to look at the repairs, to make sure the repairs that they are stating were done are actually done. Now, when you add that into what we're going to roll out, a real dashboard, my chief technology officer is putting together a real dashboard so they can see in real time what is happening. They should be signing off, tenants should be signing off on tickets. They should say, yes, I agree that the job was done. We're going to align the repairs so that you will have one person that will align if the carpenter, if the painter, if the plumber should come in. You shouldn't have to be home over and over again to get people coming in a disjointed system. This is so disjointed. And so, listen, all I can tell you is that I heard you. And I know we can do a better job. Because if you were living in a luxury condominium somewhere, you wouldn't have these conditions. And I'll never forget this one story. When I was a lieutenant in Brooklyn, in 88 Precinct, we went into one of the houses, and I had a rookie officer that I was training. And we were responding to a job in one of the facilities, and there was urine in the elevator. And the rookie cop said, you see this, lieutenants, you see this urine? These people don't deserve anything. This is what they do. And I said to him, listen, one person pissed in that elevator. One person. One person. And the people who live in this building are just as upset as everyone else. But if you judge the entire residents of these buildings based on the action of one person, then you demonize, and you're not going to give them the professionalism that you're supposed to give them. So instead of you complaining about that one person that pissed in the elevator, get a piece of paper and wipe it up and show that you're concerned about the tenants that live here. So let's not judge NYCHA by the numerical minority that don't understand. And many people who are abusive in your housing don't even come from your housing. They don't even come. So when the police respond and treat you like the person who urinated in the elevator, when the carpenter respond and treat you like the person that urinated in the elevator, when the painter respond and treat you as the person that lives in the elevator, when elected officials treat you like the people who pissed in the elevator, then you get a response from people who don't respect the overwhelming number of NYCHA residents, but they treat you like the person who did something that was inappropriate. As your mayor, I'm treating you as the people who have held down this city for years and not like the person who did something wrong. That is where we are at right now. So, ignore all the noise. Ignore all the distractions. We've heard it all before. You have a mayor that has your back, and we're going to get this done. Let's get this done. GSD, get stuff done. Thank you.
Trust the mayor.
Mayor! Yes! Yes! Glorious! Come on! Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, yes.
Take on top is why I do my photos.
Can I sneak in here? Mayor, can I
Yes, you
sneak in
can.
here?
Yes, you can.
I'm in the picture. I want the picture with the mayor.
So New York City Mayor Eric Adams meeting with affordable housing advocates. I believe he's going to be taking questions from reporters as he addressed the fatal subway shooting in Lower Manhattan just yesterday that killed 48-year-old Daniel Enriquez, the employee of Goldman Sachs, who was just on his way to brunch on Sunday. Adams declared that it's his responsibility to keep New Yorkers safe. He said, "It is their worst nightmare. I use the subway a lot. I'm in the system a lot, and it's unimaginable." Let's listen back in.
You had been skeptical of Brad during the campaign. We're 2 weeks away from the end of the legislative session, and you're just having this rally to endorse the trust. How likely is the legislature actually going to approve the trust, given some have criticized your strategy in Albany thus far into your mayoralty? And what is the delay? Why did it take you so long perhaps to get on board with the trust?
A couple of things. One, it's not only the process, RAD, trust, it's who's doing it. Because you could have a great system, but if you have the wrong people implementing it, then you have a bad system. And so it's about what I've always stated, no matter what it is, give the residents the options. I'm clear on that. Give the residents the option. Now, people criticize our strategy in Albany. I was a former state senator. So we were successful in earning income tax credit, successful in the child care, successful in doing what was the impossible by many people of getting crime issues placed. Do we want more? Yes, but we were able to move the needle what people said was impossible. We had a successful record in Albany, yet people said we didn't have the right strategy. I always thought good strategies mean you get wins. I got wins. And I know Albany. The last week is when stuff gets done up there. And we're at the point now where people have deliberated, and now they're looking at these these last few items, including mayoral accountability. So you can say that we haven't been up there. We've met with over 100 lawmakers. We had a great strategy because I know how to process and navigate the complexities of Albany, and my team did a great job.
I'm just going to jump in on this real quickly to add first, I think it's important to note that the changes that empower residents and give them real choice in the trust are very recent. They were amendments made as the bill was moving through the assembly committees, and they're quite recent. So just for myself, I'm much more ready to come out publicly and say we got to have it because of those amendments. Second, obviously the deadline of the end of session is critical. Not everything that people are talking about is going to get done. There's some other things the mayor and I don't totally agree on. But this one has a chance at the deadline. And finally, I would just say, obviously, there's a lot of politics, and obviously, but like this, you know, and I have a lot of respect for the mayor, but the trust is not about the mayor. The trust is about these residents here. And so we need our legislators to get past the kind of micro politics of who's winning and losing and see the big picture that we're out of time to make real progress on public housing.
Well said. Well said. Of course, Courtney. Where you been? I've been seeing you a good little while.
Been around. This is actually from Jessica.
Yes.
Just for those that haven't covered this before, can you just remind us exactly how this is turning NYCHA Section 9 into project-based Section 8, and how exactly that happens, and how residents will have veto power over whether their development should or should not enter the trust?
Sure. So I'll start with the technical piece. The creation of the Preservation Trust, it creates a nonprofit public benefit corporation that is public, where the that will continue to own the properties and that will allow HUD to provide what's called a tenant protection voucher to these units, which is a substantially higher income than what the current public housing revenue stream is. So it creates a new not-for-profit corporation that's wholly publicly controlled, that also creates a new income stream, and as well it comes with a set of procurement changes that allows NYCHA to spend the money more nimbly than it does currently. The second big issue with the Public Housing Trust has been creating this menu of options for people. So making sure that folks who want to go down a certain path are able to, and that is now encoded in the legislation itself. The tenants will be able, not just the TA presidents, but the tenants themselves will be able to take a vote and decide which type of program they would like to select in order to make their development and to improve their development.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And tenants, let me tell you something. We have to really give it up for Jessica.
Yes,
She is, you know, she is so authentic about moving the needle. Her work, we're going to roll out our housing plan, but she is just unbelievable when it comes down to fighting on behalf and having the right plan for NYCHA residents. And so really appreciate you. One of the most important pieces of our amazing administration on how we move this leadership forward. Thank you so much for what you're doing. You know? Now, traditionally, we have people, when I'm doing these off topics, you know, we have asked people to leave, but I don't want y'all to leave. I want my NYCHA folks to stay here just in case they get a little bit too rowdy. Y'all can get on them. You know, if they try to come at me hard, y'all can get on them. They got my back. So just hang right in here with me. Go ahead. Yes.
On topic. So there's been, decades of disinvestment in NYCHA. How are you going to ensure the money is there for the trust moving forward for years and decades to come?
And you're right. And I use this analogy all the time. Imagine flying a plane and there's no cockpits to see how you're moving. We've been running this complicated piece of machinery called NYCHA in New York City without a cockpit. We don't have any dashboards. We don't know what we're doing. And people have benefited on the fact that we're not analyzing in real time what is happening in our city. So while we get the resources through this trust, we also have my CTO building out these dashboards so we can see what is happening in our cities. How long does it take to do a repair? Where's the money coming into NYCHA? Where's the contractors that we're using?
Okay, so we were just listening to New York City Mayor Eric Adams as he was meeting with affordable housing advocates, talking about tenant rights in the city, also taking the opportunity to address that tragic shooting of 48-year-old Daniel Enriquez, who was just on the Q train in the Canal Street station. He was shot and killed. The NYPD looking for a suspect still, and I want to just read in part the statement put out by New York City Mayor Adams. He said, "It is my responsibility to keep New Yorkers safe. My heart goes out to that family. I am sorry that they lost their loved one. We have to continue to make sure that we're not losing our loved ones. I understand their pain, and I have to make sure the city is safe, and I want that obligation." In the meantime, we're going to be moving away from that story. We'll have a live report from New York in the 7 o'clock hour tonight as that investigation goes forward and the search for that suspect is underway. But when we come back, we'll be getting an update from the southern border. Remember, today, Title 42 was supposed to end. Of course, a federal judge intervened, and so throwing that really into flux. It's going to remain indefinitely now as the Biden administration continues to fight to end it, throwing the southern border crisis even more into turmoil. So we'll get an update on how this is affecting the border down there. We'll also be hearing from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He took the opportunity to talk about this today. So much more on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday afternoon. Well, the Biden administration will keep fighting to end Title 42 after a federal judge temporarily blocked the White House from lifting the policy just on Friday. Title 42 is a health order that allows the U.S. to turn away asylum seekers at the southwestern border. That's where we find right now Fox News multimedia reporter Caroline Elliott, live from McAllen, Texas. Caroline, thanks so much. Today was supposed to be the day, but now Title 42 will remain in place indefinitely until it works its way through the courts. What do we know? What have you learned?
Well, Andrew, we're learning that border crossings are still continuing, as many lawmakers predicted along the southern border. Now, we also know that from DHS numbers obtained by Fox News, more than 1,200 migrants between Friday and Saturday in the Yuma, Arizona sector were apprehended, and only 23 migrants were expelled under Title 42. Now, that's just a fraction of what Border Patrol has reported for 2022 so far. In April, CBP reported 234,000 apprehensions. That's the highest number of crossings CBP has ever reported in one single month. Immigration attorney Michael Detsky told us the data shows the immigration system is broken.
The surge in immigration at the border is reflective of the fact that we really don't have a comprehensive immigration policy. We have a broken system. I think everybody will say that. We have a broken system. When you see those reports and the images that you've had on your channel of the hundreds of people in mass coming to the border in caravans, those are images that are very disturbing to most Americans, because it shows chaos. And that's the word. It's chaos at the border.
Now, the Department of Homeland Security predicts border crossings will only increase once Title 42 expires. But again, there's still a lot of uncertainty with what could happen next. Immigration attorneys tell us if the Biden administration does appeal this court decision, then again, it will head to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals for a review. Andrew.
Yeah, Caroline, that's what I thought was so interesting about this. We haven't heard much on this from the White House, from the Biden administration. No doubt they will be pursuing the legal challenge in court. But the day has come and gone, May the 23rd. This was supposed to end. It's going to remain in place. You've been down at the southern border for, several days now. What are people saying? Are they relieved?
Andrew, there's certainly a sense of relief from neighbors living along the river, from border agents, Texas DPS, and even business owners, farmers who are living in this area. There's been obviously a lot of focus on this court decision. Obviously, right now it's just buying time, because again, the key word here is temporary block. But their hopes are that, with more time, it would give officials just, again, more time to prepare for Title 42 to lift.
All right, Fox's Caroline Elliott there, live for us in McAllen. We appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
All right, and right now, like I said before the break, we want to hear again from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, meeting with law enforcement officials, meeting with border officials in Texas, flanked alongside him as he took the opportunity to touch on the immigration crisis and as Title 42 remains in place.
An eventful day, being able to get an up-to-date feel for exactly what's going on the border. Obviously, this is the day when Title 42 was expected to be lifted. And we in the governor's office, working with the Texas Department of Public Safety and the National Guard, we began gearing up an operation for the possibility that today Title 42 would no longer be in effect. I have learned that the same is true for local officials. They were gearing up to be prepared to deal with the consequences of the lifting of Title 42. Well, the good news is that a court very correctly ruled that Title 42 should not be lifted, which is a good thing. However, it's only a temporary result. For one, we don't know what the eventual outcome will be with regard to continuing to maintain Title 42, but that point aside, one thing that we know for a fact, and that is there are maybe as many as 100,000 migrants who are across the border waiting to cross into the state of Texas. And we, as a state, we being the local communities represented here in this room today, they're all dealing with the enormous challenge of having a tidal wave of people come into the communities. And so we've spent the day talking about ways in which we can continue to make sure that we, whether it be at the state level or local level, we are doing everything we possibly can to prevent people from coming across the border into the state of Texas. There are some things that were mentioned today by a person who's with us, and that is the Vice President for the National Border Patrol Council. When he was explaining to us exactly how these operations are working and why they are working that way. As we were out at the river and talking about people crossing across the border at the river as opposed to just using a port of entry. And he was explaining exactly why that was happening. Because as we can see, the Biden administration seems to be letting in people whether they're crossing through the port of entry or across the river. And there have been so many people allowed in because of that. And he explained that people could easily just try to cross at an official port of entry, but they don't for one very simple reason. And that's because they are coming across between the ports of entry because that is what the cartels want to have done. The cartel's goal would not be achieved if people were coming across the border at the port of entry. What the cartels need to accomplish, they need people to be coming across the river between the ports of entry to fully occupy the Border Patrol officers, including the state law enforcement, whether it be the National Guard or the Texas Department of Public Safety. And only when they're fully occupied are the cartels able to get across the border the high valuable assets they want to get across the border, whether it be drugs or special personnel, whatever the case may be. And so this is a battle that's going on with the cartels, where we as a state are increasing our effort to work with the local communities to make sure that we will thwart the cartel's goals to get more people coming across the border. So here's some things that we're doing that you have already seen, but we are increasing these efforts as we speak. One is we want to make it harder for people to get across the border. And this is something that we talked about in a private meeting that we held for more than an hour before coming out here to visit with you. And one of those strategies is increasing the quantity and quality and the types of barriers that we're putting up. A tool that people agree is an effective tool is the concertina wire, which is the razor wire barrier that makes it, if not impossible, it makes it far more difficult for people to cross the border. What typically happens is when people coming across the border encounter that razor wire, they will walk along the border's edge until they get to a point that does not have that razor wire. So part of our goal is to put down more razor wire to make sure that we're filling any gap that would prevent people from crossing across the border into that particular location. Our goal is to make sure that we have that concertina wire in every inch of the border. The only place that we would be prohibited from putting it would be where federal land may be located, or if there's private property where a private property owner does not want it. But we continue to add significantly that process. And then behind the barrier, we have people who will be able to make arrests. One thing we talked about the need to do, and that is to send a message that people who are crossing between the ports of entry, you're subject to arrest and you will be trespassing. And so you can expect more trespassing or do not trespass signs go up, so that we will be able to employ the strategy that we have of arresting people and taking them to jail. It was just 2 weeks ago that the first jury trial that took place in one of these arrests, and the jury convicted the person for aggravated trespass and sentenced them to a year behind bars. And these are substantial penalties for people who are not following the law, people who refuse to follow the law, including the cartels. And of course, in addition to that, we continue to go through the process of arresting smugglers themselves, and the time they're going to spend behind bars is enhanced and increased with the law that I signed this past year to make sure there's going to be a far easier prosecuted felony to prosecute the smugglers that we encounter, that we arrest, and that we will be putting behind bars for a very long time. We also are making available to Eagle Pass, to Maverick County, the ability, if they have a large number of people who are milling around, that we will put them on buses and send them to Washington, D.C. As of today, we've sent 45 buses to Washington, D.C., and there's a whole lot more where that's coming from. We don't want communities like Eagle Pass to be overrun with a large number of migrants who are milling around in the streets, and we want to alleviate that challenge that cities like Eagle Pass are dealing with by putting these people on buses and sending them to Washington, D.C. Another strategy that we talked about that is proving to be very effective. We are working very collaboratively with our partner states across the border. In fact, while I was down on the border today, I talked with a law enforcement official in Mexico about us working together to make sure that we're securing both sides of the border. On top of that, this past Friday, I spoke with all of the neighboring Mexican governors that neighbor the state of Texas about ensuring that they are living up to the agreements that we signed together a month ago to make sure that they on the Mexico side of the border are doing their part. And we could visibly see it today. We saw it through a conversation today, but we, more importantly, in reports from the Texas Department of Public Safety and the National Guard, we are seeing that ongoing collaboration. And as was pointed out to me, and especially because of where we are, we're dealing with the states of Coahuila and Tamaulipas. We're finding success in on the Mexico side of the border, disrupting migrant groups before they do arrive at the border, as well as work on what we call mirrored operations. What that means is when we on the U.S. side are conducting a certain operation, on the Mexican side they will be mirroring that very same practice. That leads to greater results and greater border security. I had the opportunity to visit with a lot of officials. I'll name a few, as well as some of the things that we talked about. I spent a lot of time talking to the Eagle Pass mayor, and he thanked us for the opportunity of the city being able to work with both the Texas Department of Public Safety and the National Guard, and said that the influx of people who are coming across the border through points other than checkpoints is an influx that's taking over the community and taking resources away from city residents. There's only so many resources, whether they be law enforcement or medical aid, whatever the case may be. Only so much resources that a community the size of Eagle Pass will have. And the people who are coming across the border are taking up more and more of those resources, which is reducing the amount of those resources for the local community. And that's why they're working with us so much to make sure they're going to be able to take care of their own residents right here. We also had visiting with a State Representative Morales, who has a detailed letter and some detailed plans and strategies, some of which we are employing, some of which we're looking at, to make sure that we're using every tool and strategy we can to make the border safer. We had the sheriffs of Zavala County and Maverick County with us here today. In Zavala County, they had to get a special request from the Texas Division of Emergency Management to have a temporary morgue. They have so many people who have lost their lives whose bodies are in Zavala County that they need assistance with. And that's even before summertime hits. When summertime hits and the heat in the summertime, those numbers are just going to go up. And Texas will have to provide more temporary morgues to deal with the bodies that are found in Zavala County. People in Mexico need to know this. People who are trying to immigrate from across the globe need to know this. There are deceased people who came across the border thinking they were going to be able to have a new life in America, and they lost their life doing so, being completely unaware of how treacherous it can be. And the sheriffs also said, just keep doing what we're doing. And we are working with them, both of these sheriffs, to make sure they are going to have more resources, more personnel, for them to be able to step up and do their jobs to secure their communities. And then same thing goes with regard to the police chief for Eagle Pass, who said that if it wasn't for the Texas Department of Public Safety and the National Guard, they wouldn't really be in the position they're in right now. They would be significantly challenged. And the police chief's suggestion was to build multiple layers of security throughout the community, which is exactly what we want to work with them to achieve. So bottom line of what I have to say is this, and that is we as a state will be continuing to deploy more resources, tools, and strategies that will make it far more difficult for people to be able to cross the border into communities like Eagle Pass, into Maverick County, into Zavala County, and places like that. And this process is made far more effective by all of us working together. Next, we will have the Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Steve McCraw.
Thank you, Governor. We made it very clear over a year ago that the Mexican cartels will not have operational control of the Texas-Mexico border. And thankfully, because of the resources, the Texas National Guard, our local partners, and the brave men and women of the U.S. Border Patrol, we've been able to do a number of things you've talked about in terms of being proactive and preventive as opposed to just reactive. And we know that clearly, unfortunately, that certainly U.S. policies and for that matter strategies can impact the cartels, not only in terms of impact in terms of what they're doing, but make it easier for their job. In fact, this current global mass migration event that is occurring, or crisis that we're experiencing in Texas right now, has empowered them, has given them the ability to push more easily criminals, cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, fentanyl, and also counterfeit drugs with fentanyl into and throughout the communities in Texas and the nation. And as a result, people are less secure. Moreover, they reap billions of dollars in creating this mass migration crisis by attracting people in this thing called human trafficking. And make no mistake about it, it's not human smuggling, it's trafficking. They treat people like they're indentured servants when they cross that Rio Grande Valley or the Rio Grande River. Make no mistake about it. And so we appreciate your leadership on this, Governor, and being proactive. And we stand ready with our local partners, National Guard, and certainly with our Border Patrol men and women to do all we can to protect Texas and the rest of the nation.
Sure. Thank you. And now the Vice President for the National Border Patrol Council.
So thank you, Governor. Currently, we have over 50% of our Border Patrol workforce dedicated to transporting, processing, and caring for illegal aliens that came across the border. That means that we're not able to do our job of border security. But thanks to your resources, the Texas National Guard and the DPS troopers, we're able to stay above water. If it wasn't for the state resources, the border would be completely unsecured and the cartels would have absolute control of the border and the border communities. Currently, we're seeing about 7,000 apprehensions per day on the border with Border Patrol. It's estimated that once Title 42 goes away, that we're going to be apprehending about 18,000 apprehensions per day on the border. That's the estimates that the Department of Homeland Security has put out there. At that point, we're not going to have any Border Patrol agents on the actual border. What that means is that border communities like Eagle Pass, Del Rio, and Laredo will continue to suffer by having open borders and not having enough border security. But because of that, sir, we appreciate the efforts on the state, and we appreciate our men and women of law enforcement for doing their jobs on the border.
Thank you very much. Now we have the Mayor of Eagle Pass.
Thank you very much, Governor, for visiting our great city of Eagle Pass. I want to start off by thanking all our law enforcement. We've been working for months with Border Patrol, DPS, National Guard, in trying to maintain security for the city of Eagle Pass. That is my #1 priority, is the safety and the security of the people of Eagle Pass, Texas. And right now, we don't have that 100% because we have thousands of people crossing from over 100 countries into our community. We do not know who these people are. I constantly get calls from constituents that are worried because they have groups of people walking through their neighborhood, and that is something that is not normal. And I ask for a stronger message from our federal government that we need to tell people that this is a nation of laws, that it is not open border. Eagle Pass, we're a city of 28,000 people. We have limited resources. Every day, Our firefighters have to respond to calls of illegal immigrants, dehydration, or they get hurt, and that's taking away, like the governor said, and we spoke about, resources to our constituents. The same with our police officers. They have to respond to calls, and that's taking away from them monitoring our city and making sure that there's no crime in our city. So it is very alarming. We appreciate the help of the law enforcement because honestly, this is getting out of control. And we need a stronger message. I ask for a stronger message, more help from our federal officials up there. And we invite our president, our vice president to come visit us here in the beautiful city of Eagle Pass, because having thousands of people cross that river into Eagle Pass every day, that is not normal. We cannot have that. Eagle Pass cannot sustain that anymore. So thank you. And thank you, Governor, for your help and for visiting us.
Thank you, Mayor. And now the Adjutant General of Texas, General Seltzer.
Thank you, Governor. The Texas National Guard continues to take unprecedented actions to secure the border and support and protect our southern communities. Since the announcement of the elimination of Title 42 about a month and a half ago, we've conducted 30 mass migration response exercises along the southern border of Texas. We've put up about 42 miles of barrier to help protect our southern border. We are working with Department of Public Safety and the Mexican government, as the governor has stated, to do mirror operations, and that includes teaching them how to string concertina wire on their side of the river so that they can help block crossers from getting into the water. We're expanding our maritime packages to include boats that can go into shallow water to help deter and keep people from crossing at low water crossings, and also to interdict illicit narcotics. And as of 0600 this morning, we have a C-130 on alert, and we have 2 contingency response force packages ready to move into the area along the border should it be needed in the event of a civil disturbance. And finally, I would like to thank our local officials for all your support of the Lone Star Soldiers. We've really had great steadfast support here in Eagle Pass as we move out and do a job that really the federal government should be doing. So thank you, Governor.
Thank you, General. Take a few questions.
I have a question about Texas National Guard. I'm Rose Davis, Stars and Stripes. I'm curious to know a little bit more about the C-130, where it is and what it's bringing. And also, I understand you've been able to draw down troops with you this month. If you could talk a little bit about how many troops and how you're able to do that while breaking up these efforts.
So for the C-130, it's located in Fort Worth. It's in an alert status. That was in preparation for Title 42 to be dropped. Obviously, that did not occur, but we didn't know it was going to happen today. None of us did. So the purpose there would be to go pick up the contingency response force troops and bring them down to any point along the border to support any kind of civil disturbance that happened.
Governor, when it comes to Operation Lone Star, we have seen hundreds of millions of dollars put into it. But just yesterday, a lot of us were down by the barbed wire on the Rio Grande, able to go around watching migrants go around. What do taxpayers need to know about what their money is going to?
So I'll be clear, and people need to understand the magnitude of what Operation Lone Star has been able to achieve and what would have happened had Operation Lone Star not been into effect. So Operation Lone Star has now seized almost enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the entire United States of America. That is fentanyl that made it past Border Patrol. That's fentanyl that would be on the streets, not just of Eagle Pass, but in San Antonio and Austin and Dallas. It would be on the streets across the entire country. I can't tell you how many lives have been saved. I can tell you lives have been saved because of the elimination of that fentanyl from our streets. Similarly, if you look at the total number of arrests, which not for trespassing, but arrest of criminals coming across the border as well as others, the amount of safety we were able to achieve, I think it's somewhere between 12 and 14,000 that of criminal arrests they have made, including someone who had been convicted of murder, including someone convicted of child rape, including people who are extraordinarily dangerous. And who knows where they would be, what they would be doing. And I did not include the incredible amount of methamphetamine that they were able to seize that would not have been seized that's come across the border. And then there is the deterrence. I can tell you for a fact what the city has said, what the local sheriffs have said, and what they have seen. And that is the concertina wire does play a meaningful effect in two respects. One, it sends a message to the cartels. No one comes across that river without the cartels being involved in it. And the cartels are looking for the easiest way to get people across the river. When they encounter concertina wire, what most of them have to do, they have to walk to a point that could be on federal land or something like that, where they are going to be able to make it around. And so the concertina wire does play a meaningful role, just like a wall plays a meaningful role. It provides a funneling device that makes law enforcement far more effective. And then on top of that, one thing that you perhaps will be seeing here in Eagle Pass, one thing that does exist elsewhere, and that is on the U.S. side of the concertina wire, oftentimes in some locations it is very clear that if you cross that concertina wire, you are trespassing, and that's aggravated trespassing that can lead to a year in jail. And so we are looking to more aggressively up what we're doing and making arrests of people who cross that concertina wire.
Texas is taking the brunt of this, but this is not about Texas. This is about the rest of the U.S. Tell me about that.
Well, you're making a very important point. Right now, Texas has the largest number of people coming across the border. One thing we have found with the implementation of Operation Lone Star, it has shifted cartel activity to New Mexico, to Arizona, to California. And there has been an increase after we created Operation Lone Star and the people crossing illegally into other states. And so, listen, it's a fact. This is our southern border for the United States of America. And with every day that Texas has success, it may mean failure for some other state. That means failure for the United States of America. And as a result, results really won't be attained and achieved until we have a president who's willing to step up and enforce the rule of law. Remember this, it was only a year and a half ago that we had the lowest amount of illegal immigration in decades. And then it only took a year and a half under the current administration to lead to the highest illegal immigration ever. What we need is a president who, once again, will enforce the immigration laws that have been passed by the United States Congress.
The wires being seen, Governor, the wires being seen as something inhumane and cruel. What did you say about that? The wire.
So listen, on the consequences of the border security in the upcoming election have been made clear by the American public. President Biden has something like a 23% approval rating with regard to the border. Americans, whether they live on the border, off the border, or in another state, they're angry about what is going on. Their lives have been disturbed. Their country has been disrupted. The rule of law is being ignored. One thing Americans believe in is the rule of law. And to have a president of the United States who refuses to enforce the rule of law is causing the American public to lose faith in that president. And they will be voting for people who do support enforcing the rule of law in our state and in our country.
Have you heard the wire being seen as inhumane and cruel?
Has he reached out to you at all? Has this failed administration reached out to you to help this community or anybody? Have you heard anything from this failed president?
President Biden has never once even tried to contact me about the border. The czar for the border, Kamala Harris, has never once tried to contact me. My last contact with Secretary Mayorkas was something like in February a year ago. They have no interest in talking to Texas or talking to leaders who are actually on the border. And remember, Joe Biden himself has never even been to the border. We are dealing with a crisis that is man-made by President Biden, who doesn't want to take the time to even come to the border or talk to the governor of a border state.
Is there a difference between sending buses from text from Texas over to DC versus the NGOs doing the same thing to basically anywhere USA.
So our goal in sending the buses is to help local communities. The idea arose at a meeting like I had here, but it was in Uvalde. And in Uvalde, they were having these illegal migrants dumped off in their community, and they had no capability of dealing with them. And they talked about having to put them on buses and send them up to San Antonio. I said, I got a better idea. We're going to send them to Washington, D.C. What we're trying to do is we're trying to help communities like whether it be Eagle Pass or Uvalde or Del Rio or all these other communities alongside the border not have to deal with this tidal wave of people in their communities. And so we are a relief valve for those communities by moving the migrants out and getting them to Washington, D.C. And we're up to our 45th bus now. When you add a zero to that, I think Washington, D.C. is going to soon find out they're going to be dealing with the same consequences we're dealing with.
Something about it.
Say it again now? By the federal government?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or the state government.
Well,
More than is being allocated.
Federal grants.
Say again?
Federal grants. Stone Garden is federal grant.
Yeah. And so these are federal grants, and so we got to get the federal grants first, and the federal grants will be passed on. So yeah, we're more than happy to pass on any federal grants that are going to be provided to address this. But all I'm finding from the Biden administration is an abject failure and refusal to spend any money on trying to secure our border.
Okay, Texas Governor Greg Abbott there in Eagle Pass today, meeting with his border officials, meeting with his law enforcement officials as Title 42 remains in place. Of course, today was the expected date that the Biden administration had put in place that they wanted to lift Title 42. Of course, they no longer can do that now as it works its way through the federal courts. That federal judge in Louisiana putting a temporary stay on it just on Friday, and so it remains in place. But what happens now? Let's talk even further about this and why that judge put this this injunction on it and blocked this. We're being joined right now by legal expert Doug Burns, friend of the program. Doug, hope you had a good weekend. So let's talk about this even further. My main point that I keep getting across and reiterating to you is this has to do with the furtherance, really, of the COVID-19 pandemic. That was what the judge was citing, because this is a public health order put in place by the CDC restricting those seeking asylum during the pandemic. It's been in place for the last 2 years. But this judge is citing a very kind of arcane and complex law. It's called the Administrative Procedure Act as to why he blocked it. Let's talk about this even further. What is that law?
Sure. It's a classic example, and you and I talk about this a lot, of a legal principle versus the political discussions and the around the dining room table discussions, at the cocktail party discussions, et cetera. So the point is, the Administrative Procedures Act requires that before you make a change like this, you have to have what's called notice and comment. So the point is, you put people on notice that the change is being proposed, you give them an opportunity to comment, and the judge ruled that that procedure wasn't followed properly, and therefore there's no legal basis to turn around without following the notice and comment requirements. You cannot remove the Title 42. On the merits of it, Title 42 was steeped, of course, in the pandemic. The concept was not allowing claims of asylum when people are coming from countries, with serious documented evidence of communicable disease. You can't avoid the politics here. I mean, let's face it. And the point is that there's a huge toxic dust-up ideologically between the left and the right over the border. And there are amazing political ironies here because you have each side taking a position essentially contrary to their core position all throughout the pandemic. Okay, so the right side has been saying the restrictions are too onerous, you no longer need them, look at the medical statistics of improvement, yet when it's in this context, they want continuing protection against COVID. In reverse on the left, these are the people who are lecturing and preaching to everybody. Even to this day, tonight, as we sit here, new resurgences, new strains. Yet on this issue, oh no, it's fine. We don't have to be concerned. So I think the best way for me as an analyst to crystallize this is that when you start politicizing legal discussions, you get into these hypocritical scenarios, Andrew.
And I just want to go into one of those seemingly hypocritical scenarios, because we saw the big legal fight that's still really playing out about lifting the mask mandate on public transit, airplanes, buses, trains. The Biden administration was going to fight, and the DOJ, tooth and nail, to keep those emergency powers for the CDC in place in the event of possibly another pandemic, God forbid. But you see this federal judge, though, in Louisiana taking kind of a different tact, saying, no, we have to keep Title 42 in place. He laid out the legal justification for it. So I think a lot of Americans are confused, especially when it comes to COVID-19 and these kind of two disparate federal rulings, keeping some in place, doing away with others. You know, is the pandemic here or is it over? And so I think it is confusing. But just from a kind of executive powers standpoint, Doug, former President Trump put this in place. Biden wanted to lift it. Isn't it under the purview of the executive branch to lift an executive order they put in place? Why don't they have that power?
No, it's a good question. They do have that power. But I mean, Title 42, you know, Section 265, I believe it is, you know, lays out a congressional statute that if there's, you know, a legitimate concern, an issue with communicable disease potentially being introduced into the United States, then the normal procedure of allowing somebody, affording somebody a claim of asylum. So it's really congressional. So the executive order, you know, doesn't quite do it. And that's why 22 or 24 states, I don't recall the exact number, you know, went to court. A couple other legal points real quick. Number one, and I know people get this, but it's worth repeating. This is a preliminary injunctive relief move. Simple translation, it doesn't mean the case has been fully adjudicated. It's the judge determining that he feels that one side is likely to prevail, and for now, we're going to keep it in place. That's one thing. Another thing gets a little in the weeds, and a lot of professors have discussed this, and it's actually a very interesting topic, and that is, should one single district court in the United States, and there are 94 districts, just so the viewers are following me, should one court be able to put in a ruling that effectively governs the whole country, what we lawyers call a nationwide injunction? Again, we don't need to get all in the weeds. I just wanted to raise the issues for people thinking about this. But to your core question, this is the key. Again, what happens is the dialogue, you know, as you're initiating it tonight and other journalists and pundits and experts, you know, makes perfect sense in terms of looking at, you know, the issue, safety, the ideological strains that are going on. But the fact of the matter is, legally speaking, the judges do their best, not to sound corny, to go through the legal X's and O's. And if the Administrative Procedures Act, obscure, arcane as it might be, requires notice and comment and it wasn't followed, then the judge rules accordingly, you know, regardless of where the chips fall. But it's really, it is more of an overall policy question, obviously, than a legal question for the courts. And we see that problem over and over and over, you know, whether it's abortion, the border, guns, you know, as a global proposition from 30,000 feet, a lot of these are really core legislative matters more than legal ones.
No, that's such a good point. Do you think this will kind of rise to the level that this will have to be, you know, ruled upon possibly at the Supreme Court, at the highest level? Is that what you're kind of gaming out here?
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. The case apparently goes to, I think I read, the Fifth Circuit. You know, the circuits can be a little confusing. There's 13 of them around the country. I believe Louisiana is in the Fifth Circuit. This is in the District Court for the Western District of Louisiana. And then, in my opinion, to answer your question, I absolutely think it could very well go to the Supreme Court. But you have to remember something else, like another just global point. You know, in these law cases, these are wide open standards. So, and this is why you have such vitriolic, you know, media arguments about it. But in the courtroom, it's like, well, wait a minute. Is there a legitimate statistically based, evidentiarily based worry and problem about introducing a disease into the United States? Or on the other hand, are we past that and can it be lifted? Opinions can differ wildly in terms of a political discussion. But again, in a law court, the question is, look, you want to lift this policy that's been in effect, that's governed by a congressional statute, that's fine. You have to follow certain hoops of notice and comment, again, to be a broken record.
You know, and one of the other, I guess, legal examples that the Judge Robert Summerhays cited was, you know, this was, if it was lifted, it would have been thrown to the states to decide what to do, and he essentially said that that would be too messy.
Well, yeah, he said that, and you know, you and I and everybody have been in all kinds of discussions in the abortion context. What's a state issue? What should be governed by states? What's a federal issue? So here, though, it's a fairly reasonable argument to say that the CDC is the national, you know, medical organization governing this. And I think what the judge was getting at, Andrew, is that, you know, I think he was going a little bit with the implied sarcasm of the hypocrisy, which is, you know, on one breath before breakfast, the CDC is wonderful and fantastic and everything they say should be followed. And then in another breath after lunch, they shouldn't be followed, if you follow my point, you know?
Yeah, of course. And there are a lot of contradictions, especially politically. Many critics of Title 42 are essentially saying that it is kind of acting as a stand-in for kind of a wider immigration policy. So it's interesting to see how COVID-19, immigration, two of the top issues of the day here, are intersecting. Final thoughts, Doug.
Final thoughts are, again, you know, the broken record. It's becoming increasingly frustrating to me as a legal analyst, you know, to watch legal discussions being overtaken by, you know, the emotions of issues. And I commend you, honestly, for, you know, breaking it down and laying it out the way you did tonight.
Well, thank you. Doug Burns, as always, we appreciate your time. Hope you had a good weekend. We'll be talking again very soon, I'm sure.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
All right, great discussion there. This was really very highly anticipated. What was going to happen? Was it going to be temporarily, I guess, stayed by a federal judge? And it has. And so Title 42 is remaining in place, and we'll continue to follow all the latest on the southern border crisis here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do have a Live Now look. Seemingly, this is out of Tokyo. This is out of Japan. President Biden's last day in Japan. He'll have several meetings with the Quad countries and the individual leaders of the Quad countries. Remember, the Quad countries are Japan, India, Australia, and the United States. And over the weekend, speaking of Australia, a new prime minister sworn in there down under, ousting Scott Morrison in elections, a new Labour prime minister. So, of course, President Biden will be meeting with the new Australian prime minister at this meeting. And so we're going to be seeing the four leaders there as well on President Biden's last day in Tokyo, his first trip as president to the Indo-Pacific. We'll also be bringing on national security experts, breaking down everything that was said there and done, the agreements that were reached, and the major news that President Biden said he would commit militarily to defending Taiwan in the event of a Chinese invasion of the island there. That is huge news. We'll be breaking it down with our experts a little bit later on tonight. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking about your top sports headlines, what's going on with a Yankees player, also what's going on with the mayor of Anaheim, California. More on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. Live Now, look there at the U.S. Capitol building, a beautiful shot. And we're going to be hearing from some lawmakers tonight. Of course, the battle for Congress is well underway as these primary elections have been taking place each and every Tuesday, it seems, for the last couple of weeks here, including one that'll be taking place tomorrow in several key states, including in the Peach State in Georgia. We just heard from Georgia Governor Brian Kemp. Former Vice President Mike Pence was out campaigning, stumping for the incumbent governor there as he faces a Republican primary challenger into former Senator David Perdue. Tomorrow we'll have live coverage of those results. Also, some of these races out of Texas, including one that we'll be watching here, and that is the runoff election for Texas Attorney General between George P. Bush, he's the son of Jeb Bush, and the current Attorney General Ken Paxton. So that's one to watch as well. There's also races in Arkansas and Alabama tomorrow as well. So we've got you covered here on Live Now from Fox as we get well into midterm season. In the meantime, let's hear from Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick about misinformation, what you need to know when you go to the polls.
You may have heard around 40% of Americans cannot name the vice president, let alone a former vice president, which kind of reminds me of this random nondescript guy getting a haircut.
Your name are? Mike Pence. Mike Pence. Yes, sir. Vice President? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, boy.
However, research also shows us more Americans are actually learning more about civics than we have in decades. The problem here is that there's a catch that shows us where we're losing our way. First, here's the good news. The Annenberg Policy Center found a record number of Americans can now name all 3 branches of government. That's up more than 20 points from 15 years ago. And a record number can now name the 5 rights protected by the First Amendment, with 74% knowing the freedom of speech. But while people are becoming strikingly more informed now, here's the bad news. The research also shows they're failing to analyze and apply what they have learned. For example, nearly half thought that arresting the Capitol insurrectionists violated their First Amendment right to free speech.
And these were anarchists and terrorists.
Taken over by domestic terrorists.
And 61% thought the First Amendment forbids a private company like Facebook from restricting anything anyone posts. We appear to be dealing with what psychologists call the Dunning-Kruger effect, or people learning just enough about something to think that they know what they don't understand. In other words, think Dumb and Dumber, but on a mass scale.
Oh, look, Frost.
Consider the possibility that years of schools teaching to test may have finally caught up to us to the point that as a society we've gained knowledge of factoids, but lost the critical thinking skills to analyze and know what they mean.
We live in a time where people have lost the ability to judge what is true and what is not. That is another element, that is another ingredient in the recipe for disaster.
Which could make people more susceptible to the influences of demagogues in politics and conspiracy theories on social media, which could be driving a political movement against science and academia and nuance in public debate, which could in turn drive a push to remove lessons and books and discussions in school that might empower dissent or critical challenge. Here's our former governor and Senator Bob Graham put it a couple of years ago.
There is, unfortunately, a core of people in politics who think it's not to their advantage to have the public very well informed. If more people became engaged, maybe there'd be more opponents running against them when they ran for re-election.
And when a movement against higher education and science takes off, it becomes a sense of identity in which expressing a lack of higher education simply reinforces and advances that identity.
But now we have Nancy Pelosi's gazpacho police.
Yes, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said Congress is a cold soup police state. But see, that doesn't really work against her, because when she confuses Nazi police with cold soup, or the possibility of martial law as opposed to martial law, those kinds of mistakes just show she's not some kind of smarty-pants elitist that her base may envision talking down to them for making the same kinds of mistakes. And that's part of what makes Marjorie Taylor Greene much better at reading her audience and our current political climate than many of her detractors. And if you think these are unusual times, consider the possibility that it's the other way around, that we're actually gravitating away from an unusual period and moving toward an age of simple explanations and absolutes that has been far more common through history. Darrow and Darwin and Copernicus and Galileo and others lived through far more extreme variations of it and felt the strain and pain of working against it. But our founding fathers gave us something that most of them did not have. As intellectuals who recognized the threat of being vilified as fancy pants elitists themselves, they created a system of checks and balances to keep the pull of demagogues and Philistines in check. And they gave all of us the freedom and power to work against the currents. And in their writings, warning future generations that steering will take hard work. And in the end, they left the course of our nation and how normal or abnormal it may come to how hard its citizens are willing to steer.
All right, we thank Craig Patrick there from Fox 13 in Tampa. And I know I've been previewing this all afternoon, but remember we'll have special live coverage tomorrow for primary day in several states, including in Georgia, Texas, Arkansas, Alabama, and we'll be covering the key races here on Live Now from Fox with my colleague, Daytona Everett. In the meantime, we are just still monitoring this event there in Tokyo. We'll have live coverage of that. It's President Biden's last day in Japan. He'll be meeting with the Quad leaders. Remember those countries, Australia, Japan, India, and the United States. And I've been previewing that Australia has a new prime minister, a new leader. Just over the weekend, Scott Morrison, the prime minister, lost elections and a new one was sworn in. So Biden will be meeting with that new leader and so much more, talking about their shared commitments and priorities in the Indo-Pacific. In the meantime, let's move on to some of these major sports headlines. As always, we're going to bring in sports legal expert Dan Lust, who is going to break some of these down. Dan, good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. There's a scandal, I guess I would call it, that is working its way through Major League Baseball. This is what we know so far. Yankees third baseman Josh Donaldson, he's been suspended for one game over what some are saying is a racist comment to a player on another team. What more do we know?
Yeah, so a little bit of context. There was a bench clearing situation in the Yankees-White Sox game. An African-American player on the White Sox, Tim Anderson, alleged that a racial comment was made in his direction. And then Josh Donaldson later acknowledged what it was. So I guess there was a cover story a number of years ago where Tim Anderson referred to himself as the Jackie Robinson of bunting. Bunting being the term in baseball where you're bunting, right? But Donaldson, I guess he's claiming years prior, made that type of comment to Tim Anderson and called him Jackie in that context. So fast forward all the way to Saturday, and Donaldson says that he called Tim Anderson Jackie, again in reference to Jackie Robinson. So that comment was viewed by members of the White Sox, including Tim Anderson, as being a racial comment. Josh Donaldson said, I was just referring to his comment that he was the Jackie Robinson of bunting. So what did baseball do? They've issued a one-game suspension here. So Andrew, they've essentially said that these type of comments, there's no place for them, whether or not there was intent or not. That's essentially the message that's being sent here. And for Donaldson's part, he admitted to what he said. Maybe that's why there is not a harsher suspension, but he didn't fight it. And it's just a matter of, was there intent behind it? Because the words were uttered and baseball decided that a one-game suspension was the move here. But we will say Josh Donaldson is appealing this, so we'll see if the one game sticks.
Yeah, he's appealing this. He's also been put on the COVID-19 injured list. He's still eligible to play until the appeal process works itself out. And you watch this so closely, has Major League Baseball really done something like this with a one-game suspension? Really, that's kind of an off-color remark to another player, kind of a pejorative, has racial undertones. Or is this new territory, Dan?
I don't remember something like this happening. Maybe someone can correct me, but this is, it's almost saying like, we can't do nothing here. We have to do something. And then Andrew, pitchers that get, they get suspended, they get suspended for like 6 games. So for a pitcher, right, that starts, it's going to be, 6 games. And then the 6th game, you're missing 1 start. So like the equivalent of a one-game suspension has certainly happened before. It's happened in baseball, but for something like this, and I can't think of anything like this happening before. So, if you ask me, maybe people can criticize me, but I think it's just about right. I put out a poll that said, is it too much, or is it too little, or is it right? And I don't think in this day and age in 2022, baseball is going to let that go completely unpunished. But one game, it's 162 games in the season. It's certainly not the biggest deal.
Just last point on this. What about the Chicago White Sox, their team members, their managers? Do they think this is enough? What's Tim Anderson saying?
I think people around the White Sox organization think this was too light. I think there have been comments from people around the team that there should have been more here. At least they haven't said it should have been more, but the implication was that they don't buy Josh Donaldson's excuse, and they don't appreciate the comments. And even if I think the sentiment is Josh Donaldson is not a member of the White Sox. It's not an inside joke between two friends. It's a comment between maybe adversaries. So Donaldson's sentiment essentially, this was an inside joke between us, and I think you're hearing from the White Sox camp like this wasn't an inside joke. Anderson felt slighted by the comment, so you can call it whatever you want, but we don't appreciate that. That's your making light of the situation. So yeah, I think in White Sox camp they wanted more from this, but I think by and large one game is not going to cause such a headache in the baseball world. So we'll see if Donaldson keeps to his appeal, but it does seem at this point he wants to challenge it.
All right, Dan, let's move on to another story in Major League Baseball, still tangential to that. The mayor of Anaheim, California, his name, Harry Sidhu, has resigned in the midst of a federal public corruption investigation linked to the sale of the Angels Stadium. We're going to hear from one of our Fox 11 Los Angeles reporters about this particular story and then bring you back in. 1 second.
Give us the most reasonable, at the same time attainable guidelines to open up.
Okay, it actually looks like we're having some issues with that, with the audio. So, Dan, let's just talk about this right now. This is quite an interesting federal public corruption investigation, but how is it linked to the sale of Angels Stadium, and when did that sale take place?
So the sale took place some time ago. I mean, the update, which I think people are following the story, Mayor Harry Sidhu decided to resign today. I think it's effective as of, I think it's the 24th, so a couple of days from now. But the allegation, and the FBI was involved. The sale was kind of hung up while the FBI had an opportunity to investigate what was going on behind the scenes in terms of corruption. We don't see anything like this, and at least domestic sports. Certainly, there's been allegations of FIFA. If you're talking about World Soccer corruption behind the scenes, why certain teams will get, the FIFA host cup sites, but we don't see stuff like this in baseball. So the sale was being held up pending the investigation of the mayor, and a comment, I guess, from a sworn affidavit from an FBI agent was that behind the scenes, in the middle of these negotiations between the city and the team over this piece of land, that the mayor was feeding confidential pieces of information, and the allegation was in exchange for a massive campaign donation. I think the number was either 500,000 or $1 million, but that he was kind of sandbagging the sale in order to get some type of individual gain for his campaign reelection. So he's resigned today, and he's not acknowledging any type of fault. He's just saying he's doing it for the betterment of Anaheim. I don't know, people can make their own judgments there, but when the FBI gets involved and they're sniffing around and the sale gets hung up, it's a $320 million tentative sale. Certainly not a good look. So the attorney for the mayor made a statement that there was no finding of guilt or anything on the part of the mayor, but the mayor resigning in the middle of all this, it certainly says a lot.
Yeah, it does say a lot, Dan. Will this help, I guess, his case now that he has, resigned from public office? Do you think the feds that are looking into him will take that into consultation?
Well, let's put it this way. I don't think that would make him look any better in the court of public opinion. Oh, the guy definitely didn't do it. He stepped down. But I think the other way, right? I think that's what you're saying, that the fact that he did step down and kind of, took the pressure off of them, the people clamoring for his office, I think sometimes that does help. And guys obviously retain counsel. They wouldn't have made this move, freely without any type of concession. So maybe behind the scenes, the people at the FBI can say, we got him. He ended up stepping down, even though we didn't, it didn't take us a full investigation to make him step down. We've put enough pressure on him publicly to step down. So, yeah, I mean, I tend to think these public resignations, there's some type of quid pro quo behind the scenes, whether or not, Andrew, you or I will ever know if this was actually some type of bargain for a deal. I certainly, I do think it helps, right? Just it's the same thing like a public apology, right? Just the presence of actually saying I'm sorry publicly, does it really mean anything? No. Does it make people whole financially? No, but I think there's some type of support that you're taking accountability, and I think that's certainly the read on it that I'm getting.
Yeah, Dan, last point on this, because it's so interesting how, local municipalities and the representatives that serve them have to, especially at that level with these major cities, interact with these professional sports teams, all the incentives to either, bring a team to the city. And so you're looking at kind of a case study where that might have been nefarious. There might have been some wrongdoing there. So I just thought it's such an interesting intersection, kind of local politics, professional sports going awry.
It happens more than we know. I mean, Andrew, I've been on the show with you in the past talking about that St. Louis Rams relocation lawsuit. The Rams were in St. Louis, and then all of a sudden, their owner wanted to move them to Los Angeles. So there was a tug of war between St. Louis and Los Angeles, and obviously, as we know, they are now the Los Angeles Rams. Similar story today. I was talking about with a colleague. The Washington Commanders. They've been based in Maryland actually for the past I think 2 decades, and now they're being pulled into Virginia. So there's some local jockeying between politicians in Maryland. DC wants maybe the team back, in Virginia. So this happens more than and we just don't have unlimited sports teams. Sometimes, in the past, while the leagues were growing, while the NBA and NFL, Major League Baseball were growing, if a team left a market, they could be replaced by an expansion team. But we don't really see expansion to the same rate that we used to. So I think these teams are really a highly valued commodity. So some of these jurisdictions will pay hundreds of millions of dollars just to keep a team within their jurisdiction, because, you lose a team, you lose that economy. Just, go no further than Oakland, right? They had the Oakland Raiders, they had the Golden State Warriors, which were in Oakland, and they're about to lose the Oakland Athletics. I don't know what's going to happen to Oakland after that, but you lose 3 teams, certainly that's got to hurt the economy in some sense.
Definitely. Dan, let's go on to one last sports headline that we got today. We learned some results from the autopsy of Dwayne Haskins, the former Pittsburgh Steelers player who was involved in it's just a grisly way to go, but he was hit by a car on a Florida interstate. Broward County medical examiner saying that he was drunk at the time. He had ketamine in his system when he was struck and killed while walking on that freeway. Just a horrible way to go. He was only 24 years old. Your thoughts on this, and what can we, I guess, glean from Dwayne Haskins' life about this and his professional life?
Yeah, it's certainly very tragic. I mean, we had more questions than we could possibly have answers, and that's still the case today. I think, the only part to add, there were reports that I think his car was running short on gas, and in the early morning hours, there were reports, and at least if you read the obviously the reporting today, that he was trying to flag down a vehicle to get gas. So, alcohol notwithstanding or whatever the toxicology result said, still the tragic result, the tragic loss of someone's life. So. We're not going to know exactly what was going on, short of surveillance footage or anything like that. We're not going to know exactly, what happened in those moments. But the death here is ruled an accident. I think, that's a really tragic thing. A young football player, former first-round pick, in his early 20s, that had so much ahead of him. He was a superstar over at Ohio State. Was just, beginning to kind of, turn his career around with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it's really, it's really a shame. So. When something like this happens, it's just an absolute tragedy. And even today, with a little bit more clearance, I still think there are so many more answers that we don't have.
Definitely. Dan Lust, as always, we'll leave it at that. We appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
My pleasure. Anytime.
All right, we're going to be moving on here to some more of these international headlines, including going over President Biden's trip to the Indo-Pacific, visiting both South Korea and Japan, meeting with their leaders. Of course, he is about to be stepping out here with the leaders of the Quad countries. Of course, that's Japan, India, Australia, and the United States. We'll also be touching on all the latest developments in Russia's war in Ukraine, as tomorrow we near the 3-month anniversary since the invasion began. So more on that in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. Hope you had a great weekend. I'm Andrew Kraft. A little bit after the 6 o'clock hour here as we are awaiting President Biden. I believe this is his last event before he comes back to the United States. It's his last day in Japan. He'll have several meetings with the Quad as a whole, and then he'll also be meeting with the individual leaders to talk about a range of regional and global issues. So remember, it looks like our shot is not the greatest, but the Quad countries include Japan, India, Australia, and us, the United States. And like I said, Australia swore in a new prime minister over the weekend, just in time for these Quad meetings. A member of the Labour Party ousting Conservative Scott Morrison, who was in power for quite some time there down under. In the meantime, we do want to give you the latest updates on the war in Russia and Ukraine. Remember, tomorrow will be the 3-month anniversary since the invasion began. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkot has the latest about what's going on down on the ground.
Russian shelling continuing around the clock as Moscow escalates its offensive in eastern Ukraine. The main target, Severodonetsk, thought to be key to taking over Luhansk province and eventually the entire Donbass region. Russia is making minor gains while pursuing a scorched earth policy, but the Pentagon says it will do everything possible to help the Ukrainians maintain their defensive lines.
We'll sharpen our collective understanding of the battlefield conditions, and we'll discuss how we can strengthen and modernize the Ukrainian armed forces for the long haul.
And with the momentum on the ground now possibly shifting towards Russia, U.S. officials are looking at ways to beef up security at the newly reopened American embassy here in Kyiv, including the potential deployment of special operations forces.
They want to bring in military to assist. That is appropriate. Make what the assessment is and then scale the security force to what the threat is.
Meanwhile, Ukraine's president is rallying support from world leaders at the Davos Economic Forum, asking for tougher sanctions on Moscow, including a total ban on Russian energy. President Biden said Monday the current sanctions are having a big impact, a claim quickly refuted by Vladimir Putin.
Despite all the difficulties, I would like to note that the Russian economy is withstanding the sanctions hit and withstanding it quite well.
The White House is now reportedly considering new sanctions on countries that buy oil and gas from Russia. In Kyiv, Greg Palkot, Fox News.
Greg, thanks so much for that update there from Ukraine. Joining me now to discuss all these recent developments over the last 24 hours, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. A lot of news happened in the last 24 hours. I want to start with this one. We learned earlier today that the Russian counselor to the UN based in Geneva, his name Boris Bondarev, resigned, saying, quote, "Never have I been so ashamed of my country." Hal, you and I probably were shocked when we saw that. This is really a high-level defection. And what do we make of it? Are there more cracks forming in the Kremlin?
Well, Andrew, I think what you're seeing is you're seeing probably one of the most apparent defection, if you will. But there's been a number of things that have happened. There's reports coming out of Moscow of a number of senior officials who have been asking some big questions. In fact, there were some big questions asked today by, it's an officers organization. They were one of the organizations that pushed early on for the recognition of the two provinces in the Donbass region as independent territories. Now they're calling for a full mobilization, but they're doing it in context of saying this special military operations, they call it, has basically been a bust, that it hasn't been successful, and that the military is failing. This whole thing with the war crimes, and certainly you would see that if you were in Geneva working on a diplomatic level, this is just truly isolated Russia, has taken them out of the community of nations in very significant ways. And it's going to get worse because, as was mentioned, there's countries that are receiving oil and gas, and potentially this could go into other commodities as well, that could end up being subject to some sort of sanction regime themselves, and that will further isolate Russia. So we're seeing a lot of this. I think the big shock that everybody had was about a week ago when the main commentator on Russian state television started basically lambasting this whole thing and calling out the propaganda. And there's been a series of these things. Of course, this is the biggest one we've seen on the diplomatic level.
Yeah, Hal, I mean, I was very, very surprised when I saw that today. And, you know, he was based in Geneva. He was for the UN. Right now, I just want to break in here. We are getting some live pictures out of Tokyo right now, and I believe that is the new Australian Prime Minister there, who is meeting with his Japanese counterpart, Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. And so just wanted to make sure we got this in. And this is, of course, President Biden's first Indo-Pacific trip, and he'll be meeting with the new Australian leader. He met earlier this morning with the Japanese leader as well. We'll be airing that press conference. And so, Hal, if you would just stick around with us as we watch some of these arrivals in Tokyo as they happen live. And we will most likely be seeing President Biden very, very soon here. Hal, which gives us a kind of good opportunity, entree, I guess. Let's just transition the conversation while we keep these live pictures up. Of the trip itself, I want to get your thoughts on it, what you made of it. Of course, huge news in this press conference, Hal. And I can't overstate that, where President Biden essentially said that he would commit to defending Taiwan militarily. And I've been hearing a lot of commentary on this today. That is a policy shift. That is not the current stance of the U.S. government and the U.S. State Department. We have a current policy in place known as strategic ambiguity when it comes to Taiwan. We can get into that. But the White House seemingly having to either go on the record and defend this or walk this back. I just want to get my notes here. According to Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich, who is traveling with the president, she got an answer from officials. She says there's no change to the policy. The president reiterated our one China policy and our commitment to peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Hal, are we in a new era? What's China saying about this?
Well, China is livid about this. You know, since the 70s, going back to Nixon, we have we have adopted the one China policy. You know, we used to recognize the Republic of China, Taiwan, if you will, as the government of China. And then Nixon went to China famously. And we shifted, but then became that policy of strategic ambiguity. It also coincided with us eventually pulling our military forces formally out of Taiwan. And there was this policy of, we will come to their defense, but we do not recognize them as an independent country. We recognize them as part of China, but we do not allow or recognize China's right to forcefully, subjugate them, as it were, which is what China wants to do now. They want to go in there. They've been very open about this. They want to go in there and forcefully take over. So this strategic ambiguity is our policy, but this is the third time that President Biden has said, yes, we will go in there in some sort of military fashion. Now, every time he says that, basically the White House and the Secretary of Defense and others turn around and say there is no change in our policy. But the fact that he keeps saying this over and over again, if there was ambiguity before, there's greater ambiguity now. There has to be some serious doubt in the minds of the Chinese. If they were counting on the United States not militarily intervening, after the president says this so many times, they could see a situation where we actually might militarily intervene on behalf of Taiwan. Even if we don't put boots in the ground, we'll probably put ships in the water.
Of course, we're just looking at the Indian leader right now enter into the Quad Summit as the leaders are meeting. And that's so interesting. Just want to put out there that the Chinese Foreign Ministry essentially said that it deplores and rejects the U.S. comments. That was their statement today. I do want to let our viewers listen to President Biden answer that question put to him by a reporter on Taiwan. It was at this press conference with the Japanese leader in Tokyo earlier today, just so our viewers can listen to it, and then we'll get back to some more of the updates and headlines out of Russia and Ukraine. Have a listen.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are?
That's the commitment we made. And the reason I bother to say this, not just about Ukraine. If, in fact, after all he's done, there's a rapprochement met between between the Ukrainians and Russia, and these sanctions are not continued to be sustained in many ways, then what signal does that send to China about the cost of attempting to take Taiwan by force? We support the one China policy. We support all that we've done in the past. But that does not mean that China has the ability, the jurisdiction to go in and use force to take over Taiwan. So we stand firmly with Japan and with other nations not to let that happen. And my expectation is it will not happen. It will not be attempted. And my expectation is a lot of it depends upon just how strongly the world makes clear that that kind of action is going to result in long-term disapprobation by the rest of the community.
Okay, so that was the response to a question put to President Biden. We're back in Tokyo in this room here as we await to see President Biden. We haven't seen the president just yet. He'll be there most likely very soon as he meets with his Quad counterparts. Back to Hal Kempfer, who's on with us. Hal, what are other countries, not just China, what do you think they're saying? How are they reacting to this? Taiwan has essentially been an independent republic for some 70-odd years. They operate as that. They're very well-equipped. We send them military assistance to defend themselves in the event of an invasion by the Chinese mainland. But do you think the administration needs to do more cleanup on Aisle 9?
Well, I think if in South Korea and certainly in Japan, they're pleased to hear this. South Korea has taken a very a stronger tone. They have said the time of appeasement with Kim Jong-un in North Korea is over. That's a rather strong statement. They have said if North Korea wants to enter into some sort of negotiations or whatever, that North Korea is going to have to initiate them. That's a big change. That's a huge change. Japan is being much more forthright. Japan is stepping up. They're talking about doing things militarily that they simply have not done since the end of World War II. And they are pushing forward with that. So they like to hear a strong United States being very forthright about what's going on with China in the South China Sea. They all have disputes themselves out there with various islands. And I also think Australia is heartened to hear this as well. I don't know exactly how the new prime minister feels about it exactly, because I know how the previous prime minister would have felt about it. But the other thing is that what you're starting to see with the Quad specifically, what we're looking at here, is a dramatic strategic realignment, bringing India into the same fold where we have Japan and Australia. That's a big change. You have to remember we've had a extremely close relationship with both those countries, with both Japan and Australia, for a very long time. India, not so much. India has for a long time maintained its non-aligned status. It's had a very close relationship with Russia. That appears to be changing, although with that said, a lot of Russian oil now is going to India, which is buying it at a steep discount as they can from Russia. And so the oil that would have probably gone to Europe and probably North America is now going to down to India and further out to China, of course.
Yeah.
And so there's some alignment here, though, and there is talk of India distancing itself from Russia. Certainly, there's a lot of tension between China and India. There's a very active border dispute with actual forces moving back and forth along that border, trying to Chinese forces have moved in to try and claim Indian sovereign territory. So I think what you're seeing is a big change is taking place. And this meeting isn't just a meeting with four countries. This meeting kind of capstones a lot of behind the scenes discussions that have been going on for some time. One of the things we'll probably see first and foremost is a lot of joint maritime engagement, maritime exercises, maritime patrols. One thing that everyone realizes is if we get much better at working together collaboratively, particularly in the maritime space, but also with airspace, that gives us a force multiplier effect, just because not just the number of assets that we have at sea, but the fact that we can all work together so well. You know, if you want to see that on display the other way, the complete opposite, look at what Russia's doing in Ukraine. They can't work together at all. Their air, their fire support, their maneuver elements on the ground are uncoordinated. They don't work together. And we've seen what that has caused Russia in terms of tremendous losses and an inability to basically conduct offensive operations. So that interoperable piece, that joint coalition interoperability is so important. And I just say this personally, as someone who's spent many years working with coalition partners. I have trained extensively with Japanese forces. I've trained extensively with Korean forces. I've done operational things to include in Iraq with Australian forces. And I don't know the Indian forces that well, although I have interacted with Indian officials and had them in various different seminars and things that I've been lecturing at for some time. But I've always been impressed, and I realized that being able to work together is going to give us tremendous strength.
Yeah, of course, that was one of the main objectives, at least on the United States' part, is to kind of get India more vocal, more out there in condemning the Putin regime. They've been quite reluctant to do that ever since the invasion began. Hal Kempfer, we have so much to talk about. We do have to go. If you do have some time, maybe we can talk to you a little bit later tonight on so many more of these Russia-Ukraine updates, but we will talk to you again. Thanks so much, Hal.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, and we still have this shot. We're waiting for President Biden to arrive as he meets with the the Quad leaders there in Tokyo. While we wait for that, in the meantime, we do want to show you some of the joint press conference that President Biden had earlier today with his Japanese counterpart, where he made those remarks about Taiwan. We'll put that up, and we'll put this shot up at the same time.
はじめに岸田総理からご発言をいただき、続いてバイデン大統領からご発言をいただきます。それでは岸田総理、お願いいたします。
はい、バイデン大統領の、米国大統領としては初めての、ご訪日、大変嬉しく思っています。Joe, welcome back to Japan. 米国は日本にとって自由、民主主義、人権、法の支配といった普遍的な価値を共有する我が国にとって唯一の同盟国です。日米同盟が我が国の外交安全保障政策の要であることは言うまでもありません。その上でこの度の日米首脳会談は2つの意味でこれまでになく重要であるインド太平洋地域防衛費の期待促進など米同盟の
right here in Japan, cooperating on clean energy and decarbonization to tackle the climate crisis. And after this, the United States and Japan, together with 11 other nations, will be launching the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. This framework is a commitment to working with our close friends and partners in the region on challenges that matter most to ensuring economic competitiveness in the 21st century, by improving security and trust in the digital economy, protecting workers, strengthening supply chains, and tackling corruption that robs nations of their ability to serve their citizens. You know, as the two largest democracies, the two largest economies in the democratic world, the United States and Japan are demonstrating the strength of democracies in action. Our cooperation has been particularly vital in organizing the global response to hold Putin accountable for his brutal war in Ukraine and his attack on the norms and principles that are the foundation of our international order. Mr. Prime Minister, you've been outstanding. You've been an outstanding partner throughout this crisis. And our unity in the G7 to impose economic costs on Russia and support the people of Ukraine is sending a strong message about our willingness to defend a rule-based international order. And I'm looking forward to continuing our discussions at the upcoming G7 summit in Germany and returning to Japan next year in 2023 for the G7 summit. And I welcome the Prime Minister's announcement the G7 summit will take place in his hometown of Hiroshima. Today, we also discuss ways to continue to strengthen our security cooperation. The United States remains fully committed to Japan's defense, and we welcome the opportunity to work more closely together in an increasingly challenging security environment. I applaud Prime Minister Kishida's determination to strengthen Japanese defense capabilities as well. A strong Japan and a strong U.S.-Japan alliance is a force for good in the region. I support the peace and stability that's going to continue and we hope increase across the Taiwan Straits, promote freedom of navigation in the East and South China Seas, and to deter the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So thank you again, Mr. Prime Minister, for your partnership and your friendship. The alliance between our two countries is stronger than it's ever been, and it's as important as it has ever been. I'm looking forward to exploring even more ways that our relationship will help move us toward a future that benefits all people. So thank you very much, Mr. President, and I really, truly appreciate your hospitality.
ありがとうございました。それではこれからプレスの皆様からのご質問を受けいたします。質問は日本側の記者の方、続いてアメリカ側の記者の方からお願いいたします。質問のある方は挙手をいただいた後、日本側の記者の方は私から指名し、アメリカの記者の方はバイデン大統領から指名をしていただきます。 指名された方はお近くのスタンドマイクの前に進み出て、所属と名前を名乗ってから質問を行ってください。質問は簡潔にお願いいたします。なお、感染予防の観点から質問される際もマスクの着用をお願いいたします。それでは、日本側の記者の方からご質問をお受けいたします。それでは、一番の前の、山本さんです。はい。
テレビ朝日の山本です。総理、バイデン大統領、よろしくお願いします。まず総理にお伺いします。ロシアによるウクライナ侵攻を踏まえ、総理はこれまでも欧州とアジアの安全保障は切り離すことはできないとの考えを示しています。そうした中で今回の会談では特に中国への対応について、台湾海峡をめぐる現在の情勢をどのように分析したのでしょうか。また、仮に危機が起こった際に、アメリカ側はどのように対応すると説明があり、また日本側に対してはですね、どのような要望があったのでしょうか。その上で総理からは、日本側の対応について、防衛費の増額や敵基地攻撃能力の保有などを含め、具体的にどのような説明をしたのでしょうか。よろしくお願いします。
はい、まず、今回の、首脳会談においては、ご指摘の、台湾海峡情勢については、台湾に関する両国の基本的な立場には変更がないことを確認し、そして国際社会のこの安全と繁栄に不可欠な要素である台湾海峡の平和と安定の重要性を強調するとともに、両岸問題の平和的解決を促した、こうした内容のものでありました。地域の安全保障環境、一層厳しさを増す中にあって、今回のロシアによる、ウクライナ侵略のような力による、一方的なこの現状変更の試みを、インド太平洋、とりわけアジア、東アジアで、許さぬよう、日米同盟のさらなる強化が不可欠だと考えます。こうした共通認識のもとで、私の方からは、日本の防衛力の抜本的な強化を行う。そして、その裏付けとなる防衛費の相当な増額を確保する。こうした決意を述べました。それに対してバイデン大統領から強い支持をいただいた、こういったやり取りがありました。また、私の方からは、いわゆるこの反撃能力を含めて、あらゆる選択肢を排除しない、こうした旨も述べた次第です。インド太平洋、そして国際社会の平和と繁栄の確保のために、その基盤であるこの日米同盟の一層の強化に向けて、引き続き日米で緊密に連携していきたいと考えています。以上です。
ありがとうございます。続きまして。
To ask you about the economy. During your trip here to Asia, you've promoted the investments by Samsung and Hyundai, but back home in the United States, Americans are dealing with record high inflation. The Fed has raised interest rates to try to address those issues, and there are also just enormously high gas prices. Given the cross currents of the economy right now, the war in Ukraine, the China lockdowns that we've seen, should Americans be prepared for a recession? In your view, is a recession in the United States inevitable?
No.
Why not?
Look, you're talking about the significant progress we've made in making sure we don't have supply chain backups, about the 8,000 jobs that Hyundai is going to be bringing to Georgia, 3,000.
All right, so we've been watching this event from a little bit earlier today as we are, of course, awaiting the arrival
Please raise your hand. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we wanted to go ahead and show you this arrival as we've been covering extensively President Biden's trip in Asia here, and it continues. We'll be playing some of this out a little bit later for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be hitting on some of the latest, not only abroad, but here at home. The Vice President, Kamala Harris, speaking on mental health for healthcare workers right here in the United States. More to come on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Today, the Vice President joining the U.S. Surgeon General at Children's National Hospital to thank staff and announce a new Surgeon General's advisory on a growing threat to the nation's health health worker burnout. Joining me now to discuss health worker burnout, I want to bring in the president of the American Academy of Physician Associates and a PA herself, Jennifer Orozco. Jennifer, thanks so much for joining us here. We know that you are so busy, but I'm curious what your thoughts are on this visit with the U.S. Surgeon General, with the Vice President. This is a major issue that we don't talk about enough. Mental health, of course, but specifically for the people who are providing health for others.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is for certain, prior to the pandemic, we had a mental health crisis. And now coming out of the pandemic, and even with the pandemic continuing, that crisis is continuing and has only worsened. And it's so important that we start taking care of not only our patients, but ourselves. And as a healthcare provider myself, who has had struggles in the mental health arena, we need to share our stories. And, you know, we're here at our annual conference this week, the American Academy of Physician Associates, and we've had this focus on mental health and what we've been through for the last 2 years as PAs. And we've been lucky to speak to some really well-renowned leaders in this area that have struggled with mental health, Jane Pauley, Simone Biles. And we just this week launched, and in fact today, announced our partnership with the Indianapolis Colts and what they've done with kicking the stigma in the NFL, and how we can utilize that as healthcare providers to help provide mental health first aid to all of our patients and our healthcare workers across the country.
Right. I mean, everyone was paying attention with Simone Biles and her struggles as she was going through the Olympics, and she was very outspoken about that. You've been able to do that in your own industry. You kind of said that there for a moment. I'm curious if you could go ahead and share your story. You've been very bold about mental health in your industry and helping others. Give us a little glimpse into that.
Sure. You know, I am a director of advanced practice in Chicago, and I'm responsible for 400 PAs and nurse practitioners across the system. During COVID at Rush University Medical Center, I was in charge of all the physicians and the PAs and the nurse practitioners in the system and putting them on the front lines. And you know, as a PA, as a healthcare provider, I really wanted to do that myself. We all answered that call. And I was asked by the leadership to say no, help coordinate that. And instead had to send all of my colleagues and my friends to the front lines. And I told this story and shared this story about one that impacted me. And I took a young PA and who had just had a baby and came back from maternity leave. And I had to send her to the ICU to take care of COVID patients. And she left her baby at home and moved into a hotel. And that, as a mother of three, a single mother of three, that had a tremendous impact. And we just cried. And that happened every day to all of us in healthcare. And it really affected me tremendously in a way that I never expected. And it caused me to pause and say, I'm not okay. And I had people all around me who weren't okay either. And I thought, well, maybe if I shared my story, it would cause others to share their story. And that's exactly what it's done. And that's exactly what our partnership with the Colts has done. And people reached out to me after I shared my story. I had, as you noted, I had written about it. And I had colleagues that I would have never expected in the healthcare space that said, thank you so much for sharing that. It's scary sometimes in medicine. We have a lot of fear that we will lose our jobs or our license if we share our challenges with mental health. But we have to start saying it's okay to not be okay, and really destigmatize all of the negativity around mental health, so that we can take care of ourselves and our families and our patients better. And that's exactly what our campaign, our partnership, and this training of the Train the Trainer will get to. And the hope is that we will be able to spread this, because we just don't have enough healthcare providers. It's a national shortage. And there's a tremendous shortage of physicians and nurses across this country. We have 150,000 PAs who are trained in every aspect of medicine. And the hope is if we train them to train everybody else, that we can start taking care of each other and stop all that who are suffering.
Well, not to get political on this, but with the Biden administration talking about it, I'm curious from your point of view, you're saying it is staffing shortages. With this advisory, is this going to be enough? They're also investing in young people who want to go into the medical field. I think $200 million going into future physicians and nurses and everything along those lines. Do you think when things get back to capacity here, when you guys get fully staffed up, is that going to be enough?
You know, I don't think there's such a thing as fully staffed in medicine. I worked in medicine 20 years and there's always a shortage going on. And I think it really is up to us to be innovative. And how do we take what we have? I do think what has been proposed and dollars and training and all of that is so important, and that will make a tremendous difference. But I think we also have to start thinking about what is it that we have and how can we be innovative in healthcare to transform health? We have, for instance, as I'm a PA, and so we have 150,000 PAs, but there are a lot of laws and regulations and administrative burden in this country that prevent them from actually practicing the way that they're supposed to and that they're trained to do. And we really have to start to think about how do we deliver healthcare? We have all different types of healthcare workers, not just PAs, whether that's respiratory therapy or nursing, all of our physician partners, everybody is collaborative in healthcare. So how do we deliver that team-based care that the Surgeon General talked about and the administration talked about in the most efficient and effective manner? Because we'll never be able to train anybody fast enough to keep up with the demand. Right now, 93 million Americans in this country do not have access to primary care. And we have so many untapped resources that we have to enable and empower to deliver healthcare, especially in our underserved and our impoverished areas that don't have access. And that's where PAs were founded. And there's so many things that we can do. And this, I think, is just one step in how we can get there.
Well, you work directly with PAs, formerly physician assistants, but now known as physician associates, because you guys have so much on your plate. And I think I read this earlier that now there's a shortage of physicians in general, so you guys are stepping into a lot of the roles that physicians formerly had. Across the board, though, with all medical workers, PAs, nurses, is it kind of the same thought process? Is everyone burnt out at this point? And is there optimism?
Yeah, you know, I think there's a little bit of both. We had burnout in healthcare long before the pandemic, but I think one of the studies and that we've seen is scary. Over half of all healthcare workers and PAs are experiencing burnout and severe symptoms of burnout, anxiety, depression. And how can we expect these individuals to take care of patients?
Sure.
And not only that, when they have so little. And so, you know, it really is staggering, the numbers and the concern that we have for healthcare workers. And I think there was a statistic not too long ago that just came out about the shortage of 325,000 nurses that are going to be on shortage. So you combine that with the physician shortage and all of the other healthcare shortages that we have, and we have to think about access and how do we tap into what we have, create new partnerships. I think our new partnership with the Colts is one step into this with a real focus on mental health. I was saying earlier today in another press briefing that we all know someone with a mental health issue, and we have to just say, how are you? How are you doing today? And not only for our patients, but for all healthcare workers. And so reach out to them, say, how are you? How are you doing? What can I do? You know, you don't have to know how to help them necessarily, but just talk to them. We've been isolated for so long, and just reaching out and moving forward. That's what this mental health first aid training that we're going to do will do. And, you know, we're starting in Indiana and we're going to reach 2,000 people. And the hope is that with the help of the Colts and the AAPA that we're the first two organizations from an NFL perspective and the first healthcare organization to really do this type of partnership. And we want to be able to inspire everybody to do this and to move forward.
Yeah, that's really cool. If you could have some sort of aspiration for what the healthcare industry would look like in a year, in 2 years, what would that be?
I would say it's all of us functioning collaboratively in this team-based environment, and every single person being able to work to the top of their education and their license. It really is an untapped resource. We have so many outdated laws, regulations, and burdens. And I know this administration, as well as the previous administration, really focused on, we have to start removing these barriers. We did it during COVID. We had executive orders that removed all the restrictions on healthcare providers because that's what we needed to do. And we need to make those barriers and removal of those barriers permanent. It was the only way. We can't only act in a crisis. We have to do that now because we are in a state of healthcare crisis. We're in a mental health crisis. We're in a workforce shortage crisis in healthcare. We're in a crisis in underserved and rural areas. We have chronic disease states in this country: obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure. PAs are trained in every single one of these aspects in every medicine and surgical specialty. And we partner with physicians and other healthcare providers, nursing, to deliver this care. And we have to start doing it better. It's the only way forward. We have to take care of our healthcare workforce because we won't have one if we don't change something. And all this week with my colleagues, it's been so inspiring. There are PAs here that are doing innovative healthcare delivery across the country, and we're sharing those stories. And we were talking about how we're not okay, but we're really excited for the future because we know that if we do this together in this partnership, in this collaborative manner, that we will be okay.
Yeah, and especially with the community support. I want to go into the hospital and have people who are there who aren't burnt out and running on zero sleep, negative sleep. And I know that's what a lot of people are probably thinking right now. So we are thinking about you healthcare workers, and we want the best for you. Thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you.
Jennifer Orozco, president of AAPA. Any last thoughts?
You know, I think all I want is for people to share their stories, know that mental health is important. It's okay to not be okay. We are PAs and we're one healthcare provider, but we're here to help, help everyone feel better, look better, be together, and really we can do this collaboratively to move our healthcare system forward into the future. And I hope all of you are well, stay well, and we wish you the best.
Thank you so much. We will talk to you soon. We wish you the best with all of your initiatives that you guys are taking.
Thank you.
All right, and we are going to keep it moving here on Live Now from Fox. Later into the evening, we will play maybe out some of that event with the U.S. Surgeon General and Vice President Kamala Harris as they are taking big steps, both financially and just acknowledging it on a national level, mental health for our healthcare workers. Speaking of the Biden administration, though, President Biden is abroad right now. We'll be getting out to some of his remarks as that Quad meeting is underway right now. We'll see you back here. 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are doing continuing coverage of President Biden's trip to Asia here. He's currently in Tokyo. You can see him speaking with Secretary Blinken right there. He just made remarks at this kind of roundtable conversation. We're going to play that out for you in full.
It's wonderful to be together with friends and at this transformative moment in the world. And we are at a transformative moment. Prime Minister Kishida, I want to commend you for the extraordinary leadership that over the past few months that you've shown and for the gracious way in which you've hosted all of us. And Prime Minister Modi, it's wonderful to see you again in person. Thank you for your continuing commitment to making sure democracies deliver, because that's what this is about, democracies versus autocracies, and we have to make sure we deliver. Prime Minister Albanese, I welcome you to your first Quad meeting. Like I said, you got on a plane, you were sworn in, got in the plane, and if you fall asleep while you're here, it's okay. Because I don't know how you're doing it, but it's really quite extraordinary. Just getting off the campaign trail as well. Congratulations on your election. As I told you when you won, I called you that we greatly appreciate your commitment of being here so soon after taking office. Quad leaders met for the first time just over 1 year ago. It seems longer, but to date our partnership is central to achieving our goals and critical for the foundation of our continuing cooperation, in my view. We already accomplished a great deal, as was referenced earlier, cooperating on COVID-19 response and health security, more to do, to state the obvious, partnering on 5G and technology supply chains, technology standard setting, and launching our Quad Fellowship Program, which I think could make a difference, as we talked about earlier. At the same time, we're navigating a dark hour in our shared history. The Russian brutal and unprovoked war against Ukraine has triggered a humanitarian catastrophe, and innocent civilians have killed in the streets, and millions of refugees are internally displaced as well as exiled. And this is more than just a European issue. It's a global issue. The fact is that if you turn on the television and you'll see what Russia's doing now, it appears to me that Putin is just trying to extinguish a culture. He's not even aiming at military targets anymore. He's taking out every school, every church, every natural history museum, as if to try to obliterate the Ukrainian culture. And the world has to deal with it, and we are. The global food crisis is made worse by Russia's blocking Ukraine from exporting its millions of tons of grain. And also, as long as Russia continues the war, the United States will work with our partners to help lead a global response, because it can affect all parts of the world. At the same time, the United States must and will be a strong, steady, and enduring partner in the Indo-Pacific. We are in the Indo-Pacific. We are an Indo-Pacific power. I was once asked by, well, I won't go into it, but I was once asked by the leader of China why I kept talking about being an Indo-Pacific power. I said, because we are. We share the Pacific, one entire side of our country. And we have been deeply involved with all of you for a long time. As long as Russia continues this war, we're going to continue to be partners and lead a global response. And you know, we're Indo-Pacific power, as I said. We're going to stand with you, our close democratic partners. And we're going to stand for the shared values and the shared vision we all have. You know, shortly before Russia launched its invasion, my administration published our Indo-Pacific strategy to advance a free, open, connected, secure, and resilient Indo-Pacific. Russia's assault on Ukraine only heightens the importance of those goals. The fundamental principles of international order, territorial integrity and sovereignty, international law, human rights, must always be defended, regardless of where they're violated in the world. So the Quad has a lot of work ahead of us. It's the fact of the matter is that we have a lot of work to do, keeping this region peaceful and stable, tackling this pandemic and the next one, and addressing the climate crisis as referenced by our new colleague. ensuring that technologies of the future are governed according to our values, But in a short time, we've shown the Quad isn't just a passing fad. We mean business. We're here to get things done for the region, and I'm proud of what we're building together, and I look forward to our vital partnership flourishing for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
So a portion of this Quad meeting being sent out, our media team there with all of these foreign leaders, President Biden outlining what this trip has been all about, supply chains, 5G, and the war underway in Ukraine. He said, as long as Russia continues war, we're going to continue to be allies, saying this is about democracy and not autocracy. Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We are coming up on the top of the hour, 7 o'clock in Phoenix, Arizona, 10 o'clock out on the East Coast. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The manhunt continues for the gunman who fatally shot a passenger aboard a Q train over the weekend in what police are calling an unprovoked attack. We'll be having a live report on that in a couple of minutes here. But until then, we want to go out to remarks with New York City Mayor Eric Adams as he was talking about some other topics, but also highlighted this situation underway.
Doesn't have to be long. Doesn't have to trust to trust. Yes, let me get that T-shirt. And to all of you, Bishop Taylor, in the years out in Queens, Brookline, here in Harlem, the large numbers of housing residents, a city within a city. And this doesn't have to be long, and I'm not going to be long. When you talk about living in NYCHA, holding down our city for so many years, you're looking at, 50 plus years, 40 plus years, 35 years, and there's only one thing that has been consistent. Everyone tried to just be philosophical while people were living in a destructive environment. And as I walk through, not only campaigning, but my days as borough president, as state senator, looking at all of these bills coming to Albany, everyone is stating year after year after year on the campaign trail of what we ought to do, what we need to do, but no one was doing. No one was doing. So we went to the residents and asked. Some of the residents said, hey, we want this model. then let's do that, as we saw in Brooklyn last week. Other residents said, we want this model, the trust. So why can't they have a menu of items that they would like to see on their facility? Why can't they have their options? And so we shouldn't take these options off the table. Let them decide what options they want to use. One thing that's clear, we need to stop playing with this. We're not getting money from the federal government this year. They're not. They already told us we are not concerned with NYCHA residents. They did not pass that $35 billion that we needed. So we must do it on our own. Here's a way to do it. The trust. Let's get the trust passed. And I want to thank our colleagues in Albany. There are those in Albany who support this. They believe it's the right thing to do. Now let's get it over the finish line so we can finally stop the years of neglect with NYCHA and keep kicking the can down the road. You heard me say over and over again that all of these problems that we're facing in our city, there are many rivers that feed the dysfunctionality that we have in our cities. We need to dam each one, but this time we have a real stream of resources that can come through the trust. Let's make this happen. And here's 3 reasons, as Brad stated, that I'm 100% on board. Number 1, you can vote in and out. If you don't want it, then don't do it. Don't do it. You know, there's nothing better than options. Number 2, participating in the vendor selection. You're participating in the vendor selection. You know, far too often you have no say-so in these vendors who come in, do shoddy work, and then they're able to continue to go from one facility to the next facility. They have been eating off of the dysfunctionality of NYCHA. Now you participate. 3, serve on quality assurance committees to look at the repairs, to make sure the repairs that they are stating were done are actually done. Now, when you add that into what we're going to roll out, a real dashboard, my chief technology officer is putting together a real dashboard so they can see in real time what is happening. They should be signing off, tenants should be signing off on tickets. They should say, yes, I agree that the job was done. We're going to align the repairs so that you will have one person that will align if the carpenter, if the painter, if the plumber should come in. You shouldn't have to be home over and over again to get people coming in a disjointed system. This is so disjointed. And so, listen, all I can tell you is that I heard you. And I know we can do a better job. Because if you were living in a luxury condominium somewhere, you wouldn't have these conditions. And I'll never forget this one story. When I was a lieutenant in Brooklyn, in 88 Precinct, we went into one of the houses, and I had a rookie officer that I was training. And we were responding to a job in one of the facilities, and there was urine in the elevator. And the rookie cop said, you see this, lieutenants, you see this urine? These people don't deserve anything. This is what they do. And I said to him, listen, one person pissed in that elevator. One person. One person. And the people who live in this building are just as upset as everyone else. But if you judge the entire residents of these buildings based on the action of one person, then you demonize, and you're not going to give them the professionalism that you're supposed to give them. So instead of you complaining about that one person that pissed in the elevator, get a piece of paper and wipe it up and show that you're concerned about the tenants that live here. So let's not judge NYCHA by the numerical minority that don't understand. And many people who are abusive in your housing don't even come from your housing. They don't even come. So when the police respond and treat you like the person who urinated in the elevator, when the carpenter respond and treat you like the person that urinated in the elevator, when the painter respond and treat you as the person that lives in the elevator, when elected officials treat you like the people who pissed in the elevator, then you get a response from people who don't respect the overwhelming number of NYCHA residents, but they treat you like the person who did something that was inappropriate. As your mayor, I'm treating you as the people who have held down this city for years and not like the person who did something wrong. That is where we are at right now. So, ignore all the noise. Ignore all the distractions. We've heard it all before. You have a mayor that has your back, and we're going to get this done. Let's get this done. GSD, get stuff done. Thank you.
Come on. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, yes.
Take on top is why I do my photos.
Can I sneak in here, Mayor? Can I sneak in here?
Yes, you can.
I'm in the credit. I want to picture with the mayor. This is just me and the mayor discussion. Got the best man that put these shots. The best mayor. 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 Yes. That's right. Trust the church. Trust the church. Trust the church.
Okay, so there you have it. We had Mayor Adams speaking there a little bit earlier on housing issues specifically, but he has more than just housing issues that are underway in New York City right now. The manhunt continues for the gunman who fatally shot a passenger aboard a Q train over the weekend in what police are calling an unprovoked attack. That manhunt still underway tonight. Fox 5's Stephanie Bertini live for us in New York with the very latest. Stephanie, what are we learning?
A lot of people talking about this, and there's wanted signs like the one behind me across New York City as the manhunt is intense. On his way to a Sunday brunch, but 48-year-old Daniel Enriquez will never get to sit, eat, and socialize again. Police say his life was stolen when he was shot by a stranger on the Q train. Investigators say the murder was random, unprovoked. Detectives zeroing in on this suspect. As you can see, his face hidden in these still images captured on surveillance cameras.
Horrible. This is bad. This is not good.
The news horrifying for New Yorkers. The MTA chair and CEO responding with understanding and concern.
For so many New Yorkers, the transit system is the only way to get around and to live their normal lives. You can't do that if you're scared to get up and go to brunch.
Enriquez left his home in Brooklyn and got on the train before noon yesterday. Police say as the train crossed the Manhattan Bridge, the gunman began pacing, walked over to the victim and fired a single shot. Surveillance video now serving as a vital piece of evidence as the victim's family waits for justice.
It is my responsibility to keep New Yorkers safe. My heart goes out to that family. I am sorry that they lost their loved one. We have to continue to make sure that we are not losing loved ones.
The mayor addressing the victim's family and the community as it's clear public transit is becoming more dangerous. In just under 2 months, a mass shooting on the subway, a gang shooting during rush hour, and other disturbing crimes. On the books, a 75% spike in subway crime in January. In response, the NYPD deployed more officers into subway hotspots.
Something has to be done, because this cannot keep happening.
But no matter what can be done, this can't be changed or reversed. The face of 48-year-old Daniel Enriquez now a reminder of how fragile life is and of how unfair things can be. The NYPD offering a cash reward for any info that leads to an arrest, asking anyone with information tonight to pick up the phone and call Crime Stoppers. Back to you.
Stephanie, do we have any signifier that there's going to be another press conference? Do they have any leads on this at all?
So we know that police are working this intensely, and we're expecting more information to come down. A lot of people want answers, not just those related to the victim, but so many people who use public transportation every day, part of life here in New York City. As you can imagine, a lot of pressure on police right now to solve this case.
Yeah, we know that some of those subways were shut down today, but they're reopened behind you. Have you been able to speak with any New Yorkers? Are they nervous about, you know, riding on public transit right now?
Some did say that, you know, there's an extra layer of perhaps being nervous or even of fear. A lot of people, though, told me they're in disbelief. They said even in a city like this where crime happens, they can't believe this one.
All right, Fox 5's Stephanie Bertini reporting live for us in New York with the very latest. We'll be following as this manhunt is still underway tonight. Thank you. And we're going to keep it moving here on Live Now from Fox as we go from one top story to the next. Breaking news out there in New York City. Also a lot of news coming out of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. You won't believe what we heard in the courthouse today. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
All eyes were on a Fairfax, Virginia courtroom Monday as actor Johnny Depp was expected to take the stand in his $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. But in a midday update, Heard's team said they would not be calling on Depp. Instead, the day began with expert testimony, first from an orthopedic surgeon who tried to cast doubt about how Depp's finger was severed in 2015.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him? No.
Depp is accusing Heard of throwing that vodka bottle at him. However, the surgeon testifying for Heard's defense says Depp's allegations and the photos of his injury don't add up.
To create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
On cross-examination, Depp's lawyer tried to undermine that assessment, saying the surgeon had never treated or examined the actor's hand in person. Additionally, Heard's team brought in a psychiatrist who also did not treat Depp, but reviewed the case.
So, in my opinion, Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who is a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Depp's team has indicated his ex-girlfriend Kate Moss could be called to the stand as a rebuttal witness on Wednesday. Heard brought up Moss during her testimony, referencing a rumor that Depp once pushed the model down a flight of stairs. In Fairfax, Virginia, Matthew Rivera, Fox News.
So really one of the biggest developments today, the fact that Amber Heard's team is not planning on bringing Johnny Depp back to the stand. That was a last-minute decision. I want to bring in legal analyst Julie Rendelman to talk a little bit more about this. First, though, Julie, I want to read this off. A source close to Amber Heard told our Fox 5 team, quote, "Calling Depp back to the stand would be as relevant to us as a bicycle to a fish. Everything Depp has testified up to this point has been irrelevant to the heart of this case, and there's no reason to believe it would be any different now." Do you think they made the right decision?
Yeah, I've never heard the phrase "bicycle to a fish." That was a new one to me, and it was interesting, and it's funny because I mean, if you remember, Amber Heard in the middle of the trial switched PR firms because she didn't feel like she was getting the support she needed, and this seems to be, quote unquote, the support she's trying to get in terms of trying to make some excuse as to why they're now not calling Johnny Depp. And so to me, here's the problem for Heard's team is that Johnny Depp did a very good job on direct and cross-examination. And I don't think they want the jury to hear from him again. He's very charming. Whether you believe him or not, there is a likability about him that is hard to ignore. And I don't think, and I think they're right to understand this, that at this point they have anything to gain by putting him back on the stand and letting him continue, you know, in terms of anything he would have to add to this.
Okay, so Johnny Depp is not going to be taking the stand, but Kate Moss, his ex-girlfriend, model girlfriend, might be on Wednesday. Very much could. What can we expect from her, you think?
So this is a big one for, I think, Johnny Depp's team. If you remember that Kate Moss originally wasn't allowed to testify because it really wasn't relevant. It was a separate event, had nothing to do with this. And if you remember, Amber Heard took the stand, and I think it was either direct or cross-examination, brought out herself the issue regarding Kate Moss and some rumor regarding Johnny Depp having pushed her in some way down the stairs. And many people commented on the fact that Johnny Depp was smiling ear to ear, I think maybe fist bumping one of his attorneys, because they realized at that moment they would have the opportunity for Kate Moss now to take the stand and refute what that allegation was. And so I don't think this is a good thing for Amber Heard. And the reason is not just because it brings into question Amber Heard's credibility if Kate Moss testifies as we think she will, but it also gives the jury the sense of what Johnny Depp was like in a different relationship. And if Kate Moss gets up there and says, he was never violent, he was never angry, he never pushed me, that also can impact the jury in determining whether or not Amber Heard is credible when she made all these allegations of domestic violence against him.
Yeah, I think Johnny Depp's attorney really going viral on Twitter because he did a little fist pump. He was that excited that she was going to be called to the stand.
Oh, yeah, I think it was a huge victory for them. I think they knew it. By the way, I think that Amber Heard's team knew it. And, once the cat is out of the bag and the door is open, and by the way, she opened it pretty wide, right. The judge had no choice but to let her take the stand.
Well, let's talk expert testimony because we had this entertainment consultant, Catherine Arnold, who took the stand and talk about the actual defamation aspect of this case. She said that Amber Heard lost more than $45 million after this alleged smear campaign, which we have spoken about in the past. Is this all just kind of rehashing the same points, or do you feel like some of this might be sticking with the jury?
You're taking the words out of my mouth because I said the exact same thing when she started testifying. I was like, didn't we hear all this before?
Yeah.
And she did fine on direct. I think the big thing was cross-examination. This is an expert who basically compared Amber Heard's trajectory in terms of her career to Jason Momoa. And by the way, many other actors of his caliber, I think Gal Gadot, there were several other people mentioned. And then on cross-examination, when she was asked to basically explain what their career looked like, the big roles they had played, she actually didn't know what those roles were. And that really did not bode well. As far as I'm concerned, if I was a juror, I would not, that really was a blow to her credibility. She seemed to have just a lack of information in regards to that. And that's the person they're basing the damages on, at least one of them. So I don't think she did too well for Amber Heard's team.
So we had a couple of other people take the stand, including this orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Richard Moore. He was talking about Depp and his injured finger, but really the one who I think people couldn't keep their eyes off of was this Dr. David Spiegel. He's a physician, psychiatrist, taking the stand, and he really was kind of combative with Johnny Depp's legal team. What did you make of that back and forth? We're going to show him in just a minute here on this video.
Yeah, he did stand out a bit more. The orthopedic surgeon, I think, did a good job on cross-examination. You know, she definitely hit some very good points, but I think this other witness stood out just because there really was a lot of fire between him and yeah, there he is.
Mm-hmm.
And there were questions raised about ethics, whether or not it's appropriate for a doctor to testify when they've never, ever spoken to, interviewed in any way the subject matter, which is Johnny Depp. He did try to hold his own, but I'm not sure. I didn't find him, I don't think this was a day scored for Amber Heard's team. I did not find him incredibly effective. Even his mannerisms, I think that he kind of threw the, I didn't find him to be as professional as, you know, many that we've seen testify. And so the combativeness, I don't think worked and inured to her benefit.
Yeah, made for yet another good highlight of this trial that is capturing the nation's attention. Well, things are kind of moving along here, Julie. What do you think the timeline of this is going to be? When could we eventually hear a verdict?
So I don't know that we'll ever hear a verdict, but I mean, the interesting thing, as you know, is the judge has set hours for each side. And I know as of a few days ago, it was 18 hours for Johnny Depp's side. Amber Heard had much less. I think Johnny Depp's team is going to run the clock. They're going to try to get in as much as possible for the jury to hear. My guess is they want it to summations I thought was supposed to be May 31st. And I think the judge has really tried to stick to her guns in regards to this and has really kept the case going, even though it's taken quite a while. And so my guess is you're probably going to start to hear summations then. As to when and if a verdict comes back, I have no idea. There's so much evidence. I don't know what the jury's going to want to hear from, if they want to hear, you know, readbacks or what. That's going to be anyone's guess.
Yep, anyone's guess what could come out of this trial. Any last thoughts, Julie?
No, I think I, along with many people I know that you work with, are very excited if Kate Moss takes the stand. I used to think she was just an amazing model. I'm interested to see, you know, what she has to say. I think she's going to be incredibly supportive of Johnny Depp, to the lengths of which Amber Heard's team is not going to be happy and may have some problems cross-examining her.
Yep. That'll be something to watch. Hopefully she does end up taking the stand and it's not overturned like we all thought Elon Musk and James Franco were going to be taking the stand, and they did not. So anything can happen here. Legal analyst Julie Rendelman, thanks for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we want to go into actually some of those moments inside of the courtroom, and I want to bring up this first one here. This is Johnny Depp's lawyer confronting this Amber Heard expert on this finger injury. There's been so much back and forth on how this all went down, so we'll go into that. That was, again, that orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Richard Moore, who took the stand commenting on the finger injury here. Take a listen.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No, his description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
Isn't it true, Dr. Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar? Well,
Even hanging over the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable.
That's not my question, Dr. Moore. My question is, isn't it true that Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you knew that when you made that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that as I demonstrated sitting here, that I said that he had said they were slightly curled over, I think was the description that I gave.
your description in this courtroom was that it was laying flat, and I think you've done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He clearly indicated they were curled. Or could have been curled.
Overruled.
So that's a that's a distinction that perhaps I misstated in one of the two descriptions. However, that does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the mechanism.
Isn't it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
Yes.
Okay. And you consider that in rendering your opinions today, correct?
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from between 6 and 10 feet. I think it was off to, I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
Okay. So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based on the description.
Mr. Depp described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
All right. Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition testimony is $1,000 per hour?
That's correct.
All right. And you were deposed in this action for several hours on March 22nd, 2022?
That's correct.
And your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day?
That's correct.
You were retained in this case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct?
Correct.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct, yes.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
No, I have no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his description of the injury and the available medical records for review.
But you weren't in Australia with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, correct?
I was not in Australia, no.
And so therefore you have no personal knowledge as to how that injury was sustained?
Correct.
All right. You also never personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured?
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with his finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or trapped between 2 opposing firm surfaces, yes?
Yes.
And a crush injury to a finger can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
And based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger, yes?
Well, I can't determine exactly what object did it. I think that I can say with confidence that the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with the appearance of the injury.
I understand that.
And
My question is just very specific. You can't determine the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, it's a little bit more of a non-specific answer. I mean, again, I can't determine the exact object, but I can determine that it's unlikely that it was sustained in the manner described.
A bottle is a foreign object, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out that a vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's injury.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
You can't rule out that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well, a simple knife laceration wouldn't impart the injury to the distal phalanx to result in the comminuted fracture. Now, a chopping type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you were under oath, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was on March 22nd, 2022, yes?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Moore, may I please have you go to page 163 of your deposition, specifically line 17. (163). Actually, apologies, 164. Line 4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or, again, as Dr. Gilmer said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Your Honor, I would object as to the incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out half of his answer.
You can redirect.
I'll
as
well as the paragraph above.
Dr. Moore, there's no question pending. Thank you, though. So you can't rule out that the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But it's your testimony sitting here today that you can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his deposition.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, again, I can't say. I mean, I think that it's quite likely that the initial mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern. You know, the hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the edge is closed, if the hand's up, the palm is exposed. If the door's pushed,
Dr.
hinge
Moore,
closes about the fingers.
I understand that. But my question is,
I think it's important that they understand that.
this is the time for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability to rehabilitate you and ask you questions on redirect. Right now, let's try my question.
Okay.
You can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. In conducting your analysis of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
Well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of accident reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the alleged.
No, that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr. Depp's description.
And your analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact position of his finger at the time of the injury, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him, yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
But his hand stayed still, according to your analysis, yes?
I guess it was still long enough for the bottle to hit it, but natural reaction would be to try to pull away.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient, yes?
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
Yeah. You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
Informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp...
May we approach?
Okay.
Let's start over because it's important the jury hears this. So informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at him?
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition available.
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area, correct?
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
Okay. So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area, either?
No.
Okay. And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Correct.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence. And it may be published, please.
I just don't have it yet.
That would help.
Yes. I just have a blank screen at the moment. There we go. Oh, sorry, something.
Thank
there
you.
we go. Okay.
Have you ever seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
No.
So you're not aware that this is the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
No.
Do you see that broken vodka bottle in the back corner near the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence? Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Do you see the bloody tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
All right, and that's some of the latest on the Johnny Depp defamation trial. Now we want to bring you some breaking news here out of Orange County. You can see on your screen there. It appears to be some police action. We believe this is out in Orange County, California. Right now we are told a multiple county chase is underway on the 5 freeway. Wow. This is happening right now, and these are live images coming in from our Sky Fox, from Fox 11, our LA station there. We're being told this is the live scene.
They're shooting pepper balls at him. This is, I'm actually really surprised that they went to that so quickly. So shooting from over here, the less, I know, I thought so too with that first shot, and I was wondering, was that a pepper ball? But now we know for sure that that's what those were, and you know, now the suspect probably breathing that in a little bit. You see him trying to cover up his mouth. It's extremely uncomfortable. But CHP, you know, we've seen so many of these types of situations where some agencies will just have infinite patience and they give these suspects all day to sit there as long as they want. CHP is obviously not in the mood for that right now. More pepper balls coming out right now, you know, and it's got the window down as well. This is crazy, just getting bombarded with these right now. But and let's see if this is going to be it. It's going to end in handcuffs one way or another. Is it going to end with, you know, your eyes being irritated and you coughing in handcuffs or not? and now you can see.
Want to let you know that
it really makes me wonder what he was saying to CHP, because that is the first time in a long time that I've seen authorities get that aggressive that quickly with a suspect refusing to give up. Oh, even more. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Now he's out. Yeah. I mean, that was more than a dozen of them right there, and you can see just how this is a horrible feeling. Getting bombarded with this stuff. It's extremely unpleasant, and now they're out. But let's see. Yeah. Let's see what happens. We'll see what happens now, if they're going to get on the ground or what.
The driver of that car got out of the vehicle, and now he's just standing outside of the car.
Yeah.
Wandering.
Oh.
And now he hopped on top of the vehicle.
Oh. Whoa.
And you can see that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and deploying the canine immediately. Look at this, and trying to point the dog up there, and this looks like Orange County sheriffs right here. They've got more pepper balls, and they just are not in the mood for this tonight. It's really.
Again, viewer discretion is advised. We do not know how this situation will unfold. And you can see there that Highway Patrol have taken him down, that suspect. They have apprehended him, and we assume that he will be taken into custody. Again, we are told that this was a multiple county chase. It happened on the 5 freeway, and this is live footage coming in from Sky Fox, from our Los Angeles station, Fox 11. Again, this is out of Orange County. In the area of Chula Vista. A suspect was wanted in that area. We do not know what he was wanted for. And you can see he has been apprehended and detained. Highway Patrol has him in custody now. And thankfully, it doesn't appear that anyone was hurt in this pursuit. And for that, we are all grateful here. And you can see it's rush hour traffic out there in Orange County. You can see just rows and rows of cars lined up, traffic backed up. And again, Highway Patrol was able to apprehend that suspect once they let those canine dogs after him. And that suspect did appear to be frightened. He hopped on top of that car, hoping to get away, but obviously there was nowhere to go. Again, we do not know what the suspect was initially wanted for. So that's the live situation happening there on the highway out in Orange County, California. And this is the live image coming from Sky Fox, Fox 11. And we're going to continue monitoring this live situation. And for now, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay tuned here to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Shirley Discorbath. A new federal lawsuit has been filed in the Oxford shooting. Let's go to a presser where the victims' families made some remarks earlier today.
We're not asserting or reasserting the same claims that we are in the Michigan State Court. In the Michigan State Court in Oakland County, we're solely raising Michigan law claims, which sadly are a part of governmental immunity. You all have heard me drone on that before. I won't bore you again with all that, but the thing that you need to know on behalf of Jill and Craig and their family is governmental immunity shields what we believe to be those who are already guilty. It protects them from being held accountable like it does any other citizen. And so on behalf of Jill and Craig, I reiterate what we've already said in the past, and that is governmental immunity is unfair. It gives an unfair advantage to the government. It makes special rules for the government that the ordinary citizens don't have, and it should be abolished. And that's one of many claims that we've already brought in front of Judge Chabot. As part of our claims in the federal court, the allegations are, and what we will prove more importantly, are that as a result of the program, if you will, that the school had. In state court, you all remember we couldn't sue Oxford Community Schools because of governmental immunity. We can't sue them directly. And then when we do sue the employees, such as teachers, counselors, and the dean of students or associate dean of students, we have to allege and prove gross negligence as opposed to straight negligence, which is a higher burden. And we have to prove that they were one of the last causes. It's called the THE proximate cause. Higher burdens of proof, which again are unfair to normal folks. And if this very thing happened in a private school, that those higher proofs would not have to happen, that we would not be required to prove them. So that's unfair. But in the federal court, what we're alleging and we will prove is that as a result of the program, in particular, a suicide prevention program that the Oxford Community Schools had in place at the time. And I've got it for you. If you want it, you can have it. But what's going to be important that we show is as a part of the program that Oxford Community Schools had in place. A document entitled Suicide Intervention Process. You can see the date, it's March 1, 2001. And what this does is it sets forth a process that the school has put in place to assess someone like Ethan Crumley, who they believe may need intervention to prevent suicide. What you also need to know is, in addition to suicide prevention, that when some child or some person has suicidal ideations, the line between suicide and homicide is often a very thin one. So you can't just think, I'm trying to prevent suicide. You need to see, does this person pose a threat or herself, threat to him or herself, or anybody else? And what you're going to see on this is where if the staff members encounters a situation in which a student appears to be contemplating suicide, the following process should be followed carefully. Well, you all remember Hopkins at the preliminary examination of Mr. and Mrs. Crumley testified that after he saw Ethan, interviewed Ethan, and then even spoke to both mom and dad while they were in the office, his conclusion was that Ethan was suicidal. So therefore, 911 should have been called actually, and he should have had a psychiatric intervention. Translation, he should have been taken to an emergency room or to a psychiatric, inpatient psychiatric facility to be evaluated by a psychiatrist.
Is that on? Hello? Okay. So under suicide intervention, what you'll see is how to stabilize the situation. And it's, you got to find out under B, converse with the student immediately and determine if he or she has any dangerous instrumentalities, weapon, substance, or other capable of inflicting mortal wound on or near his or her person. Backpack. Backpack. And remember what happened after this intervention, as opposed to doing this very thing, they gave him the backpack without searching, which we now know had the gun, ammunition, and, if you will, the manifesto, the 30-some page document where he outlined his entire plan. Had they done and followed their step one, this mass murder would have been prevented, and these folks wouldn't be up here having to talk about the death of their son, who should have graduated on last Thursday. And they can address an award that he got that's amazing. It's basically what I call Senior of the Year, and I want you folks, you can share that with them. I know you're very proud of that. And you all are going to ask, and I don't want you asking them, but one of many things that you learn when doing what I do, your clients dictate when they're ready. How can you ever be ready for this lawsuit? And so these folks, Joe Suave and Craig Schilling, I applaud them. They took their time and they wanted to get through their graduation day. So we did that, and I applaud you guys for doing that. Thank you. When you move on through, if a student will allow, immediately remove dangerous instrumentalities. Well, imagine if you didn't allow that, right? So you search him and you make sure he doesn't have any dangerous weapons. If the student will agree, accompany him or him to a prearranged, non-threatening place away from other students. Guess where they took him? They sent him to class. They sent him to class, not away from other students or other people where there's another adult and a telephone close by. If the principal can be notified without leaving the student, to do so as quickly as possible. If the student will not agree, then they need to remain with him there. They never called the principal. They never called the liaison officer. So step two is assess the risk. And then you'll look down and you'll see further down in terms of severe risk and so forth. It's very interesting. I'm going to skip now to severe risk procedure on the bottom here of the first page. And under severe risk, it says, paragraph 1, determine if the student's distress is the result of parental abuse, neglect, or exploitation. And if you all recall at all, as part of the allegations in the state law case, we've alleged that the school, the various personnel, but at this particular time, Hopkins and EJAC, violated and broke the Child Protection Act. These are the words of abuse, neglect, or exploitation. So what you have Hopkins testifying at the preliminary exam, as you may recall, that when Ethan walked in, when Crumley walked in the room and his parents saw him, he did not stand up and hug them. They did not come over and hug him or greet him in any way. And that is a telltale sign that something really bad's going on. Their own policy says that. And what they're supposed to do then under the law, this is going to be part, again, of the federal claim. That's why I'm walking you through this. If so, in other words, if the result of, if the student's distress is a result of parental abuse, neglect, or exploitation, if so, notify the Family Independence Agency. Translation, I need you to report this to under the Child Protection Act, the Family Independent Agency, or we say CPS. Give them the facts, request them to intervene and follow their instructions. If not, call the Oakland County Mental Health Services immediately, give them the facts, request them to intervene and follow their instructions. If neither agency will intervene by the end of the school day, call an emergency squad. Well, folks, I got news for you. Emergency squad should have been called before any of that happened. The Child Protection Act Michigan compiled law 722-623. This is the section that refers to a professional counsel, social worker, school administrator, school counselor, teacher, and other folks as being a mandatory reporter. And under this law, which I read to you last time, remember, if they have reason to suspect child abuse or neglect, just like it says on the suicide intervention process, they must report, and then the authorities figure out what's going on. Here, I wanted to remind you where it says under about halfway down this paragraph, if the reporting person is a member of the staff, and then it talk about hospital agency or school, the reporting person shall notify the person in charge of the written or electronic report available to the person in charge. In other words, principal, or if you will, even make sure you file your own report. But this is the most important part of this. A notification to the person in charge of a school does not relieve the member of the staff of the school of the obligation of reporting to the department as required by this section. Translation: teacher, school administrator, school counselor, social worker. If you have reasonable cause to suspect, even if you do some type of internal assessment, you must report this to the authorities, in particular Child Protective Services, and file what we call a Form 3200 and report suspected child abuse. And what we're going to find and what you'll see as this case goes on, the school and the school folks like Hopkins and the others are going to defend themselves and say, we were told not to report this. We were told that if we just followed our own guidelines, that's good enough. And so that's part of our federal lawsuit, that this state agency, if you will, deprived our clients of the constitutional rights, if you will, of due process of law. And therefore, in essence, trained them and told them. If they didn't train them, they actually made it clear, you don't have to call CPS and all that. We'll take care of it. Just let us know. And that's why what happens when you train people like that, folks, what you then get is exactly what happened here. And that is, notice that Hopkins nor EJEC even called the principal. They never called the liaison officer. They never called the Oakland County Sheriff Department, who has a 911 squad ready to assess threats like this. Never did any of that. And that's because they were trained not to. We believe those are the grounds for constitutional deprivations that are the essence and the backbone of our federal case. We've made Joe Suave and Craig Schilling available to you folks today. Obviously, there's an incredible public interest in this case to get to the bottom of everyone accountable. That means, of course, all three Crumblies, but also the entire school personnel and how it worked or not through their system. So we're doing that today, and I'm going to turn this over to these folks. I've asked them if they wanted to share some thoughts with you folks to do so. When we get done with that, I'm going to turn this over to you folks and you get to ask some questions, and then we'll be done. And I'm going to ask the same thing I asked last time on behalf of my other clients, but now on behalf of Jill and Craig. Please then respect their privacy. We're doing our best to allow you access to them at the appropriate time to ask certain questions, but understand obviously this is an incredibly just impossible situation for them. And that after today, obviously go through Near Perfect Media, go through my offices. You want to have contact with folks, always come to us. Do not skip over and try to contact them directly. I can assure you that will not happen. And if it does happen, that will be the last time that you ever interview a Johnson Law client. But you folks are great. I don't think you'll do that, other than one person that tried that last time. So any event, Jill, would you like to share some thoughts, please?
Absolutely. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. This is very hard, so I appreciate your patience. Our son Justin was such a dynamic child. He was funny, handsome, smart, loving, classy, and kind. He was an old soul, so very wise and empathic. Justin motivated and uplifted all who knew him, both children and adults alike. He was awarded top scholar, National Honor Society Gold Cord and Stole, IB Diploma and Seal of Biliteracy. He also won the Oxford Cup, which he wasn't there to accept, and his siblings had to accept it in his absence. He had an extremely bright future in store for him. Justin's entire family, all of his many close friends, all of his aunts, his uncles, his cousins of various ages, we're beyond heartbroken. We're traumatized and we're devastated, and we are not okay. It's been 174 days since he was murdered, and it feels like it was just last week. For me, there will never be healing. There will only be coping. I will never be the same. A third of my very being, my heart and soul, was violently ripped away from me. Justin's siblings will have to live the rest of their lives without him. Birthdays, weddings, holidays, he won't be there. Everything is so hard for us right now. It's like pushing through mud. Justin has a newborn baby cousin that he will never meet. One of our little cousins, Lily, is only 7 years old, and she's such a smart, bright young girl. She's old enough to understand that Justin was violently murdered, and she's old enough to feel that trauma. She was afraid to go to her school after Justin was murdered, saying, "What if a bad man shoots me on the bus?" My heart breaks for Justin's grandparents on both sides, as the pain and grief is almost too much. It's a very heavy cross that we will all have to bear. It will take generations to even soften the pain for us. Justin's final moments were spent protecting Keegan. No 17-year-old should be put in that position. Justin also saved 5 lives through his gift of life with organ donation. Justin, Hannah, Tate, and Madison deserve justice. They deserve full transparency and full accountability. And I 100% promise you, if Justin had been spared through this tragedy, he would be fighting for all that, and he would be a huge advocate for change, because that's who he was. So thank you.
It's phenomenal. Thank you, Joe. Craig?
Thank you, Vin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the press. Thank you for coming. As we know, it's been about 6 months since Justin was taken from us. During this time, I chose to lay low and grieve and mourn and cry and heal. And just try to put myself together again. Because let me tell you, when the reality of something like this really hits you, it feels like an explosion in your mind. And the shock of it just cripples you to a point that you can barely function and really don't even care to. But eventually, there does come a point when you start looking for yourself again. And while you're putting your pieces back together, you start to realize that you can't have rational thoughts. that you can accomplish normal things, and you start believing that maybe you can actually continue living even though it hurts so bad. But also during this time, while you're looking for your pieces, you're assessing the damage that has been done. And you can't help but notice that seemingly around every corner you turn to look, you find yourself at the edge of a gaping hole that has been left in your life. What do I do now? There's only one of 1,000 questions that just flood your mind and consume your thoughts for hours on end, through sleepless nights and the darkest of days. How, why, who, what, where? They're all there, lined up one after another. Now we know the answers to some of these questions. They are obvious and pretty cut and dry. But I have recently found out from my lawyer that some of our questions may actually never get answered. And I ask why. He simply explains to me how there are laws that exist that actually protect certain individuals from being required to answer certain questions. He calls it governmental immunity. From his explanation, I gathered that he was basically saying that as long as you work for the government, you can completely screw up the job that the taxpayers pay for and trust you to do, and you'll never have to answer for your actions or lack thereof, and you'll never be held accountable. I ask, how is this possible that a law like this even exists? How is it possible? How could it ever be considered fair and equitable for everyone? How can anyone in my position possibly navigate through or around or across such a gaping hole without having all their questions answered? We deserve to know what the hell went wrong for something like this to happen. Because identifying the problem is the first step to finding a solution. And a proper solution can help prevent something like this from ever happening again. And this is why we are here. We seek the truth so that we may achieve some level of closure, and that we'll be able to actually begin to heal ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Before I turn over to questions, tell you folks two more updates. This Wednesday in Oakland County Circuit Court, the parties in our state court action will be arguing a number of motions that I know I've got a lot of press attention. You got folks have been asking me. So the update is this: on Wednesday, as of right now, I believe at 8:30 in Oakland County before Judge Chabot, we'll be arguing a number of motions where we are asking the court to enter an order to compel or force the Oakland County Sheriff to actually give us their investigation file, which they have not yet, to force the school district to actually respond to a subpoena and give us all of the information that they have relative to this entire situation, including the videotape and the surveillance camera videos that obviously will give a great insight into a number of issues that will be a part of all of these lawsuits. So that'll be a very big day. And we also have, as part of governmental immunity, in the state court case, the individual folks, because again, I can't sue the school district there, Ms. Fine, Mr. Hopkins, Mr. Ejak, Ms. Kubina, Ms. Morgan, Ms. Karpinski, they have each filed a motion for summary disposition, which therefore means they're asking Judge Chabot, throw me out of the case because of governmental immunity. Now ask yourself this: these folks haven't even seen the effects yet of the investigation. They haven't seen anything, not that they would want to see some of the stuff, but they have the right to see it if they choose to, and they certainly have the right to have their lawyers see it so that I can advise them of what it shows. That's my job, and I've been precluded from doing my job thus far. But despite that, these governmental employees have said, governmental immunity, you can't sue us for this. And they're asking Judge Chabot to throw the case out of court. That hearing, as of right now, is scheduled in July. And we will, Mr. Chris Desmond of our office is already working on our response, along with Jeff Stewart and Ken Carr and I and our entire teams. But ultimately, we'll be arguing that as of right now in July. That will obviously be an open court hearing date. And in the event that those governmental officials lose, in other words, if Judge Chabot rules against them, what we certainly hope she does, doesn't mean we win. It simply means the case goes on its path to trial. But the thing you need to know about governmental immunity, folks, because I've already told my clients here, if they lose that, they then have an automatic right of appeal to the Michigan Court of Appeals, which will be an automatic stay or closing down of the proceedings for the next year to year and a half. A year or year and a half, because unlike a normal citizen who does not have an automatic right to go to the Michigan Court of Appeals after such a motion is denied, governmental employees do. So it delays these proceedings, hence the reason why they've done it. And I will tell you, in 36 years of practice, the only area of law where folks filed such motions like this from the very beginning is when they represent governmental employees, to delay these proceedings even longer. So that is your update on that. Justin, Alex, I want to turn it over for questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for being here. Simon from Channel 7. There's been a lot of discussion about having independent review, third-party review. Like to know your thoughts on that, given the fact that you've already assessed here where a lot of the wrongdoing you're alleging took place, and the school seems to have a good understanding of what exactly went on that day of that tragedy. Your thoughts there?
Simon, absolutely. Not just a school, a business, Channel 7, Ben Johnson Law. God forbid some horrible tragedy happened there.
And now you hear the media starting to ask those attorneys questions there about that new federal lawsuits that that victim's family is filing. But basically, they are claiming that the school district, the Oxford High School, should have spotted red flags in that incident regarding that devastating shooting. And coming up here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to tell you about this video and incident that happened in Detroit. According to Detroit police, they say that their officers were ambushed and were shot at 8 times. That's coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Stay tuned. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Take a look at this video. This is from Detroit police. They say that over the weekend, they were their officers were ambushed. They say they were shot at 8 times. Here's a report from our Fox 2 station.
Cam is rolling as a man hanging out of a car window fires several rounds at 2 Detroit cops. It happened on Davison near Dexter around 4 a.m. Saturday. The officers were not injured. Police Chief James White says they're pulling off stops to find the man responsible and the others involved.
To just inexplicably get shot at, and this is the moment we're going to take your life because you're going to interfere with our fun. That's just absurd. It's absolutely absurd.
DPD now releasing pictures of the driver of that black Ford Fusion from which the man fired those shots, as well as the other passengers. Police are calling all of them, aside from the gunman, persons of interest, but only for so long.
Please make no mistake, they're going to be suspects if they don't come forward. They're going to be subjects in this investigation.
Police say the officers were pursuing this car because it was involved in drifting and drag racing. DPD has been cracking down on the practice the past few years, saying the reckless driving is incredibly dangerous.
These vehicles are like missiles, and if you're driving them and drifting, there's no way you can control that vehicle.
They start shooting at them? We showed that dash cam video to Detroiters.
It's like, it doesn't shock me, but it's like wow. It's like, I don't know, at this point, it's like you kind of get used to seeing stuff like that, but it's still sad.
It's hurtful because this is not the city that I grew up to, you know, and now it seems like just people have no care or no hopelessness.
Chief White says his officers did not shoot back at the gunman when he opened fire on them for fear of putting the public at risk. The officers still pursued the car in question, only stopping because their scout car did. The engine block was damaged in the shooting, the vehicle undrivable.
Basically stopped. When I talked to them the morning of, they asked each other how they're doing. They both said okay. Off they went. They continued to do their job even after being fired upon.
And police say some of those rounds struck directly above the driver's head. And had they been a few inches lower,
I mean, we could be planning a funeral right now.
And earlier today, Detroit police made remarks on that particular incident. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Commissioner Vice Chair Brian Ferguson, District 1.
Commissioner Annie Holt, at large.
Commissioner Jim Hawley, Chair.
Assistant Chief Charles Fitzgerald, Office of Enforcement Operations.
Assistant Chief David LaValle, Office of Professional Development.
Franklin Hayes, Deputy Chief, Crime Strategies Bureau. Ronald Wilson, Deputy Chief, Detective Bureau.
Tiffany Stewart, Commander of the 10th Precinct.
Deshaun Sims, Deputy Chief, Western Operations.
Eric Ewing, Deputy Chief, Eastern Operations. Eric Toski, Captain of the 10th Precinct.
All right, thank you. It's important that we stand here as a unified front. I'm going to share some information with you today that is extremely troubling and candidly angers me. We continue to see the nuisance of illegal drifting and drag racing in our community, just like many communities around the country. This practice is unacceptable and it's dangerous, and we've seen a number of people get hurt. A number of people get hurt drifting, as well as the spectators, and we will continue to enforce those activities. They're unacceptable, they're dangerous, it puts our community at risk, it puts the drivers of these vehicles at risk, it puts the bystanders at risk. And they do it oftentimes for social media clicks so that people like the behavior and the activity that they are doing. We're going to share a story with you here in a moment, some heroic actions by our officers, but I think to set the canvas on this situation, drag racing is going to continue to be enforced. We're going to hold people accountable, we're going to impound those vehicles, and we're going to make arrests. We're also going to be ticketing those who are in attendance and viewing it. It's unacceptable. I'll be sharing with the media today the ordinance in which we're going to be using to enforce the spectators. But I want to make sure that everybody understands that this is a very, very serious matter. This is not kids having fun. These vehicles are like missiles. And if you're driving them and drifting, there's no way you can control that vehicle. We've had a number of incidents where bystanders are being hit, where people are being hit, and it goes unreported. But what does go reported is when you have those catastrophic situations that we've seen recently. Again, we're going to talk about an incident involving our officers, some heroic actions that our officers participated in. They put themselves in harm's way, as they do for all of us on a day in and day out basis. We're thankful and extremely fortunate that we did not lose 2 police officers that were in pursuit of someone who was participating in drifting and drag racing. This incident occurred early Saturday morning at about 4 a.m. Our drag racing detail was on patrol, as we asked them to do daily, but particularly on the weekends when we know that this activity is likely to happen. They were attempting to stop a vehicle for reckless driving. One suspect in the vehicle was hanging out of the passenger side window and decided that he was going to try to kill the officers because they were attempting to pull him over for drifting and drag racing. When I saw the video, I was angry. I think this community is angry, and we are not going to tolerate this. There will be strict enforcement, and I'm going to bring up at this time Assistant Chief Fitzgerald to talk about the events and give you a description of the events that occurred, and I'll be back to discuss it in a little bit more detail. Assistant Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Again, this is Assistant Chief Charles Fitzgerald, Office of Enforcement Operation. I'm going to show you a video. We'll talk through it, but what you're going to see is it's horrifying. We don't want anyone in our community to have to suffer this, and we definitely don't want police officers to suffer through it. But if you can start that video. The officers here on patrol, they are now going to be heading eastbound on Davison. And as they get up toward this next light, which would be Dexter, you will see as the officers, the second light, as they get closer here, as they get to about here, I believe the officers can see him partially hanging out. So they don't know if they're going up there to help someone who's about to fall out, jump out, what kind of issue they might be in. So they get up right here, and the person directly in front, he's got like a yellow looking tennis shoe, maybe a Croc. Now they activate their overhead lights. They are still moving eastbound on Davison. Our suspect peeking out the window, and as they get a little bit closer, you'll hear it. That is 8 rounds being fired directly at the officer. The officers stopped for a second. They basically stopped. When I talked to them the morning of, they asked each other how they're doing. They both said okay. Off they went. They continued to do their job even after being fired upon. So now the video stops. But what I can tell you is that directly above the driver's head, the driver of our scout car, the bullet strike right over his head. So I'm talking 8 to 10 inches, and this is a completely different gathering we have here today. What we are going to release here shortly are pictures of 2 individuals. We're going to list them as persons of interest at this point, but please make no mistake, they're going to be suspects if they don't come forward. They're going to be subjects in this investigation. We have images right here, this young lady on the left. She entered the location of a party store or a gas station. We have a very good image of her. There's also one other additional photo of a young lady. She was the driver of the vehicle. She's in very distinctive blue outfit, blue shorts, a blue crop top, and some blue shoes that are very distinctive. So again, we are asking our community, our absolute best partners in this game, to help us out. These folks are very easily identifiable. We'd like for them to turn themselves in at the closest precinct. They can call Crime Stoppers 1-800-SPEAK-UP, or they can go to Detroit Wards TV. Anyway, thank you.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Stewart, commander of the 10th Precinct. What you saw was just a travesty. I think it's incredibly callous that in this day and time, what we have is 2 officers who, a suspect decided that they wanted to kill because they were infringing on them having fun and getting social media likes. That's where we're at today. This is what our officers are dealing with. Our officers are incredibly brave, and they go out here every day in order to enforce the laws and make sure the community is safe. This is what the community wants. They want enforcement for drag racing, and we will continue to enforce. This will not stop us. Our officers are doing okay. Officer wellness is incredibly important to us. These are young officers. We will ensure that they aren't having to deal with any post-traumatic stress type situation in dealing with this, and we will continue to do our jobs. I'm happy with them. I'm happy with the fact that they continued to do their job after they were fired upon, and I'm most importantly happy that nothing happened to them. Thank you.
So as you can see, the officers' actions were heroic. They continued to try to pursue the suspect. Even after being fired upon, they made a decision not to fire back out of concern for our community, the same concern that these folks did not have for our community. Those stray bullets could have struck anyone, but they were trying to kill 2 police officers because the police officers attempted to stop them from drag racing. It's becoming incredibly more dangerous day in and day out around this country to do this work, but I'm very proud of those 2 officers. I'm proud of the decision that they made, and they continue to pursue. The only thing that stopped them was one of the bullets damaged the engine block and the vehicle stopped. Otherwise, they would have continued to try to apprehend those suspects before they killed somebody, even though they were trying to kill them. So with that, I will take any questions that you have.
Hi, Chief. Rod Maloney, Channel 4 News, Detroit. A couple of things. This is particularly brazen. I mean, they didn't seem to hesitate when they knew it was police. They still fired. I want to get your reaction to that, your frustration, your anger. I also like to sort of circle back on the notion that at some point there was a thought that maybe this kind of activity could be put in certain areas of the city, and that is no longer an option, is my question. Is it any longer an option?
Well, for me, I'm not solving for that. I'm solving for the safety of our community, not an area for people to drift and drag race. There's a number of issues that come into play with taking on something such as that. One is the ability of the driver to safely operate that vehicle, and what happens when they can't and someone gets hurt. My goal is to keep our community safe, not to provide that level of entertainment. I believe there are raceways still in Michigan, and if you want to drive like that, you should go to one of them, but not on our city streets. I have no room to even think about providing opportunities for people to do that.
Your thoughts and your anger at the notion that a police car chasing is shot at in that fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you see it. I mean, this is our community. These are our neighborhoods. This could have been anybody. Could have been you sitting at a light going home after work, and this person is hanging out of a vehicle as if he's a stunt driver in a movie, shooting at 2 police officers because they decided to stop him. Worst case scenario, had he been inside the vehicle, even hanging out there without a weapon, probably reckless driving, reckless endangerment by the driver, misdemeanor ticket. Now he's facing assault with intent to commit murder. And those 2 passengers in that vehicle, at least 2, maybe 3, if they don't come forward, they're going to be an accessory to assault with intent to commit murder.
Chief Brett Castor with Channel 7. So for people who are unaware, like how often this happens, like on any given weekend, how many reports are you getting, with people drag racing in the city?
Yeah, drag racing, it's something that's upticking around the country. It's a new fad. We've been dealing with it now. I've been back a year. Every summer night I'm dealing with it at some point. And we got a handle on it for the most part. They are becoming increasingly more violent. We've seen incidents where they're now using social media, who has zero culpability in this. Social media has just literally changed the way people react to everything. And these kids are doing this for likes. They're doing this so that someone says, I like it. And if you get a whole bunch of these, then you'll get 50 cents or whatever for each like or whatever it is. We're looking into that now. But I believe that there's culpability on the parts of social media, but that's a whole nother conversation for another time. But with regards to the incidents themselves, we get a number of them. We get, the ones that you all don't hear about are the ones that hit my email and my phone, and that is the family that's trying to enjoy the neighborhood, the family that's trying to walk to the park on the corner, and somebody comes through and just starts doing donuts in front of their house, lose control, ends up in the front yard. We don't hear about those. And if you talk to the hospitals, they'll tell you about the spectators that are being hit by a car and injured and then rushed to the hospital. So it's ridiculous. It literally is ridiculous that we've decided that it's okay for likes on social media to do donuts in the middle of the street and possibly lose your life or get somebody killed. And the other issue is this notion that we should provide an area for them to do it. No, we're going to provide an area for you not to do it. And we're going to impound your vehicle. We're going to issue tickets. And I've directed the officers, don't be detracted by this. You know, we're just going to double down our efforts constitutionally, and we're going to take those vehicles, we're going to impound them, we're going to charge the spectators, and we're going to charge the drivers. And I'm open to even contacting the Secretary of State to see if we can do something about taking their license from them. Because you have shown a total disregard for the safety of other people, and when you do something like this.
And how much does this usually increase in the summer, and how important is it to get that message out now ahead of these summer months that you're going to be cracking down on this?
We've gotten that message out, and to some it's resonating, to others it's not. Obviously it's not resonating to this person, but he's up the ante, so we've got a whole different conversation for him beyond drag racing and drifting. That's the least of his problems. But the other drag racers and drifters, you know, we're going to be there, and we're not going to be detracted by what happened here. We're going to be there. We're going to continue to monitor where it's happening, and we're going to continue to put an effort out there to end this reckless and dangerous behavior.
Chief, a few real quick ones in regard to just clarifying what we're talking about. Did the officers involved witness this vehicle drifting or drag racing specifically, or the reason for the attempted stop?
So my understanding, and what I was briefed on, is they were working the drag racing detail. They see this person in the area that looks like they're going to engage in behavior, driving at a high rate of speed. But my understanding is once they saw him hanging out of the vehicle, that immediately took their attention and became a priority. But likely they were either engaging, or what we're starting to see now with the drag racing and drifting is they're bringing in people to distract the police from the actual drifting drag racing locations. So they use social media. They say we're going to meet at this location, and then what will happen is they'll put a few cars out there to see the police. We had a couple weeks ago, we had a young kid from Pontiac who was on that detail, if you will, and he does a U-turn right in front of the police to pull the police out of the location. So what I suspect this was something to get the police attention. He took it to the next level when he decided to try to kill 2 police officers.
Regarding the people of interest and their identifiability, to clarify, you're looking for 2 women, 2 men here. Is the thought potentially 4 that were in that vehicle?
It's 3 or 4. We believe it's up to 4. We know that at least 3 of them went into the store that we showed you, and 1 of them was still masked up, 2 were not. Very distinctive, you know, so someone knows who they are, very clear pictures. So we should be able to identify them relatively easily, and our community feels that this is unacceptable, and they're going to help us because they always help us. And this is unacceptable, and we will know who they are, and we will relentlessly pursue them. And it's in their best interest at this point to just come in and just turn themselves in, give us their side of the story, and let us, you know, go through the process. Otherwise, you know, we're going to relentlessly pursue them. We're going to put every resource that we have towards apprehending them before they kill somebody.
2 quick ones, if I may. Assuming then that this type of photographs have been put through facial recognition technology, do you have? I'm assuming that is free and hasn't been used in this case.
So at this point, you know, we limit how our facial recognition is used to serious and violent crimes. This does check that box in terms of being eligible for facial recognition. I don't know where we stand with that right now, but it does in fact meet our standard, which is serious violent crime.
Lastly, a catch-up question, and thanks for the opportunity. When you talk ticketing of spectators, is that an escalation of enforcement, or has that always been something you've been practicing in regard to trying to curb these events?
We've always had the opportunity to do it, and we do it, but we're going to be doubling those efforts to ensure that the message is set that this is not okay. So we will enforce the ordinance that is on the books, and we're also looking at parental responsibility, which has been on the books for many years. We generally use that exclusively for curfews and fireworks and things such as that. But what we're seeing is a younger group of people participating in this. Some aren't even licensed. Some are 16 and 15. And there's parental responsibility associated when you have a 15, 16-year-old kid. And so we're looking at, instead of penalizing the child, where's the parents? So let's hold them accountable. And so we'll be enforcing that as well.
Thank
you. All right.
Yeah, Chief, I want to sort of revisit your frustration level with this. I mean, you had a car block shot. They had to stop. An officer within 8 or 10 inches, and as Officer Fitzgerald put it, could have been a funeral today, or at least an announcement of the funeral instead. This is an assault on your officers. I wanted to get your reaction to that.
Yeah, as AC Fitzgerald indicated, I mean, we could be planning a funeral right now. So it's frustrating. You know, I'm angered by it, but I don't let anger motivate me. I just get focused on what we need to do. You see this as a member of this community. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. And we have to do something as a community. And I'm confident that our community will do what it does often, and that's help us identify who these folks are. So I'm confident that we will be making an arrest. But it's frustrating, it's infuriating when you look at two young officers who just showed up to do their job and do it the right way, pursuing someone who's hanging out of the vehicle. Officers didn't know what they were looking at. As far as they know, this person could have been in trouble. They could have been being forced out of that vehicle. We never know, right? And so as they approach the vehicle, to just inexplicably get shot at, and this is the moment we're going to take your life because you're going to interfere with our fun. This is absurd. It's absolutely absurd. They had committed no crimes beyond drifting and drag racing or going to a drifting or drag racing spot. And to arrive at that impulsive decision that this is it, this is the tipping point where now I commit murder in my life and in yours, is absurd. And we should all be offended. We should all be upset. We should all be disappointed. This is not the community that we want. And this is not the people in the community that we want engaging in this behavior. This is unacceptable. Now, it doesn't represent our whole community. This is just one person, right? And there's the rest of the people in the community that's going to do the right thing.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Is everybody good? All right, so we're ready.
All right, we're ready to go. Before I get started, I'd like for everyone to introduce themselves, starting from my left to your right.
Police Commissioner Ricardo Moore, District 7.
Commissioner Willie Burton, District 5.
Commissioner Vice Chair Brian Ferguson, District 1.
Commissioner Annie Holt, at large.
Commissioner Jim Hawley, Chair.
Assistant Chief Charles.
All right, and that was Detroit Police updating us on the shooting situation over the weekend. They say that their officers were shot at multiple times, according to them, 8 times. Now, after the short 2-minute break, we will update you on a subway shooting that happened in New York City. Stay tuned here to Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This is 48-year-old Daniel Enriquez, the victim of a random attack while riding the subway in New York City. He died in that shooting. Today, NYPD releasing images of the man wanted in connection with the killing in hopes of getting another criminal off the streets. Meantime, New York Mayor Eric Adams honoring the bravest today in their efforts during last month's Sorry about that. Today, for their efforts during last month's subway shooting in Brooklyn, you might remember 29 people were injured. You might remember 29 people were injured in another shooting that happened last month. Mayor Eric Adams recognizing firefighters who ran into danger during the horrific event. Let's go ahead and hear what he had to say here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. We're here today to recognize some truly extraordinary heroes, some wonderful folks I get the opportunity to work with day in and day out who walked into extraordinary circumstances that day at the shooting. It covered 2 subway stations, there were dozens of patients, and it was still an unfolding event. And incredibly, no lives were lost, and that's in no small part because of the people here who jumped into action. They did what our EMTs, our paramedics, our firefighters, and our fire marshals do every day, which is they put other people's lives ahead of their own. And we've actually been reminded of that almost daily since this incident. So it's a really extraordinary thing. We're really happy to be here to honor them. We are here at City Hall. We are very grateful to the mayor for honoring you today. Certainly, he is a man who knows what it is like to wear a uniform and put his life out there for the people of the city of New York. So, with no further ado, the mayor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And thank you for the FDNY, EMS, all the employees who are here, our first responders. And, even before we talk about that, I want to just say to the family of Daniel Enriquez, who was lost. We lost him on the subway system yesterday when a gunman shot him for what appears to be an unprovoked attack on our safety. Our heart goes out to the families, and on behalf of 8.8 million New Yorkers, we mourn with you, and you are in our prayers. We will find the person responsible for this action. And it just renews our calls to deal with the overproliferation of guns on our streets, even after the bullet takes the life of an innocent person. The emotional trauma continues to rip apart the anatomy of our city, and it goes on for a long period of time. And so again, we want to lift the family up with prayer. But we want to turn towards these heroes and sheroes that are in the room today. I remember being at Gracie Mansion when the notification came over that we had a person who discharged 33 rounds in our subway system, striking several passengers in the morning. And our first responders jumped into action, doing what they do every day. As one report just came out, the number of EMS employees who are the victims of attacks, those who are suffering from mental health illnesses, and those who are participating in criminal behavior. But they respond. They respond and make sure that they provide the services that are needed. We looked at in the first few months some horrific fires in our city where FDNY and EMS were on the scene, making sure they gave the necessary care, putting their lives on the line. And I think about the days of being a member of the NYPD, seeing the amazing job that FDNY and EMS they carry out every day of dealing with the calls of services. And far too often, we don't say thank you enough, and that's what we're doing today. We are pausing in the day and just saying thank you. And these citations is our way of acknowledging the heroic action that not only took place when the gunman unleashed a large number of bullets in our subway system, but what takes place every day. And I join Commissioner Kavanaugh in lifting up these men and women who respond to the call of service when needed. They don't go in the other direction. They walk and run towards the danger, and it takes a special New Yorker to do that, and they are representative of the special New Yorkers we have in this city. So again, thank you for what you have done and what you will continue to do. Thank you very much.
So it's indeed an honor for me, without any further ado, to announce the names of our honorees today. Again, we thank you all for your bravery and for your continued service. Our first recipient is firefighter Kervin Joseph, Engine Company number 228. Our second recipient is firefighter James Harkin, Ladder Company 114. Our third recipient is Captain Joseph Okori, Engine Company 228. Our next recipient is firefighter Gabrielle Mondello, Ladder 114. Our next recipient is Lieutenant Michael Cucarulo, Ladder Company 114. Our other recipient is Lieutenant Liz Makowetsky, Station number 32. Our other recipient is EMT Edwin Karasik, Station 32. Our other awardee is EMT Julian Clementi, Station 32. Our next awardee is EMT Brian Rodriguez Yanez, Station 13. Our other recipient is paramedic Michael Hood, Station 32. Our next awardee is paramedic Brent Shiadell, Station 32. Our other honoree is EMT Nadim Abdullah, Citywide Dispatcher. Our other awardee is EMT Julianne Morrow, Maimonides Hospital. Our other awardee is EMT James DiPaolo, Maimonides Hospital. Our other awardee is Fire Marshal Craig Gunderson. Our next to last awardee is Fire Marshal Joseph Shidachimo. Our last awardee could not be here with us, but we wanted to ensure that we acknowledge him, and we thank each and every one of you for your bravery that day. Fighter Joseph Ryan, Ladder Company 114. So, again, on behalf of all New Yorkers, we thank you very much for your service and your bravery that day. Thank you.
Get a couple double stacked here. Gentlemen, if you want to just come on this side, sorry. Rob, just that last one. Awesome. Nice work. All right. One right up here, guys. Awesome. You good? I'm good.
All right, so there you have it. Some brave men and women of the New York City Fire Department who ran in the direction of danger last month when more than 20 people were wounded during a subway shooting. We're going to take a short 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back after this break. What are you thinking, Andrew? Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urging for maximum sanctions against Russia for its invasion. Tomorrow marks 3 months since those attacks. Now today, he held a virtual address at the World Economic Forum. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Marks 3 months when on the 24th of February, Russia began an unprovoked and unnecessary war against Ukraine. An act which has cost thousands of lives and has caused 6 million Ukrainians to affected by what's happening in your country. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a great honor for me, Mr. Chairman, Professor Schwab, President Cassis, ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for the opportunity to take part in the discussions at the forum. The main theme for this year's Davos is history at a turning point, government policies and business strategies. This year, the words turning point appears to become more than just a rhetoric figure of speech. This is really the moment when it is decided whether brute force will rule the world. If so, the force is not interested in our thoughts, and there is no need for further meetings in Davos, as there would be no reason for that. Brute force seeks nothing but the subjugation of those it seeks to subdue, and it does not discuss, but kills at once. And Russia does that in Ukraine just as we speak today. By the way, look at the building of the former Russian house in Davos. It has been turned into a house of Russian war crimes. And this is an example of their transformation, that what Russia has done to itself by becoming a state of war criminals, and what it brings to the world. It inspires other potential aggressors to act. Instead of successful, peaceful cities, there's only black ruins. Instead of normal trade, sea full of mines and blocked ports in Ukraine. Instead of tourism, closed skies and thousands of Russian bombs and cruise missiles. This is what the world would like if that turning moment would not have a proper response from the humanity. It would resemble a large set of war crimes. So history remembers many moments when everything changed dramatically. For example, how several shots fired could kill millions of people. If those shots were fired on June 28, 1914 in Sarajevo, history remembers how much grief one person can do if it can see, it can understand that it's not been properly resisted, as it was, for example, in 1938 in Munich. Some historical twists and turns were noticeable, some not, but we always had to respond to them, trying to prepare for other historical upheavals, so as to mitigate the possible consequences, or trying to heal the wounds out of catastrophes that followed one or another historical twist. And now we have a large collection of such responses. There's UN Charter with all these agencies, the OSCE, the IAEA, the WTO, and many other institutions. But are there enough of them to respond to what we have faced today? But is it possible now to try to adapt those institutions for modern challenges? Definitely not. We need to change the approach, not to respond, but to act preventively. And not only to adapt to new realities, what we have, but to create new tools, new precedents. Look at what Ukraine has already done. We have established a historical precedent for courage. We didn't listen to those who said that our defense would not hold longer than just a couple of days. We have stopped the Russian army, which was called the second largest in the world, at the cost of heavy fighting, at the cost of thousands of lives. We are gradually pushing the occupiers out of our territories. But would we have to do that if we were hard last year and a full range of sanctions would be applied against Russia preventively that could knock down any aggressor? I'm sure the answer is no. Preventing war could be guaranteed should the sanctions of the world would be preventive and not just imposed as the response. Ukraine has set another precedent in the 3 months, a precedent for the unseen unity of the democratic world around the emotions of genuine admiration for Ukrainians' courage and around the understanding that you would need to fight for the freedom. And now hundreds of millions of citizens in democratic countries are putting pressure on governments and companies to make sure they would limit or restrain their relations with the aggressor state, with Russia, and instead to help the people who was under attack. But this is happening only now. Even though Russia started its war against Ukraine back in 2014, we are grateful for this support, but If that happened back then, immediately, that unity, that pressure on governments, on companies for the stake of the fight for the freedom, would Russia start this full-scale war? Would it bring all these losses upon Ukraine and upon the world? I'm sure that the answer to this question is also no. Now we see that the world listens and believes Ukraine, but there's also a certain expectations of the world as to how the situation will be resolved, what tools will work, what new can we create to prevent such aggressions in future, and how do we stop the brute force that has challenged everything that we all cherish and value. That's what the turning point means. Ladies and gentlemen, don't expect for the fatal shots being fired. Don't expect for Russia using their special weapons, either chemical, biological, and even more so nuclear. Do not give the aggressor the impression that the world would not resist enough. Protect the freedom and regular peaceful order in the world with the maximum efforts possible. This is what the sanctions should be. There should be maximum, so that Russia and every other potential aggressor who wants to wage a brutal war against its neighbor would clearly know the immediate consequences for their actions. And I believe there's still no such sanctions against Russia.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressing the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. It's held every single year, and of course this was a must-see virtual address today by the Ukrainian leader, as he is calling for more and more leaders in the West to provide more relief, to provide more aid, and to ramp up the sanctions on Russia. There were a lot of Russian-related headlines, a lot of Ukraine-related headlines, as tomorrow marks 3 months since the invasion began. A lot has happened since then. Breaking this all down with me is national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. I know we had you on about 2 hours ago talking about President Biden's trip to Asia, but let's get more in depth into some of these headlines in Russia and Ukraine. We were speaking very briefly about this stunning defection today from a high-ranking Russian diplomat at the United Nations, a counselor to the UN in Geneva. His name, Boris Bondarev. He resigned, saying, quote, "Never have I been so ashamed of my country." Do you think we'll expect more of these resignations, more of these defections from high-ranking officials?
I think it's very possible. I think particularly, Andrew, as you're looking at it, they're actually calculating what they should do. If you're a high-ranking official in the Putin administration right now, you're trying to figure out which way you want to go on this, because you kind of know which way the administration is going to go. The chances that Putin is going to accomplish his goals in Ukraine are pretty much nil. How long they can hold out, how long they can stay there, how long this war will continue, that's conjecture. But they're already starting to feel a real pinch of the sanctions. And the problems, the political economic problems in Moscow are much worse than Moscow portends. For some reason, when they say the ruble is up and things like that, for some reason that gets taken into the press at face value. There's a reason why the ruble is valued where it's at, but there's still very deep systemic problems with their monetary system. And they know at some point they can't keep floating that forever. It's going to come collapsing down. So with that, you're going to see senior officials making tough decisions. Now, in this case, it sounds like a very sincere motivation, that he was just absolutely revolted by the war crimes and the destruction and frankly, the inhumanity of what Russia's doing in Ukraine. And others will probably be motivated as such. But the other side is there's going to be some real politics. Some of them are just going to make the decision, I've got to move away from this. I have to separate myself, and maybe with whatever comes next, I can resurrect myself.
You know, Hal, speaking of war crimes, we got news today from a story we were just talking about last week that 21-year-old Russian soldier has been sentenced to life in prison for killing an unarmed man in Ukraine's first war crimes trial since the invasion began. That 21-year-old, his name Vadim Shishimarin, he admitted to shooting a 62-year-old Ukrainian man in the head during the early days of the war. This happened very quickly. Remember, he just made that guilty plea late last week. Now we're learning he's been sentenced to life and, of course, convicted prior to that. And you and I were discussing how really incredible it is that the Ukrainian judicial system is operating while a war is going on.
It really is. It's stunning how well it's operating. Now, will he actually serve life in prison? My guess is they're holding this over his head with the hopes that someday they can use him to testify against his chain of command. And I would be very surprised if he ends up serving a life sentence for what he did. It was interesting. He actually was ordered to shoot the civilian that he's been convicted of because his commander said that he would compromise their position. It's a rather, having worked in reconnaissance, that's something that everyone is trained in. Is you have to respect civilian life in these situations, and when you're behind the lines, it's very easy to get compromised, and then you come up with this ethical decision, which is, do you do something or do you risk being taken out? And of course, under international law and ethically, you should not be killing civilians, period. And there's many cases. There's a very famous case during Desert Storm where a British SAS unit basically was compromised, and they decided to do try to escape rather than do anything about who compromised them. And obviously the Russians have no compunction to deal with those sort of ethical arguments. So, yeah. But it is interesting to see that. But I think they're really going to use him. That life sentence is really something they can hold over his head to get testimony out of him later on.
All right. It'll be interesting to watch as that unfolds as well. I want to go to two key kind of plot lines that were considered, that were thrown about earlier today on the U.S. side. One of those was this report that U.S. officials were considering putting U.S. troops into Kyiv to protect the U.S. embassy in Kyiv. We now know that diplomatic staff, consular staff, they're back in the embassy in Kyiv, and they are working there. Milley today said that decision was ways away, and that decision would be at the discretion of President Biden. He would have to make that decision. What did you make of that report? Is there any likelihood U.S. troops would guard the embassy in Kyiv?
Well, U.S. troops do guard the embassy in Kyiv. Marines. Marines guard embassies all over the world. That's one of the primary missions of the Marine Corps, is that, we guard the embassies. And there's a variety of units that could be brought in. There's a special unit we brought in for, we've had over the history of embassies around the world in all sorts of tough areas. It's not uncommon that other teams will be brought in to augment the Marine security forces on there. We have a special force in the Marine Corps that is actually, their job is to go in and reinforce the embassies if they're attacked or something like that. I don't know what force they're talking about sending in. They keep saying, first they're saying special forces, then they're saying special operations forces. My guess is they're looking at an array of special operations forces. It could be Marine Corps. It could be, it could come from the Army. It could come from the Navy. Could be Navy SEALs. Could be Marine Special Operations Command, or it could be Green Berets. It could be a variety of forces they could pick from that could go in there to augment the embassy at this critical time. But this is not as unusual as it sounds. We have embassies in other parts of the world where we will sometimes have to reinforce them to protect the embassy, particularly if there's a threat. So this is not, there's a lot being made about this and the thought that we're introducing troops into Ukraine. The U.S. Embassy is sovereign U.S. territory. Where if we put troops on our embassy, that's sovereign U.S. territory. That's how embassies work. And so it's not putting troops in Ukraine, it's putting troops on our sovereign outpost in that country.
Got it. That makes much more sense, clearer sense. Thank you for providing that as well. Milley also said today in his press conference, we're going to air that after we speak to you, with Secretary of Defense Austin, that 102,000 American troops are in Europe today. And just for comparison, at the height of the Cold War, there were about 450,000. So still a lot of American boots on the ground in Europe, but not nearly as much as in the past. One of these other kind of considerations that was bandied about today was regarding the Black Sea and plans for exporting some of the goods that Ukraine has not been able to because of the blockade there in the Black Sea. Lithuania apparently was calling for a naval coalition of the willing to reverse Russia's blockade of Odessa and allow those grain shipments to be exported. And it seems like U.S. officials are nowhere near to agreeing to such a thing. But this idea is out there to have some type of coalition to go into the Black Sea and get these exports moving. What do you make of that?
Well, it's an interesting concept. And we've done things that are kind of interesting in the past. You may recall back in the 80s, there were a bunch of tankers that were U.S. flagged because they're being attacked by the Iranians in the Persian Gulf. And so we flagged a variety of tankers that were actually, I don't think we own them, but we flagged them as U.S. tankers. And we put a lot of naval protection on them. And that was to get oil in and out of the Persian Gulf when Iran was threatening them. And that program actually worked pretty well. Eventually, it was no longer necessary, but it was there for a number of years. In this situation, the challenge is the Black Sea Fleet, the Russian Black Sea Fleet, has surface combatants. It also has subsurface combatants. And it's a very complicated maritime security operation to pull this off. And everyone's working the different scenarios, which is, okay, so you go in there and let's say you escort these ships in and escort them out. What if you come under fire? What if a submarine torpedoes you? What if, and you start working nice scenarios, and pretty soon you go, NATO is going to be at war with Russia.
So you're saying it's too escalatory?
That's why I think the U.S. is dragging its feet on. I mean, I've been trying to work that scenario too today, trying to figure it out. And I don't see any situation where if NATO forces came under fire by the Russian Navy, that it wouldn't immediately mean that we had escalated the conflict. And don't forget, even if we can do something to force all the surface combatants out there, they're subsurface. They're submarines, somewhere between 4 to 7 submarines. They've got Kilo-class submarines, which are very quiet, operating in there. And I'm sure they're operating very close to the port of Odessa. And so there's a lot of different variables with that blockade that we have to consider. And, if you go in there with a ship and they start sinking these ships, even without sinking naval assets, NATO naval assets, you could end up with a bigger problem than what you have now. Okay. What they're looking at doing with grain is trying to ship it out over land. The problem is trains have limitations. Trucks have even more limitations. So how do you get it out? And that's the big challenge with grain. But there's some interesting things happening. Actually, out of Crimea today, there was a report that the Russians have been stealing Ukrainian grain and actually loading it on ships in Sevastopol and selling it on the global market.
Wow.
So the grain's getting out. It's just Russia's making the money.
I want to move on just lastly here. Two very prominent figures, and let's talk about one of which treason, the other an assassination attempt. Earlier, we learned that a Ukrainian court has ordered the arrest in absentia of former Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych, accusing him of treason over this agreement he signed back in 2010 when he was president that extended Russia's lease naval facilities in Crimea. We know Yanukovych is a pro-Russian sympathizer, to put it bluntly. We also are getting this other report from the head of Ukraine's defense intelligence, who claimed just a bit ago that Russian President Putin survived an assassination attempt 2 months ago, before the start of the invasion, or in the first couple of days in the invasion. Right after. Yeah. And she, that Major General told that to a Ukrainian news outlet known as Pravda Ukraine. What are we to make of this? This is a huge report. Is it verifiable? It's coming from the Ukrainian side, but Putin survived it. But they tried. Who tried? How do you think this all went down?
It wasn't quite clear. They said representatives of the Caucasus. Well, that's kind of vague. It's not quite sure who was doing it. It was some meeting. It was after the invasion had started, and it's, according to the head of defense intelligence for the Ukrainians, he survived it. Now, one thing that's kind of notable is there's reports, very credible reports, that during his tenure, he has survived about 4 or 5 assassination attempts. So he's not new to people who want to take him out. In fact, that may explain some of his, the whole thing with the distance with the tables and stuff. Some of that may be explained as staying away from anyone who might potentially have COVID or something like that. But the reality is, when you look at that from a personal security standpoint, there's a lot of logic in what he was doing to maintain a certain distance from certain people, because he has had, he would know a lot about assassination since he authorizes so many assassinations. He would know what it would take to potentially take him out, and he'd want to maintain that distance, that safe space, for whatever means they were going to use, whether it's kinetic or poison or whatever. He would want that space. This is interesting. I'd like to find out who did this, and it's getting picked up by a number of news services, more and more credible news services, and it kind of makes you wonder, what's going on.
But Hal, what is the point of putting this out into the public? What do you think? There's a strategic point behind that?
There's a big strategic point. They've also put out that there is a coup underway. It's not a fast-moving coup, but there is a coup underway to replace Putin. And this underscores and reinforces that narrative. And there's a lot of discussion. There's a story out today that there may be a plan. There was discussion that his health may fail more, and he may be removed from office to a sanitarium or something for his health. And that may be the face-saving way that they remove Putin from office within Russia. It was an interesting discussion. The source of that was one where you go, it's possible, that they could be doing something like that. He does not look well. In fact, the latest video of him, he looks very puffy. His posture, everything about him, he just does not look well. So the reports that he's in ill health seem to have more and more credibility every time he says something. I think they may be setting that up. I think there's a lot of senior officials and senior people, not necessarily officials, in Moscow who realize this Ukraine war is just not going to go the way that they'd hoped, and they're trying to find some sort of, I hate to say it, but that's the term, exit strategy. They're trying to find some way to get past this, and that would be a graceful way to do it.
Yeah. And now that we are approaching month 3, that'll happen tomorrow, we've brought you on almost each and every day to break all of this down. And now the narrative, and it wasn't like that at the very early outset. Now the narrative, though, is what happens if and when Ukraine wins this war. What happens to Russia? What happens? We've seen what's going to be happening possibly with the NATO alliance. And so many questions still as the country of Ukraine has had to suffer this for the last 3 months. Hal, we appreciate your time. Thanks for coming on earlier as well to break down all the news from Biden's trip to Asia as well. We'll talk to you again.
Okay, thanks, Andrew.
Okay, right now, like we said, we wanted to show you that press conference, the joint press conference between Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Mark Milley, as they talked about a lot of these topics Hal and I were just discussing. Here's that press conference.
time for just a few questions, so I'll leave it to the Secretary, sir.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, everybody. We had a highly constructive morning here at the second meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. I'm delighted that we were joined virtually by more than 40 ministers and chiefs of defense. And I'm especially glad that the contact group, once again, got to speak with Ukraine's Minister of Defense, my good friend, Oleksiy Reznikov. We're also joined by the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Ukraine's Armed Forces and by Ukraine's Defense Intelligence Representative. I'm also proud and pleased to see that several new countries attended today's meeting of the contact group, including Austria, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Colombia, Ireland, and Kosovo. We're delighted to have them aboard, and we hope to continue expanding this important gathering of allies and partners. Russia's unprovoked and cruel invasion has galvanized countries from around the world. And the bravery, the skill, and the grit of the Ukrainian people have inspired people everywhere. Now, we've made important progress since the contact group was established after the